Chapter 1098. The formation left behind by the Formation Emperor and reinforced by Shangguan Xingyao was eaten like food in front of the space-time worm. Go Xing speculated that this guy could eat any barrier that was similar to a formation, right? The answer he got was yes. This was very satisfying. One had to know that all the major strongholds on the battlefield had invisible defensive barriers. Unless a war was declared, there was no way to break them. Now that the space-time worm could do it, didn't that mean that the strongholds could enter and leave at will? Hee. Jun Changshao laughed strangely and said, "Don't provoke me in the battlefield's plain, or I'll visit your house immediately." The system said, "The host is very much like a villain." After the space-time tunnel connecting the two planes was repaired, Jun Changshao relaxed. As long as the other party could not enter, he had the space-time worm to drill a hole again, completely changing from passive to active. "Can you open up the space-time tunnel and then block the entrance?" Jun Changshao asked. He meant to open up a hole, then repair the source and continue along the other side. This way he could enter, and the enemy would not be able to enter through the tunnel. Yes, the space-time worm said. However, digging and repairing the hole will consume a lot of energy, and will also cause me to fall into a period of weakness. Jun Changshao did not care. As long as he could block the entrance, the soul race would definitely not be able to enter. Rest first. In a few days, dig a hole and head to the soul race continent. Now that the space-time worm had matured and had the ability to open up the space-time tunnel, he naturally could not wait to head to the soul race continent to explore what kind of world it was. Of course, Jun Changshao only wanted to find out about the enemy, so he planned to go alone. The sect was still focused on cultivation. With enough martial kings, Wu Huang, and top forces, he would have a good time with them. With the current strength of the sect of all times, it would not be a problem to beat any top sect, but it would be a little difficult to make an enemy of the entire world, so they did not have the ability to attack the soul race continent. Jun Changshao returned to the sect of all times using the teleportation formation. Then he summoned Yuan Gongzi and the others, and told them that he was going to the soul race continent. He also told them that they had to work hard to develop the sect in his absence. Patriarch Li Qingyang solemnly said, "The Spiritus continent is definitely filled with dangers. This disciple is willing to accompany you." "I'm going too," Yi Xingqian said. He was not worried that Jun Changshao would be in danger. He mainly wanted to go to other planes to seek excitement and improve himself through a lot of actual combat. "No need." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "My purpose this time is to gather information about the enemy. I can go alone." He had the cultivation of the sword and martial sages, as well as trump cards such as the irretrievable saber, so he naturally didn't fear the Spiritus continent. However, he didn't know how strong this world was for the time being, so he couldn't recklessly send his disciples to take risks. The system complained, to put it bluntly, "You just don't want to bring a burden with you." Yuan Gongzi had already integrated into the sect of all times, so he was in charge of many internal affairs. Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji were also familiar with the operation of refining pills and equipment. Therefore, after everything was arranged, Jun Changshao prepared Lu Wancher's fried rice and Lan Kang's wine before heading to Aeon City. He didn't know how long it would take for him to return to the Spiritus continent. Therefore, before he left, the upper echelons and disciples of the sect all sent him off. "Patriarch," Lu Wancher said with tears in her eyes, "you must come back alive." With the disciples sending him off, Jun Changshao walked into the teleportation formation. Just as he was about to teleport, Lu Qianqian's voice rang in his ears. "This is clearly something that concerns the entire continent. Patriarch, why are you shouldering it alone?" "Because," Jun Changshao paused and said with a smile, "I want to monopolize the resources of the Soul Clan continent." It was undoubtedly easier to find the top warriors of the Falling Star continent to join forces with them to fight against the Soul Clan continent. However, Jun Changshao liked to enjoy it alone. Besides, the space-time tunnel had been sealed, so there was nothing to worry about for the time being. He had the space-time worm to control the initiative. Going to the Soul Clan continent was equivalent to finding trouble with them. The powerhouses might not be willing to follow him. After all, who knew if they would die inside? Swish! The formation flickered. Jun Changshao appeared in Aeon City and then headed to the repaired space-time tunnel area. Whoosh whoosh! The wind howled, and the sky was filled with sand and dust. His back view gradually blended into the harsh environment, giving off the feeling of the wind is blowing, the water is cold, and the warrior will not return after leaving. F***CK. Jun Changshao roared at the camera. I'm going there to investigate the enemy, not to throw away my life. Can you turn off the BGM? Master, when do we start? Now. Yes. The space-time worm received the order and opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth to gnaw at a space barrier. Then, it continued to eat deeper into the void. A moment later, a space-time tunnel entrance with a radius of 1 meter appeared. Jun Changshao went in without hesitation. Hite. After the space-time worm dug a distance into the depths, it turned around and spat out a ball of energy to seal the entrance. Then it turned back and continued to dig forward. The space-time tunnel that was created by eating was surrounded by colorful streams of light, giving off a feeling of being in the clouds. Master, the space-time worm said while eating, the tunnel I opened is protected by a special barrier and can be maintained for a long time. However, don't force your way through. Otherwise, once you leave the tunnel, you will be lost in the deeper space forever. Okay. Jun Changshao responded and looked at the dark environment outside through the colorful streams of light. However, after walking for an unknown period of time, he found a corpse in the deeper space. Master, the space-time worm said this should be a powerhouse who accidentally entered the deeper space and died because he couldn't find a way out. Jun Changshao fell silent. The corpse did not have any obvious external injuries. The expression on its face was hideous and painful. It was probably anxious to death. The space-time worm said, "It is very difficult for ordinary people to enter the deeper space. This human must have been very strong when he was alive. Perhaps he had the ability to shatter the void. However, he did not fly to the upper realm and was unlucky enough to be lost in the endless void." Shock appeared on Jun Changshao's face. With the ability to shatter the void, he would be a martial emperor in the falling star continent. To die in the endless void was simply too tragic. That's why. The space-time worm said, before you have enough confidence to ascend to the upper realm, it's best not to shatter the void so easily. Otherwise, you will only end up like this. Can you dig a hole and bring the corpse over? Jun Changshao asked. Yes. The space-time worm thought and changed its direction. Then it quickly arrived in front of the corpse. Crack! It opened its mouth and bit down. The void cracked. The corpse instantly entered the space-time tunnel. However, because it left the endless void, its intact face and skin quickly decayed, leaving only its clothes and bones. Jun Changshao was speechless. This is still a vacuum package. It did not matter that the corpse decayed quickly. The key was that the spatial ring on the finger bone was perfectly preserved. If he was really a void-shattering powerhouse when he was alive, there must be something good inside. Go Sheng hurriedly peeled it off with a smile on his face. The system, to loot the crates to such an extent, it could be said that he was crazy. Chapter 1099. In the space-time tunnel, Jun Changshao spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just now he had used his spiritual senses to infiltrate the space ring he obtained. In the end, there was some kind of power inside that directly backfired on his meridians. That's not right. It was very safe to loot in the past. Why did an accident happen this time? The system explained there's an extremely strong spiritual sense seal in the space ring. It should have been set up by the deceased when he was alive to prevent others from taking it away. Jun Changshao was speechless. The person was already dead, but he still left behind a spiritual sense seal. That was a little F asterisk head up. The system said, top powerhouses are very concerned about their own wealth. They definitely don't want others to take advantage of them, such as a crazy host. I don't believe that I can't break it. Go Sheng's temper flared. He wanted to compete with this space ring. Therefore, after recuperating for a while, he continued to integrate his spiritual senses into it. As he had failed before, he was very careful the second time. Although he did not suffer a backlash, it was not something that could be done in a short time to break the strong spiritual sense seal. It did not matter. It would take time to reach the soul race's continent. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well use the space ring to relieve his boredom. Ka. The space-time worm continued to devour the deeper space. As there was another tunnel with its entrance blocked not far away, they could use it to determine the location of the soul race's continent. Just as the space-time worm was digging a hole, the soul race powerhouses from the neighboring space-time tunnel swarmed over. They had no idea that the entrance of the falling star continent had been patched up, nor did they know that someone was using the same method to reach their territory 10,000 years ago. What's going on? Why is the entrance gone? A few days later, a large number of soul race powerhouses reached the end of the tunnel and found that there was no way out. They stood rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. Could it have been sealed by the falling star continent? This is a complete spatial barrier. There's no aura of any array formation. Should we try attacking? No. If we attack violently, it will cause the tunnel to become unstable. We might be sucked into the endless void. As the tunnel had been patched up, the soul race powerhouses who had rushed over from afar did not know what to do. Let's go. A powerhouse said, return to the continent and report to the Empress. Ka. In another space-time tunnel, the space-time worm was still digging a hole. Jun Changshao was sweating profusely as he followed behind. He had been releasing his spiritual senses to confront the seal inside the space ring for several days, but he still hadn't made any substantial progress. The system said, judging from the seal inside, the owner must have been very powerful when he was alive. Even if he's dead now, it's still not something the host can break with your current cultivation level. It's better to give up. Jun Changshao, who had originally intended to give up, gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to fight you to the end. I'm going to slap you in the face with my actions. The system said, host, if you become stronger in the future, you might be able to break it open. But for now, you don't have any chance. Why was he so confident? It had already analyzed the strength of the seal in the ring. With the host's current spiritual sense, the probability of breaking it was 0. Face slapping? Under all kinds of data, it did not exist at all. Master. The space-time worm asked, what are you doing? Break. Jun Changshao suddenly stopped and changed the topic. There's a seal similar to a barrier in this spatial ring. Can you break it? A barrier seal? The space-time worm turned around and locked onto the spatial ring. Swoosh! A strange aura quickly seeped in, and with a bang, the spiritual sense seal broke. Then he said casually, easy. Jun Changshao, I spent a few days and still couldn't break it, but this guy broke it in seconds. This is really a blow to his ego. The system, although I'm the system that gets slapped the most, can you give me some time to buffer? Don't slap me in the face every time. After the space-time worm broke the spiritual sense seal in the spatial ring, it continued to burrow forward. Jun Changshao merged into it without any hindrance, then laughed wildly in joy. This was the spatial ring of a powerhouse who seemed to have the ability to break through the void. The internal storage was very large, and there were all kinds of martial arts resources. For example, there was 10 million hexagram stones. Could it be? Jun Changshao calmed down and thought to himself, this person is a powerhouse from the 9 heavens continent. It wasn't until he found a book that looked like a diary and saw the detailed records of the deceased's cultivation that he confirmed that this person was indeed a powerhouse from the Nine Heavens continent and had the ability to break through the void. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed and said, "Even a martial artist as strong as this would die in the endless void. Humans are really insignificant in the vast universe." After lamenting, he happily flipped through the various martial arts manuals stored in the spatial ring. As expected of a powerhouse who broke through the void, not only were there all kinds of martial arts in his collection, but their levels were also very high. After a round of inventory, there were a total of more than 300 martial arts manuals. Among them, there were 40 saint-grade martial arts, 6 divine-grade martial arts, and 1 above divine-grade martial arts. From the perspective of a martial artist from the Nine Heavens continent, the value of a few hundred martial arts manuals was definitely higher than 10 million hexagram stones. Awesome! Jun Changshao was overjoyed. On the way to the Soul Race continent, he suddenly obtained so many martial arts resources, and even a divine-grade martial art. It was no different from giving it away for free. There's no free lunch in the sky. It's because they're all hidden in the void. Jun Changshao couldn't wait to take the divine-grade martial art and read it carefully. He found out that it was a mental cultivation method called Tianjun Soul Refining Art, which was used to strengthen a martial artist's soul. The diary of the deceased recorded in detail that he was able to break through the void because of this mental cultivation method. However, although his soul met the requirements, his physical body couldn't bear it. He couldn't stabilize himself during the ascension and fell into the endless void. So pitiful. Jun Changshao mourned for him for 3 seconds. The system said, although the soul molding pill can strengthen the whole soul, it's still a bit weak. This type of soul type and above divine grade mental cultivation method is just right for cultivation. Jun Changshao rubbed his hands and smiled. If I can comprehend to the extreme like that Nine Heavens continent powerhouse, can I break through the void too? In theory, yes. The system said, however, there are many uncertainties in breaking through the void. Whether or not you can ascend to the upper realm depends on your luck. Jun Changshao said, I don't care about ascending to the upper realm, as long as I can break through the void. Even if he was given the chance to ascend now, he would decisively reject it, because he hasn't developed into the strongest sect yet. Even if he ascends, he can only wait for the bomb to explode. Swoosh! Jun Changshao thought and took out the talisman of insight, saying, then let's cultivate this type of soul mental cultivation method. Pa! The talisman was formed and rich martial arts knowledge was poured into his mind. However, when he picked up the Tianjun soul refining art and started cultivating, he found that the incantation was still very difficult to understand. The system gloated. This type of above divine grade and soul type mental cultivation method, with the current middle grade talisman of insight, it's hard to see through its mysteries. Jun Changshao said with a depressed face, in other words, I can't cultivate it for the time being. The system said, if you refresh the high-level store, you might be able to get a high-grade or even a top-grade talisman of insight. At that time, you can easily cultivate it. If the host used contribution points to slap its face, it wouldn't mind at all. It would even take the initiative to pose and beg the host to slap it hard. F***CK. I really want to throw you into the Soul Pagoda and let Arya train you well. Chapter 1100. In the Sect of all times, Yi Xingqian sat cross-legged in his room, recalling how he obtained the Taishan Sutra in his previous life. To sum it up in one word, difficult. However, after his rebirth and cultivation, no matter how great the price he paid, it was worth it. Yi Xingqian was able to catch up and be ahead of Li Qingyang and the others because he cultivated the Taishan Sutra more than them. This kind of martial technique that was above the divine grade was really terrifying. If Night Emperor was given a chance to go back to the past, he would still choose to fight for it, even if he would still end up being harmed in the end. weapons, and equipment could provide a martial artist with super strong combat strength. But the benefits of a secret manual of a mental cultivation method, especially a top-level one, were permanent and irreplaceable. However, if Yi Xingqian knew that the patriarch had effortlessly obtained a mental cultivation method above the divine grade in the endless void on his trip to the Soul Clan's continent, and that it specialized in the soul, he would definitely vomit blood. Sigh. They were both human. Why was the gap so big? Junior brother Yi. The next day, Yi Xingqian woke up early and was about to prepare for his daily cultivation when Xiao Ziji caught up from behind and said, I just received news from Hall Masterly that a strange beast appeared in the valley of the southeast Sher province. Are you interested in subduing it? Not interested, Yianyo said lightly. He just wanted to become stronger quickly, return to the peak and have the ability to break through the void, then go to the upper realm to find that woman to take revenge. Okay, Xiao Ziji said. I'll go find second senior brother. He might be interested in that green eagle. Yi Xingqian, who was about to enter the experience tower, stopped and said, Green eagle. Yes, Xiao Ziji said, a big eagle that seems to be carved out of green jade. Let's go. Yi Xingqian gave up on the experience tower. Xiao Ziji was a little stunned. Didn't he say he was not interested? Why did you change your mind? This was because Night Emperor had a contract beast in his previous life. It was called the Blue Sky Jade Carving. From its appearance, it was similar to the Blue Sky Jade Carving. Furthermore, it was also subdued in the southeast First State. Old chap. After flying out of the sect of all times, Yi Xingqian thought to himself, could it be you? In his previous life, he didn't have any friends. He only had the Blue Sky Jade Carving to accompany him. The relationship between master and servant was extremely deep. The southeastern First Province was a bit lively recently because in the deep mountains of the easternmost land, a bird that looked like it was carved from jade suddenly appeared. Every day, it would let out a long cry at a fixed time, and its voice would resound for thousands of miles. At first, many martial artists didn't know what was going on. It wasn't until someone rushed over and saw the green jade carving that the news immediately spread in the Jianghu. If it was an ordinary spirit beast, they might not have paid much attention to it. However, it was a spirit beast that could fly. Spirit beasts that could fly were more valuable than spirit beasts that could run on the ground. After all, after taming them, they would undoubtedly be the best way to travel. Therefore, when the news spread across the Falling Star continent, many families and sects gathered in the Eastern Ocean Fishery Province, as if they were eager to snatch the ultimate treasure that had appeared. If Go Sheng, who was trying to save the world, knew that they were going through so much trouble for a bird, he would have cursed aloud, useless fools! Hiu, in the southeastern First Province, Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji were flying at a high speed. Because the members of the Drizzle Hall were providing intelligence at all times, the two of them soon reached the valley in the easternmost land. Huff, 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 huff. Violent airwaves surged out, filling the spiritual energy of the martial artists. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji looked at the dark valley and said, the martial artists should have gone in already. Coldness flashed in Yi Xingqian's eyes as he said, let's go in. Hiu. After that, he flew into the valley. Xiao Ziji was confused. Why did junior brother you seem to be in a hurry? Boom, boom. The two of them kept getting closer and closer to the valley. They could vaguely hear the sounds of explosions. Then they discovered that dozens of experts were fighting inside the valley. All kinds of energy exploded and destroyed the surrounding trees and flowers. Junior brother Yi, are you okay? Xiao Ziji had been observing Yi Xingqian. He noticed that the deeper they went into the valley, the uglier his expression became. The coldness and killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Screech! At this moment, a clear cry cut through the dark environment and resounded in the sky. Yi Xingqian, who had always been cold, actually looked happy when he heard the sound. Strange, strange. Xiao Ziji was very surprised. In his contact with Yi Xingqian, other than when he was drunk and laughed, he usually maintained absolute coldness and arrogance. Puchi, Puchi. The sound of wings flapping came from the dark valley. A flying spirit beast that was blue all over and looked like a jade carving from afar rushed out. Its body was so big that it could carry a yard of more than 200 square meters on its back. Blue sky jade carving. Oh my God! The late Night Emperor's mount. It seems to be very weak. Quick, take this opportunity to subdue it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The experts who were fighting in the valley locked their eyes on the blue jade carving, flying into the sky, and rushed over at full speed. Night Emperor's mount? Xiao Ziji said in surprise, that's a bit powerful. Although the 10 great martial emperors of the falling star continent hadn't shown up for a long time, it didn't stop them from having super terrifying prestige in the secular world. Junior Brother Yi. Seeing hundreds of experts rushing out of the valley, Xiao Ziji said solemnly, there are too many experts. Let's not get involved. Where is he? Where is he? The area where Night Emperor was marked with a dotted line. Xiao Ziji looked around and found that guy rushing towards the blue jade carving. He broke down and said, this is a bit messy. It was strange. That flying spirit beast was also flying towards Junior Brother Yi. According to their flying speed and route, they would soon meet face to face. The cultivators who were desperately chasing saw a streak of light flying over from the other side. It was the closest to the flying spirit beast. They shouted in unison, stop him! Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All kinds of energy exploded in the air, forming dazzling beams of light that blasted towards Yi Xingqian. Although they wanted to stop someone from getting close to the blue jade carving before them, gathering so much energy at the same time was still very powerful. Screech! That flying spirit beast suddenly raised its head and screeched. Then it turned its huge body and dropped down, blocking the path of all kinds of energy. No! Yi Xingqian roared. Boom! 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 Dazzling lights bloomed in the air, enveloping the huge blue jade carving. Ah! Yi Xingqian's eyes were about to pop out. The Emperor's aura in his body couldn't be suppressed and quickly burst out along his meridians and skin. Swish! At this moment, a streak of light flew out from the explosion. Plop! Yi Xingqian reached out and caught it. It was a very small blue jade carving. Because it was severely injured, it couldn't maintain its huge body and became pocket-sized. Its eyes were half opened, as if trying hard to see the person who caught it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of cultivators rushed over. They would not allow anyone to get Night Emperor's mount. They had to snatch it back. Boom! 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 At this moment, bullets that shook the air flew past Yi Xingqian, who was floating in the air, and blasted towards the cultivators. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they hurriedly dodged. After stabilizing his body and planning to continue charging, he found that behind the man holding the green jade carving, there was another man holding a special weapon. The purple clothes had the word ancient engraved on his chest, and the waistplate with the word unyielding iron bone engraved on it. Jie! In an instant, everyone's greed was forcefully suppressed by some force. They said in shock, a disciple of the sect of all times. Junior Brother Yi. Xiao Ziji stood behind Yi Xingqian with his AWM sniper rifle and asked, are you okay? Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of bones could be heard. Yi Xingqian, who was holding the injured blue jade carving, raised his head. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said, those who hurt it will die today. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Violent spiritual energy accompanied by chilling killing intent instantly filled half of the sky. The cultivators felt their hair stand on end and their scalps explode. Chapter 11:01. Yi Xingqian was enraged to the point that he had entered a berserk state. Why? Because the bird in his arms was the condor from his previous life. It was no wonder that he was so happy when he came to the valley. He could already feel that familiar feeling. The azure sky, jade condor, had also sensed the presence of Yi Xingqian. Thus, it flew out of the valley when the martial artists were fighting over it. One man and one beast. They had been separated for thousands of years. Now that they finally met again in the southeast region, the scene would definitely be beautiful. However, the martial artists from the various families and sects wanted to mess things up. They even attacked Yi Xingqian to snatch the bird. The azure sky, jade condor, did not want its owner to be injured. It chose to use its body to block the attacks and ended up with injuries all over its body. Night Emperor, a ruthless person who had offended almost all of the 9 great martial emperors in his previous life. How could he tolerate others bullying his contracted beast? Thus, it was reasonable for him to enter a berserk state. Junior brother Yi. Xiao Ziji opened his eyes wide. He had never seen such terrifying killing intent and anger before. It's over, it's over. Junior brother Yi is about to go berserk. Things will get out of hand. Xiao Ziji realized that something was wrong and immediately contacted the sect of all times. At this moment, Yi Xingqian waved his hand and used his spiritual energy to envelop the azure sky, jade condor in midair. He then took out the True Yang sword and put on the True Yang set. His cultivation erupted as he charged over with bloodshot eyes. All of you will die for this emperor today. When Jun Changshao became ruthless, he would still be able to maintain a trace of rationality. For example, when he was in Taixien Xingzong, he only wanted to tear down the main hall and not exterminate the entire sect. However, when Yi Xingqian became ruthless, he would not have any scruples. As one of the 10 great martial emperors, he completely viewed all living beings as grass. Die. Xiao, xiao, xiao. In an instant, Ling Jian executed the single-word speed formula, and a sky full of sword qi slashed down with monstrous killing intent. When a person was in a state of rage, their strength would increase. Therefore, when Yi Xingqian used his divine tier sword moves, they were even more powerful and cold than before. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly retreated. Even the weakest of the 100 or so martial artists was at Wu Huang's level. They shouldn't be afraid of a mere rank 6 Wu Huang, but they couldn't stop him from having another identity, a disciple of the sect of all times. Because of their greed, everyone attacked when they noticed someone approaching the jade sculpture. Who knew that it would be Yi Xingqian? They really wanted to explain and say that it was a misunderstanding. However, his opponent had already executed a sword move and charged over, not giving him a chance to speak at all. Thus, he could only choose to flee. Shua! Shua! Streaks of incomparably sharp sword qi shot out. Because the martial artists intended to flee, they dodged it easily. However, when they felt the killing intent sweeping past them, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spine. If they could turn back time, they would rather self-harm than attack Yi Xingqian. This was because they couldn't afford to offend the sect of all times. None of you can run away. Yi Anyo's killing intent surged as he chased from behind with the True Yang sword. Thus, the scene that appeared was a rank 6 Wu Huang chasing after more than 100 Wu Huang and even a half-sage. Whoosh! Whoosh! After running for a short while, streams of light suddenly flew over from the distant sky. The one flying at the front was emitting a powerful, demonic aura. That's right, the Purple King. After receiving Xiao Ziji's voice transmission, he rushed over as fast as he could to provide support. When he saw Yi Xingqian chasing after more than 100 humans, he immediately tore off his clothes and shouted angrily, "This Hall Master is coming!" With this roar, his demonic aura erupted like waves. Pooh! Pooh! The hundreds of fleeing powerhouses were instantly shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Then, They fell to the ground and huddled together, trembling. Whoosh! The Purple King flew over and held his hands together as he hovered above the crowd. He said coldly, "How dare you bully the sect of all times? You must be tired of living." Whoosh! 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 Jiangya, the Ning brothers, Elder Ge, and the other upper echelons of the sect of all times arrived one after another. Although there weren't many of them, they stood in different positions and surrounded more than 100 people. Speaking of which, why did the sect of all times send support so quickly? This was because Zhen Dejuan had been working hard to set up the super-powered teleportation formation. Although it didn't extend to the southeast First State, it was already very close. Therefore, when Xiao Ziji sent the news, everyone immediately used man-made spirit stones to teleport to the closest area. Of course, Jun Changshao was not satisfied yet. He would continue to set up the super-powered teleportation formation until it covered all the major states. Whether it was going out or providing support, he could arrive instantly. In the future, if it was possible, he could also open it to the public to earn martial arts resources. Everyone, a family expert, said in horror, "This is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding." Pucci. At that moment, Xiao Zueji rushed over. His cold sword chi cut through the man's chest, causing blood to spurt out. Xiao Zueji said coldly, "If I say that this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" That martial artist endured the pain and said, "Yes, I believe you." The sect of all times' main force had arrived. At this moment, they had to admit defeat and be terrified. Yi Xingqian raised his sword and swept his gaze across the martial artists who were surrounded. He said in a cold voice, "Those who attacked just now, come out now." Everyone lowered their heads. It was obvious that they had all participated in the attack. "I have sinned." Jiangya said telepathically, "What's the situation?" Xiao Ziji hurriedly told them what had happened. When they learned that the martial artists had severely injured a green jade statue, Yi Xingqian instantly went berserk. Everyone expressed their confusion. Xingqian. Elder Gus said, "It's not a big deal. In my opinion, why don't we?" At this point he paused and said, "Let them pay up and forget about it." Jiangyu agreed. "I think that's a good idea. No objections." The Ning brothers expressed their stance. Under Go Sheng's leadership, the upper echelons of the sect of all times were all obsessed with money. As long as there was a chance, or if they wanted to resolve a conflict, they liked to settle it by paying up. "Pay up!" The martial artists who were trapped hurriedly said, "We'll pay up." They did not have the guts to offend a sect that dared to go against Taishan Xingzong. If they could buy peace with money, they would not feel the slightest bit of heartache. The protagonists of other dimensions were either targeted or bullied by the whole world. They would be mocked by passers-by when they went out for a stroll. The martial artists of the falling star continent were so fearful. It was mainly because Go Sheng was strong and extremely protective. The martial artists of all dimensions, not to mention them, the experts of the dimensional battlefield, were all terrified. No, Yi Xingqian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. They must die. If Anyo was so easy to compromise, he would not be the Night Emperor of the past. Everyone's hearts turned cold. However, suddenly Yi Xingqian said, "If you pay with spirit stones, ores, herbs, and other items, and the amount is considerable, you can avoid death." Considerable, the martial artists hurriedly said. "It must be very considerable." Yi Xingqian sheathed the true Yang sword and flew toward the clear sky, jade carving. He left the rest to Elder Jiang and the others. "Anyo, you've changed. You're no longer the Night Emperor who treated money like dirt." "Everyone," Jiangya said, "take it out." Everyone hurriedly took out all the spirit stones, ores, herbs, crystal cores, and other items they had. The amount was quite considerable. "Remember," Jiang said calmly, "keep your eyes open in the future. Don't offend the sect of all times again." "Understood, understood." Everyone said submissively and then left dejectedly. They came to capture a spirit beast, but did not get anything. Because they attacked the sect of all times, they were extorted a large amount of resources. This was really, they did not check the almanac before leaving the house. Chapter 1102. Sect of all times. Yuan Gongzi looked at the large pile of spirit stones, ores, and other items that Jianya and the others had sent over. His expression was a little interesting. The sect that I joined relied on extortion for all kinds of martial arts resources. So shameless. I like it. Medical peak, medical hall. Yi Xingqian paced back and forth outside, his face filled with anxiety. Although he knew that the azure sky jade carving was only injured and its life was not in danger, he was still very worried. In this world, the only thing that could make Night Emperor unable to stabilize his state of mind was the contract beast that had accompanied him for thousands of years. If he also had a system like Go Sheng, he would definitely complain. No wonder he was ambushed by a woman. So his feelings in his previous life were all on the azure sky jade carving. Who can stand this? Creak. The door was pushed open. Sun Bukong pushed the door open and walked out, saying, Senior Brother Yi, the azure sky jade carving is fine. It will recover after a period of recuperation. Shua. Yi Xingqian hurriedly walked in. On the bed, the pocket-sized azure sky jade carving, whose entire body was covered in bandages, stared at the unfamiliar human who emitted its master's aura. The cold arrogance on Yi Xingqian's face dissipated, and he said excitedly, Old friend, we meet again! Screech. The azure sky jade carving let out a low cry. Although the human in front of it looked very unfamiliar, the aura he emitted was incomparably friendly. He must be the master that it had been waiting for. The bed and the door. It was about a few dozen feet away. The man and beast stared at each other. They did not speak, but it was filled with warmth. Just as Yi Xingqian and the azure sky jade carving were reunited, Jun Changshao was still on the space-time worm's flight to the Soul Race's continent. The system said, with a high-grade or even higher-level insight talisman, you can learn any martial arts in seconds. What are you hesitating for? On the way, it patiently persuaded him. Jun Changshao pretended not to hear it. As he hurried along, he paid attention to the endless void outside, hoping that he would be lucky enough to see the corpse of a powerhouse again. Unfortunately, she never saw him again. There might be very few experts who could break through the void on a plane. If all the planes were counted, the number would be a little too large. However, in the vast universe, there were just insignificant ants. Therefore, even if they failed, finding their corpses would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Master. After digging for a few more days, the space-time worm stopped and said, We're about to reach the deeper level of the crossing zone. The process might be a little painful. Crossing area? Jun Changshao asked, What do you mean? The space-time worm explained, The two planes are extremely far apart. Even the most powerful person would need hundreds of years to get there. That's why we always choose to enter the crossing zone when we're digging a tunnel. From there, we can teleport. Jun Changshao said in astonishment, Is it that magical? Ka. The space-time worm continued to gnaw, and soon, an area with folded space appeared on the path. Master. This is the crossing area. Space is folded. Jun Changshao was silent for a moment before he said, I think I understand a little. Shua. The space-time worm slithered into the crossing zone like a water snake. Jun Changshao followed closely behind. However, the moment he stepped in, he felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Master. The space-time worm was not disturbed and said, The crossing process is very painful. As long as you endure it, you'll reach your destination quickly. Jun Changshao did not say anything. He endured the pain as if his body was being torn apart and flew behind it. This feeling seemed to last for hundreds or thousands of years. When he was completely free, he returned to the normal space-time tunnel again. The space-time worm said, Master, I've already smelled the plane's aura. I should be able to reach it in a few days. Is it the Soul Continent? Go Sheng was very worried that this guy would take the wrong path and bring him to the Valoran continent. Then he would follow the three friends in the grass and shout, "Long live Demacia," in a very Chinibu manner. Old reader, with the author's character, he really did it because the protagonist of the third book had transmigrated to the game plane. Master, please rest assured, the space-time worm said confidently. I'm a professional at digging holes. It had been capturing the adjacent space-time tunnel and would not make any mistakes. Trash. A bunch of trash. In the palace of the Soul Continent, Queen Rose stood in front of the seven-colored throne and angrily scolded the kneeling soul race experts. She told them to break the seal connecting to the falling star continent as soon as possible. It had been half a year, and there was no progress at all. It was simply disappointing. Your Majesty, please calm down, a subordinate said in a trembling voice. The space-time tunnel connecting the two planes has been opened, but the entrance to the falling star continent has been restored. We can't rush in at all. Restored? Queen Rose said coldly, let me take a look. If you're lying, wait for your soul to scatter. Whoosh! She disappeared instantly. The subordinate wiped the sweat on his forehead and prayed in his heart, please don't cause any trouble, or my little life will be over. Ka-ka-ka. Ka-ka-ka. The space-time worm was still working hard to dig holes, and it was getting closer and closer to the Soul Continent. Queen Rose, who came in from the other end of the tunnel, suddenly stopped in the tunnel and listened carefully. She murmured, there seems to be movement in the endless void. Master, the space-time worm suddenly stopped and said warily, there's a powerful aura around, and it seems to be able to detect my presence. Jun Changshao said, maybe it's passing by when breaking through the void and ascending to the upper realm. Ignore it and focus on digging holes. Yes, the space-time worm continued to work. Below the master and servant, Queen Rose was puzzled. Strange, why is there no sound again? Forget it, forget it. She shook her head and continued on her way. In a short time, she arrived at the entrance to the falling star continent and found that there was indeed a spatial barrier. She held her chin and said, the tunnel opened by the previous queen with the space-time worm should exist for a long time and not heal. Queen Rose helplessly returned to the Soul Continent. Although she was quite strong, she did not dare to force open the spatial barrier because if she accidentally entered the endless void, she would definitely die. Master, after digging for another day, the space-time worm said excitedly, we're only a few dozen miles away from the Soul Continent. Damn it, Jun Changshao said, we're finally there. He had spent 10 days in the space-time tunnel. During this time, no one talked to him, and he was about to go crazy. It was not hard to imagine how lonely the corpse that had broken through the void was when it was trapped in the endless void forever. How anxious it was to die. Crack, 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 crack. The digging continued. Jun Changshao said, when we reach the destination, try to keep a distance from the other tunnel. The entrance of the other space-time tunnel might be heavily guarded by soul experts. If they were to follow the route, they would definitely meet face to face. When that happened, it would be very awkward. Understood. The space-time worm began to change its route. At this moment, it had completely locked onto the Soul Continent. It did not need to be guided by the route at all and could open a tunnel in any area of the entire plane. Master, we're here. Crack, crack. The space-time worm gnawed the last spatial barrier connecting to the Soul Continent, and the dark tunnel immediately lit up. Jun Changshao subconsciously closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. The Soul Continent. I, Jun Changshao, am here. Queen Rose, who had just returned from another space-time tunnel, suddenly sensed a weak spatial energy fluctuation thousands of miles away, so she immediately rushed over. Whoosh! The space-time worm flew out of the tunnel, and its body quickly turned pocket-sized. It said weakly, "Master, I'm too tired. I need to rest for a while." Jun Changshao flew out of the tunnel and caught the little fellow with one hand. "Baby, thank you for your hard work." With that said, he looked up at the dark space and sensed the surrounding environment. He shook his head and said, "The heaven and earth attributes here are several times thinner than the falling star continent. No wonder Queen Lingping, who controls the entire plane, is so weak." He. Jun Changshao covered his face and laughed strangely. "The Soul continent will tremble from today onwards." Jie. Suddenly his smile froze, because a refreshing rose fragrance wafted over. The 5 fingers covering his face spread open, and a beautiful and impeccable face appeared in Go Sheng's limited field. Holy **T. Jun Changshao was so shocked that he hurriedly took a few steps back. Only then did he realize that a sexy, beautiful, and elegant woman had appeared in front of him. "Kid." Queen Rose crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Go Sheng with her nostrils. She said indifferently, "What did you just say?" P.S. 5th update to make up for yesterday and the day before. Chapter 1103. P.S. The previous chapter has been modified. Before the space-time worm fainted, it spat to fill the entrance. The moment he entered the Soul continent, Jun Changshao had all kinds of plans in his mind. For example, should he cause a ruckus in the various cities or head straight to the palace to capture Empress Lingping? No, that was too direct. It was too unconventional. He should first use the hidden cultivation technique to hide himself and carefully investigate the Soul continent to see how strong the overall strength of this plane was. Just as he was thinking and laughing, Empress Rose had already rushed over from afar. If the Soul continent was compared to a dungeon, the Empress, who had absolute authority and controlled the entire Soul race, would definitely be the final boss. Jun Changshao, who had spent a lot of effort to dig a hole, encountered the boss the moment he stepped into the dungeon. This scene was a little awkward. Fortunately, Go Sheng did not know that the boss of the Soul race had suddenly appeared. He smiled and said, "I was just saying that the world we live in is simply a paradise." This woman was definitely of the Soul race. He had to pretend to be of the Soul race. Otherwise, how could he investigate the enemy if his identity was exposed? That's not right. Empress Rose said indifferently, "You seem to be talking about trembling just now." As she spoke, she sized up the surrounding space and thought to herself in confusion, "Strange, there was clearly the aura of the spatial barrier just now. Why did it suddenly disappear?" Fortunately, the space-time worm had filled the hole before it fainted. Otherwise, the situation would be even more awkward. Jun Changshao clutched his chest and said, "Every time I look at this beautiful mountain and river, my heart trembles violently. I'm also proud to be a member of the Soul race." The system said in admiration, "How ridiculous!" Empress Rose smiled. Under her wise leadership, the people still had a strong sense of belonging to their home. "Big sister." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "I'm from another city. May I ask?" Rose Queen's sexy face immediately turned gloomy, and she said, "What did you call me?" "Huh. Did the term big sister make her sound old?" Jun Changshao hurriedly changed his words and said, "Sister, I'm from another city. May I ask if there are any cities nearby?" Whoosh whoosh. Before he could finish speaking, Rose Queen suddenly waved her hand, and a vigorous energy burst out, turning into a heavy palm that pressed down. Boom! In an instant, the ground caved in with a 5-fingered palm print. Hey! Jun Changshao, who dodged in time, stood in the air and was speechless. "I didn't offend you, so why did you suddenly attack me?" Rose Queen was surprised and said to herself, "So he's at the airborne realm." The airborne realm was equivalent to Wu Huang. "Brat, you don't know me?" Rose Queen asked. Jun Changshao said, "I've already said that I'm from another city and I'm unfamiliar with this place." How would I know you? AI. The Rose Queen sighed. She had been fighting in other planes ever since she took over as the Empress. So much so that no one in the airborne realm could recognize her when she returned to her own territory. Come down. Rose Queen waved her hand and said, I'll tell you where there are cities nearby. Jun Changshao said, I can say it right now. I'm not deaf. This woman attacked without saying anything. She must be very irritable. It was safer for him to stay away from her. Rose Queen frowned and said in a commanding tone, Come down. F***CK. Did this woman think of him as a servant that could be ordered around? Psycho. Jun Changshao said with a smile before flying off in a certain direction. It was not easy to sneak into the soul realm, so he naturally would not waste time with a woman who was mentally ill. Huff huff. However, he had not flown far when a powerful force erupted behind him. A large hand with a monstrous aura grabbed him. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out, and the space trembled slightly. The large hand, condensed of energy, completely collapsed into nothingness. The rolling wind messed up Jun Changshao's black hair. He stood in the air and clenched his fist. With a cold gaze he said, Woman, don't go too far. Boom! Ouch! Another big hand came from the other side and directly sent Jun Changshao flying. He smashed into several huge rocks and was sent crashing into the mountain 1,000 feet away in the shape of a swastika. This woman is very strong, the system said. Ka. Jun Changshao, who had crawled out of the crack in the stone, said in shock. At the very least, she is comparable to a high-level wusheng. Whoosh! Rose Queen appeared out of thin air and was only half a meter away from him. She smiled with interest and said, Little guy, you are quite good at taking a beating. Your strength is probably beyond the airborne realm, isn't it? Oh no. Jun Changshao was shocked. Rose Queen's smooth right hand suddenly came over. Just as it was about to touch his chest, the light of time exploded, and then there was a loud bang. Boom! Jun Changshao directly smashed the mountain and retreated with his hands crossed in a defensive manner. The expression on his face was slightly ferocious. Ta! It was not until he retreated far away that he stabilized his body. He raised his head and looked at the smiling woman in the distance and said in disbelief, Her strength is definitely not weaker than the supreme elder of Taishian Xingzong. Come on. I just came here and I already met a powerhouse of this level? Or is it that the overall strength of the Spiritus continent is so strong that any random woman has the cultivation of great perfection wusheng? Suddenly, Jun Changshao found that rose petals were falling from above, carrying with them the intoxicating fragrance of roses. F***CK. Boom, 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 boom. The falling rose petals flickered as if bombs had been detonated, immediately rolling up thick smoke. Whoosh! Jun Changshao flew out at high speed. His whole body was in a mess. To be able to withstand my attacks consecutively, this kid is not bad. Rose Queen crossed her hands and said with a smile, Let's see where you can run to. Buzz! The space shook and a barrier was formed. Boom! Jun Changshao, who was running away, slammed into the barrier and was bounced back. Go Sheng, who had always been bullying others, was bullied when he just came to the Spiritus continent, and it was a woman. This was a bit too F***king comfortable. Huff huff, huff huff huff. In the sky, large hands pressed down, carrying with them increasing power, shaking the space until it began to collapse on a large scale. Boom! 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 A strong vibration came from the ground, and large hands appeared out of thin air, mixing dust and energy as if covering the sky. Rose Queen retracted her hand and said with a smile, You can't hide this time. Suddenly, a trace of surprise appeared between her brows. In the area of dust and energy, Jun Changshao's figure gradually appeared, wearing a battle armor and waving a red cloak behind him. He looked up coldly and said, You're so unreasonable. Go Sheng was angry. Go Sheng was angry. If his identity was exposed, it was understandable that he was attacked by the powerhouses of the Spiritas continent. But this woman was obviously teasing him, and he could not tolerate it. Jun Changshao, when had he suffered such humiliation? Clang! Jun Changshao put on the True Yang mask and took out the True Yang sword, turning into an emotionless killer. He said with a cold voice, "Don't think that I won't dare to hit you just because you're a woman." Chapter 1104. Jun Changshao boasted that he was a gentleman, but if he was provoked, he would even dare to hit a woman. For example, the former palace lord of Juda Temple and Fong Lingyu were both top beauties. In the end, one was brutally abused, and the other was directly killed. Now, this woman, who exuded a high and mighty aura, repeatedly mocked him just because her cultivation was a little stronger. This was intolerable. Watch carefully. Today, Jun Changshao, am going to hit a woman again. One word, sword technique. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, dense sword aura was unleashed, as if it carried the power to tear space and pressed forward. Rose Queen was surprised and said, "This kid is a swordsman." In the beginning, she thought that Jun Changshao was just in the airborne realm. After a short fight, she found that the other party was very resistant to beatings and had decent strength. Now that he knew the way of the sword, it was even more incredible. The Spiritas world was very scarce. If one simply cultivated there, it would be very difficult to become stronger. Therefore, they had to invade other planes to improve their cultivation. A Spiritas warrior like Jun Changshao, who had strong physical strength and also knew the way of the sword, was very rare. 1,000-flower plucking hands. Powerful energy burst from Rose Queen's body, turning into slender white hands that grabbed at the sword aura sweeping over. Smack! 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 In an instant, the thousands of sword aura flying over were caught by thousands of jade hands. "Kid." Rose Queen smiled and said, "You're a talent." This smile was very charming. Readers who saw this would definitely say in this chapter, "I'll protect the Queen's smile." Jun Changshao was not confused. Instead, he frowned. With his current understanding of Ling Jian's divine art, even Lan Jingting of Taishin Xingzong might not be able to easily deal with the one-word sword technique. The system said, "This woman's strength is stronger than Wu Sheng's great perfection. The host can either use a stronger trump card or run." Jun Baobao felt bitter. It was not easy to sneak into the Spiritas world by relying on the time and space bug, but he met a terrifying powerhouse right at the beginning. This was really bad luck. Boom! Boom! Bang! At this moment, the sword chi that was suspended in midair was crushed by her hand. Swish! The Rose Queen appeared in front of Jun Changshao again. She waved her hand and placed it on his chin. "You are now my servant." She smiled and said, "You are now my servant." "Are you crazy?" Boom! The violent energy suddenly exploded in midair. Shoo! Jun Changshao turned into a stream of light and rushed out of the rolling energy. With the combination of his wings and flight ability, he fled towards the endless sky as fast as he could. Go Sheng decided to make a strategic retreat after realizing how powerful this female psychopath was. He would only make further plans after he had a better understanding of the situation in the Soul continent. As for using his trump card, "Please, I've only been here for a few minutes. If I use my ultimate move, how am I supposed to survive in the Jianghu in the future?" At this time, whether Jun Changshao could leave or not depended on whether Rose Queen was willing or not. She had turned into a red stream of light and chased after him. Obviously, she wasn't willing. Brat. Things that I set my eyes on can't run away. Big sister. Sister. Girl. Beauty. I was wrong, okay? Don't chase me. Jun Changshao howled as he frantically tried to escape. Boom! He crashed into the spatial barrier again. Swish! Rose Queen took the opportunity to chase after him. She pointed 2 fingers in the air, and a red stream of light that looked like a rope flew out and tied Jun Changshao up in an instant. F***CK. Jun Changshao cursed. This is too much. It would have been better if he hadn't cursed. Once he did, Rose Queen became angry. She pointed 2 red streams of light again and tied him up like a big dumpling. The system said the host is being abused. If it weren't for his equipment, Go Shang might not even be able to defeat Lan Jingting. Now that he was facing the stronger Rose Queen and didn't want to use his trump card, he deserved to end up like this. Swish! Rose Queen flew over and said, "I've given you a chance to escape." Jun Changshao couldn't move at all. He glared at her with the resentment of a young man and said, "If I wasn't injured, I wouldn't have been captured so easily." Oh. Rose Queen looked up and down and said, "You're injured." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "If I'm in my best condition, I can press you to the ground with one finger." The system said, "You've been captured, but you can still act tough without batting an eyelid. Admirable, admirable." Ha ha ha. Rose Queen covered her mouth and laughed. "So, I'm taking advantage of you?" Jun Changshao proudly said, "If you have the ability, then let me go first. I'll wait until my injuries are healed before I fight with you again. If I lose, then I'll admit defeat. So, you'll only be willing to be my servant if I defeat you in your best condition?" Rose Queen said. "That's right." Jun Changshao said. Swish, swish, swish. The red light instantly loosened and disappeared without a trace. After being freed, Jun Changshao shook his body and said, 3 days later, at this place, you and I will fight again." He could tell that although this woman was teasing him, she didn't have any ill intentions. He would use the promise to calm her down first. As for 3 days later, "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in the service area or has been turned off." "Okay," Rose Queen agreed. This guy was a bit arrogant. He had to be convinced with absolute strength. "Goodbye." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Swish." Rose Queen stood in front of him and said with a smile, "However, I'm worried that you'll break the promise. I have to follow you at all times these 3 days." "Break the promise?" Jun Changshao said angrily. "You're humiliating my dignity." "So what if I'm humiliating you?" Rose Queen crossed her arms and looked at him with her nostrils again. Under her domineering aura, there was a "if you keep talking, I'll beat you up" aura. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "The legs are on you. If you want to follow me, then follow me." Ha ha ha. The system laughed out loud. As a very professional face-slapping system, no matter how funny it was, it wouldn't laugh unless it couldn't help it. However, speaking of which, why don't I sympathize with the host, who is so thick-skinned to the point of using his face to take a slap, and instead I feel a little happy. F***CK off. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart and got up to leave. Rose Queen really followed him. She even kept a distance of 0.5 meter to 1 meter from him. Jun Changshao was speechless. How can I take the opportunity to slip away when she's watching me so closely? Sigh, sneaking to the Soul Continent this time is a failure. "What's your name?" "Handsome." This name doesn't sound good. Seeing that your face is white and clean, I'll call you Xiao Bai from now on. Xiao Bai my ass. You're too casual in naming me. Also, why did you give me a name? Do you really think of me as a servant? Chapter 1105. Whoosh, whoosh. On the slightly desolate land, the wind whistled from time to time, rolling up dust and weeds, making the atmosphere of heaven and earth even more strange. Gradually, Jun Changshao and Rose Queen came out of the dust. The two agreed to fight again in 3 days. However, at this moment, Jun Changshao was thinking hard about how to get rid of the other party and then explore the Soul Continent freely. "Follow this direction and you'll see a city," Rose Queen said. Jun Changshao was silent. He felt like a prisoner being escorted by her. No. Jun Changshao thought, if I can't get rid of her, I'll find a chance to suck her into the vacuum. Then, why didn't he use it immediately? Because the other party was too strong. Gosheng wasn't sure he could handle it. For example, when facing the sky battlefield ghost on the battlefield, he relied on the Purple King to wear him down in the early stage to finish the job. Hateful woman. Don't let me seize the opportunity, or I'll send you to the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing tower for training. Thinking of being restrained just now, Gosheng decided to capture her. He must take the soul-suppressing whip from Arya and whip her himself to relieve the hatred in his heart. Xiaobai, Rose Queen said, "What are you thinking?" Jun Changshao planned to continue to remain silent, but suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and said, "I'm thinking of a way." "A way? A way to your heart." Rose Queen stood still, her bright eyes filled with surprise. "There's a chance." In Jun Changxiao's sea of consciousness, lines of vulgar words of love flashed past like a bullet screen, and then he instantly caught one and said, "Do you know why I'm afraid of you?" Rose Queen said, "Because I'm strong." "No," Jun Changxiao said seriously, "because I'm afraid of my wife." Rose Queen lowered her head. Jun Changxiao was immediately delighted. Just as he was about to continue saying vulgar words of love, he saw the woman suddenly clench her fists and said angrily, "A servant dares to tease me!" Boom! The ground cracked and dust flew. After it dissipated, Jun Changxiao was lying in the deep pit with his 4 feet facing down. There was a gourd-shaped bump on the back of his head. Several hundred li away, a city made of black ores appeared. Jun Changxiao walked in with a big bag on his head. He found that most of the soul race people were in human form. They were no different from the humans of the falling star continent. According to Souls 1 and 2, the Spiritus' true form was also in human form. Only when invading other planes would they use their souls to occupy other people's bodies. Aren't they too weak? After casually observing the city for a while, Jun Changxiao found that the strongest Soul Clan warrior he encountered was only comparable to a martial disciple. Even the small cities in Yangzhou in the southwest of the Starfall continent had at least martial masters. AI. Queen Rose sighed. Surviving in such a harsh environment, it's not easy for our soul race to produce a talent like you. Ever since she ascended the throne, she had been fighting in other planes and paid little attention to the mainland. This time, when she came to a remote city and saw that the overall strength of the people was low, she immediately felt a strong sense of self-blame. He Wudi's hidden cultivation technique is indeed powerful. This woman, with a powerful cultivation base, didn't find out that I'm actually a human. Jun Changxiao secretly rejoiced. In fact, in the Spiritus continent, as long as one didn't claim to be a human, even if one didn't use the hidden cultivation technique, one wouldn't be discovered. This was because this world became stronger by invading other planes. Not only did it have human characteristics, but it also had human aura. To put it bluntly, it was because after a long period of conquest and obtaining human strength, the genes and bloodline of the Spiritus were constantly changing. For example, if Queen Rose, who had an extremely strong aura, went to the human plane with her true form, there would be no doubt that she was an alien. I want to go to the outhouse. Go. Oh my God, you have to follow me to the outhouse. I'm afraid you'll run away. Jun Changxiao and Queen Rose appeared in a remote city, immediately attracting a large number of residents to watch. After all, one was handsome and extraordinary, and the other was beautiful. Of course, they would never have thought that it was their empress, because ever since she ascended the throne, she had been elusive. Queen Rose definitely wouldn't say loudly, "I'm your empress. Hurry up and kneel to me." Instead, she walked on the streets incognito. However, every time she saw her people with extremely low realms, her heart ached. She thought to herself, "I've conquered countless planes over the years. Although I've obtained countless martial arts resources, it's just a drop in the bucket to improve the overall strength of my people." Ever since she became the 4th Empress, she had a grand plan in her heart to make the continent stronger in the shortest time possible. For this reason, she stayed in other planes and didn't hesitate to take the lead and charge. It was because of her strength and actual combat strength that Jun Changxiao, who had a cheat, was defeated. Don't you need to find an inn to stay and recuperate? Queen Rose asked after walking a few rounds in the city. That's what I was thinking. The two of them came to an inn. Innkeeper, we want 2 rooms. 1 is enough. Jun Changxiao looked at Queen Rose in surprise and thought to himself, are the women of the soul race so unrestrained? They don't care about the propriety between men and women at all? Or is she trying to take advantage of me? Kid. Queen Rose said indifferently, I'm afraid you'll run away. Pa. With a wave of her hand, 2 crystal clear spirit stones landed on the counter and said, one of the best rooms. Okay. The innkeeper hurriedly nodded and bowed to arrange. Jun Changxiao's spiritual sense spread out and came into contact with the spirit stones. He was secretly shocked. 5 times stronger than natural spirit stones. It was just a room, but she was so generous. Could it be that she was a rich woman? If it weren't for his dignity as a man, he might have leaned over and asked in a low voice, Big sister, do you still need a pendant on your leg? The very handsome kind. Creak, creak. The door opened and closed. Seeing that there was only 1 bed in the luxurious room, Jun Changxiao said helplessly, I'm really not used to sleeping on the same bed as others. Queen Rose waved her hand and summoned 2 chairs. She said, I'm not used to it either, so you can sleep here. Jun Changxiao said, I'd better book another room. Come back, Queen Rose said coldly. That unquestionable commanding tone was quite strong, which made Go Xing very unhappy. He wanted nothing more than to take out the unstoppable blade and fight her to the end. Forget it. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, let's wait until the space-time worm wakes up. The reason he didn't dare to use the unstoppable blade was that he was in the Soul Race's continent, and the entrance to the Falling Star continent was blocked. Unless he destroyed the entire world, he would fall into a period of weakness for a few months after using the blade. He would definitely go to hell to sing. Late at night, it was as dark as ink. Jun Changxiao sat in the corner of the room. He seemed to be meditating and resting, but in fact he had been paying attention to Queen Rose, who was sleeping on the bed. He was planning to take advantage of this opportunity to deal with her with the vacuum cleaner. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the bedding on the bed flickered with a faint light. What's going on? Jun Changxiao was stunned. Queen Rose, who was sleeping, had a slightly ferocious expression, and strange lines appeared on her neck. This woman seems to be in a lot of pain. Opportunity. A godsend opportunity. Swish. Jun Changxiao rushed over, carrying the magically modified vacuum cleaner on his back. Then he walked to the bed, lifted the bedding, raised the flat suction mouth, and pressed it against Queen Rose's back. Under the enhancement mode, a strong suction force burst out. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The strange lines on Queen Rose's neck were sucked in uncontrollably. A faint smile appeared on Jun Changxiao's face. Your soul has fallen into my hands. Wait for me to go to the Heaven Origin soul-suppressing tower to receive a good training. Swish. At this moment, Queen Rose, who was in pain, suddenly relaxed. She turned around and sent the flat suction mouth flying with her right hand. She pressed Jun Changxiao's shoulder and pressed him against the wall. She said with a cold gaze, What are you doing? Chapter 1106. Jun Changxiao, who was pinned against the wall, was dumbfounded. He had clearly sucked her soul into the vacuum cleaner, so why did she suddenly retaliate? Moreover, in the enhanced mode, a wave of his hand sent the flat vacuum cleaner flying. No. Jun Changxiao calmed down and immediately merged into the vacuum cleaner. When he discovered the strange attribute that was bound, he broke down. Damn it, this is not a soul. No matter if it was number 1, number 2, or number 3, the souls that were sucked in were grassland green, and definitely not this black attribute that resembled poison. Wait a minute. Poison attribute? Jun Changshao instantly realized that the woman's painful state just now might be due to the poison outbreak. He thought that the opportunity had come, so he used the magically modified vacuum cleaner to help her suck away the poison in her body and help her resolve the crisis? Based on the current situation, that seems to be the case. The system said, if not for the fact that he was pinned against the wall and unable to move, Goshing might have squatted in the corner and slapped his own face. Jun Changshao. Not only did he not manage to deal with her, he even helped her detoxify the poison in her body. Was he stupid? Was he stupid? Jun Changshao was, after all, the patriarch of the sect of all times. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. Are you poisoned? Did the poison just happen to act up? Rose Queen said coldly, did you see it just now? Nonsense. Jun Changshao said indifferently, we were in the same room. Wouldn't I be blind if I didn't see it? It had to be said that in front of such a domineering woman, Go Sheng's performance was very manly. Rose Queen said, and then, the poison in your body is very strong, and it will bring you great pain. I couldn't stand it, so I helped you detoxify the poison. Jun Changshao said calmly. Strictly speaking, he had indeed detoxified the poison, although that was not the purpose at the beginning. Rose Queen looked at him with a suspicious gaze. If I'm not wrong, the poison in your body will torture you for a long time. Now that you can bind me as if nothing has happened, do you still need to question it? Jun Changshao said. Rose Queen let go of his hand and sat on the bed. She pointed at the vacuum cleaner on his back and said, you used this thing to detoxify me? Normally, the poison would last for at least a few hours every time it flared up, but it would suddenly disappear from his body. He was the only one in the room, so it was easy to understand. Not bad. Jun Changshao said, this is the 10,000 poison purifier. It's specifically used to restrain poison. The system was truly impressed. Bragging simply came out of his mouth. Of course. Jun Changshao continued, this supreme treasure of mine is a little overbearing. When it purifies the poison, it will bring harm to the poisoned person. So, Rose Queen finished his sentence for him. After I recovered from the state of pain, I thought you were going to harm me, so I pressed you against the wall without any explanation. AI, letting out a long sigh, Jun Changshao replied, if I knew that I would be misunderstood for helping someone resolve danger, I would have pretended that I didn't see anything. In his heart, he was thinking that not only was this woman strong, but her IQ was also quite high. How was he going to deal with her in the future? What is it? Rose Queen teased. Do you still feel wronged? Jun Changshao sat on the chair and said, after being pressed by you, my injuries have worsened. The battle in 3 days will be postponed to 5 days later. He didn't really want to fight with the other party to determine the outcome, but he had to think of a way to stall for time and then find an opportunity to escape. Rose Queen walked over and stepped on the corner of the chair with one foot. She smiled and said, not to mention 5 days, I will wait for you for 50 days, even 50 years. Do you know why? Jun Changshao was stunned. Was she going to say some cheesy words of love? Why? Because Rose Queen said, you are my servant. Jun Changshao wanted to cry, but had no tears. Big sister, we have no grievances in the past and no enmity today. Why can't you let me go? Let me go. Rose Queen said, as long as you defeat me, you will immediately regain your freedom. Okay, Jun Changshao said with a serious gaze. In 5 days, we will decide the victor. The system joked, you're not investigating the sole continent. Investigate my ass. Jun Changshao roared hysterically in his heart. I must defeat her. I've had enough. At that time, even if I have to use my strongest trump card, it doesn't matter. Rose Queen smiled and said, I hope that after your injuries recover, you won't disappoint me. Woman, I won't disappoint you. Even if irretrievable blade can't deal with you, I still have contribution points. I still have a high-grade store. Even if I have to use up all my wealth, I will defeat you to redeem the dignity of a man. I like that, the system said happily. Although Jun Changshao was angry in his heart, he still said calmly, If I lose, I will become your servant. What if you lose? You have to pay something, right? I won't lose. What if you lose? There is no what if. Jun Changshao felt that he was confident enough, but he didn't expect a woman to be even more confident than him. Indeed, there was always a mountain higher than the mountain, and there was always someone stronger. How about this? Rose Queen added, If you lose, you will be my servant. If I lose, I will be your master. What's the F** king difference? Jun Changshao roared. Shua. Rose Queen grabbed his collar and said, Brat, do you know that the number of people who want to be my servant can fill up a city? You should feel lucky that I took the initiative to accept you as my servant. Because the two were very close, a rich rose fragrance drifted over. Don't talk nonsense. Jun Changshao was completely unmoved by the fragrance and said, If I lose, I will be your servant. If you lose, you will be my maid. He he he. Rose Queen let go of his hand and covered her mouth as she laughed. This brat is really bold. He actually dares to have the idea of making me his maid. You don't dare to bet? Jun Changshao said. Rose Queen leaned over and whispered in his ear, Xiao Bai, I will give you 5 days to learn how to be a good servant. Jun Changshao almost vomited blood. Ever since he transmigrated, he had never been bullied so unscrupulously. Do you dare to bet? Fine. Rose Queen retracted her body and said, If you lose, you will be my servant. If I lose, I will be your maid. A gentleman's word. A man of his word. Fine. At this point, the bet between the two was officially established. System. Jun Changshao asked, How many contribution points are you still holding back? 100,000. The system said. Jun Changshao sneered in his heart. For this maid, I will take her even if I have to go bankrupt. Of course, it is a waste of her talent to be a maid. I can bring her back to Falling Star Continent and make her a hall master. Go, Shing took a fancy to Rose Queen. Of course, it was not her appearance or figure, but her strength. If he could subdue her, the Sect of all times would have a powerful fighter. Here, Rose Queen threw a space ring and said, Help me cure the poison. This is your reward. Jun Changshao did not catch it and let it fall to his feet. Damn it, using reward to describe it. Does she think of herself as a high and mighty queen, or does she really think of me as a servant? Rose Queen said, There are 10,000 spirit stones that I paid for at the counter just now. Swoosh! Jun Changshao quickly picked up the space ring and said with an angry expression, Thank you. P.S. 4th update, adding one more chapter, looking for recommendation tickets on Monday, monthly tickets. Chapter 1107. Jun Changshao lacked nothing but martial arts resources. So when he found out that there were 10,000 spirit stones in the ring, he picked it up angrily. Why was he angry? Because this was the dignity a man should have. Bah! The system said, shameless. Rose Queen said, Take out the 10,000 poison purifier on your back. Being able to purify the poison in her body made her very interested. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, This treasure of mine can only be used once, and it takes a long time to use it again. It has no effect now. Then forget it. Rose Queen gave up on the idea of studying it. In her opinion, this guy was her servant, so the 10,000 poison purifier was equivalent to her own thing. Sleep. Jun Changshao sat cross-legged on the chair, thinking about the battle in a few days. Should he directly use hard to retract blade, or use 9 heavens and 10 earths sky tyrant spear first? This spear was a divine artifact refined by Emperor Jinwei, and he gave it a Chinibyu name. She's interested in the vacuum cleaner. If I take out the spear and see that it's above divine grade, won't she fight for it? If it's snatched in the battle, it'll be very troublesome. Forget it. I'll just use hard to retract blade. As a first wish weapon, it had long been bound to Jun Changshao, so there was no need to worry about it being snatched away. The system said rather pessimistically that was a perfect opportunity just now, but the host didn't manage to subdue her with the vacuum cleaner. This woman is very strong, so hard to retract blade might not be able to deal with her. Jun Changshao was silent. Indeed, in that painful and weak state just now, she could have sucked in the poison along with her soul. However, she quickly turned around and waved her hand to hit the flat suction mouth. What did this mean? It meant that the suction force in enhanced mode was completely useless against her. Hard to retract blade was Jun Changxiao's strongest trump card. If this couldn't deal with the enemy, then it would be very tragic. The system said, so the host should stall for time. If it really doesn't work, wait for the space-time worm to wake up and leave the soul continent. When your cultivation level increases, you can come back and attack. You're not instigating me to spend contribution points. Jun Changshao was a little surprised. The system said, all expenditure of contribution points must be established reasonably. Since you know that spending them is useless, I naturally won't recommend it. Jun Changshao said bitterly, to be able to make you feel guilty, it also shows that this woman is very strong. Very strong. The system said, according to my calculations, even if the host uses hard to retract blade, the chances of winning will not exceed 30%. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples. When he arrived at the Spiritas continent, he thought that he would be able to turn the world upside down. But in the end, the first Spiritas expert he encountered was so troublesome. How could it not be troublesome? At the start of the game, they encountered the biggest boss in the dungeon. Forget it, forget it. After careful consideration, Jun Changshao inwardly said, I'd better think of a way to get rid of this woman. Since there was no absolute chance of winning, and the unsealing of Unstoppable Blade would cause him to fall into a long period of weakness, he intended to continue with the tactical retreat strategy. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Wait until I break through to the peak of Wushang. Then I'll come back to settle the score with her. Ding. Side quest activated. Jun Changxiao's eyelids twitched when he heard the notification. He thought to himself, I have an ominous premonition. He opened the mission panel. The content presented on it was, please defeat Rose of Flowers, who wants to take him as a servant, within a month and redeem the dignity of a man. Time remaining, 29 days super elite quest, as expected. Jun Changshao broke down and said, the quest is related to her. He had completed many side quests over the years. He could roughly guess when they would appear at the critical juncture. I'm planning to retreat tactically. The system gave me a quest. Isn't it obvious that it wants me to fight her to the end? To Jun Changxiao's relief, the quest time limit was 1 month, not 5 days as agreed in the previous bet. Super elite quest. Looking at the last note of the quest, Jun Changshao was a little surprised. He had done so many elite quests, but he had never seen one with a super prefix. The system explained, obviously this elite quest is as difficult as before, so the word super is added. The reward after completing it is also generous? Yes. Jun Changshao made up his mind and said, for the dignity of a man, I must defeat her. Shua. He opened the high-level store. He couldn't beat that woman because the cheat wasn't strong enough. Therefore, whether it was for the dignity of a man or to complete the side quest, he had to exchange for a higher-level cheat. It would be best if it was the kind that was invincible. Ding. Sect contribution points. 288,007,0000. Jun Changshao fiercely scrolled down and spent 10,000 contribution points. The items in the high-level store were instantly replaced. Damn, After seeing the first item, Go Sheng jumped up on the spot. He squatted from sitting cross-legged, and his eyes were filled with excitement. The first item in the high-level store was Secret Realm of Time and Space. This item was similar to the Secret Realm of Time and Space that he had previously obtained. Its level was intermediate and had a higher and longer time acceleration effect. When he was feeding the space-time worm, he was complaining that it would be good if there was a higher time acceleration. He didn't expect that it would appear in the high-level store. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it without any effort. The system said, "I've long advised the host to get the high-level ones." Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, "If I go with the mentality of getting the secret realm of time and space, I'll definitely fall into a quagmire and not be able to get out." Getting the store was like drawing a lottery. It all depended on luck. If he insisted on getting what he wanted, he might become a poor man. Jun Changshao wasn't in a hurry to buy the intermediate secret realm of time and space. He continued to browse the other items, praying that there would be a talisman like the universal talisman that could instantly increase his combat power. The universal talisman could only be purchased twice, and Gosheng had used it all. Otherwise, with the help of Hard to Stop and the talisman that could increase his cultivation, he might be able to fight against Rose Queen. There were quite a lot of good items in the high-level store. All kinds of holy and divine-grade martial arts techniques, weapons, and elixir formulas could be seen everywhere. However, because it didn't directly increase his combat power, Jun Changshao only glanced at it and didn't consider buying it for the time being. Suddenly, his eyes locked on an item called One More Bottle. From the pattern, it looked like a drink bottle cap. "I should be thanking you for your purchase." Although he was complaining, Jun Changshao was attracted by this strange item, so he clicked on the detailed introduction. Item One More Bottle. Introduction. Kong Shui Fu brand One More Bottle reward cap effect. After using it, you can ignore the purchase restrictions of any item and obtain the right to purchase it once. Advantage. It's suitable for all kinds of weapons, elixirs, talismans, and other items that can't be purchased again due to purchase restrictions. Drawback. Any restricted goods purchased will cause the user to experience a whole body weakness debuff for 1 year. If the goods themselves have side effects, the debuff will be doubled. Price. 10,000 contribution points. Note: this item won't appear in the purchased items column. If you still need it, you can continue to refresh it in the high-level store. Chapter 1108. After reading the introduction of the second bottle, Jun Changshao understood that it was to give him the right to buy a restricted item. The system suggested the host can use it to buy the talisman of heaven and earth. That's what I was thinking. Although there were many good items newly refreshed, none of them could instantly increase one's combat power. Using it to buy the talisman of heaven and earth was undoubtedly the most suitable option. The system said, with the host's current level, with the help of the talisman of heaven and earth, you may be able to reach the peak of Wusheng or even higher. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. In terms of equipment, he was definitely not weaker than that woman, but his level was far from hers. If he could make up for it, he should be able to defeat her. But the second bottle only gave him the right to buy, and he still had to buy the talisman of heaven and earth, which would cost him 20,000 contribution points. Moreover, Jun Changshao frowned and said, "The talisman of heaven and earth will weaken me for a year after use, and the side effects will double if I have another bottle. Won't I be weak for 2 years?" The system said, "Isn't there a middle-grade space-time arcane realm? Maybe the side effects will be offset after a few days." That makes sense. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up again. The system said, if the host completes this kind of super elite mission, the reward will definitely be higher. Okay, under the strong promotion, Jun Changshao immediately made a decision. He then looked at the abominable woman called Rose of Flowers lying on the bed and said coldly, "Give me 50,000 contribution points first." Ding. Sect contribution points. 788-007-0000. Ding! The host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained another bottle X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! The host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Spacetime Arcane Realm X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! The host has used another bottle and selected the Talisman of Heaven and Earth, obtaining the right to buy it once. Ding! The host has spent 10,000 contribution points and obtained Talisman of Heaven and Earth X1. It has been transferred to the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points for 88-007-0000. Jun Changshao, who was squatting on the chair, gradually revealed a sinister smile when the Talisman of Heaven and Earth appeared in the space ring. The shadow behind him turned into a big bad wolf. 1 month was too long. He had to seize every minute. The improved hard to retract saber could bring the user a powerful combat strength. But as the realm increased and the opponent became stronger, it was still unknown how long it could last. Therefore, Jun Changshao did not dare to rely on this item alone to fight Rose Queen. Once it was ineffective. Even if he could fight her to a standstill, he would be at her mercy after the effect wore off. Now that he had the universal talisman, he was confident. After all, this kind of magical talisman could raise one's cultivation by at least one major realm after using it. When the Grand Elder of the Extreme Cold Palace came to make trouble, Jun Changshao used it for the first time. He broke through from the 9th grade king of sword and martial arts to Wu Sheng in one fell swoop, directly crushing the former. In the finals of the dragon and tiger battle for hegemony, facing the upper realm's palm seal, he did not rely on his face to withstand it, but mainly on the universal talisman. Hard to retract saber could provide Jun Changshao with a powerful combat strength, turning any difficulty into a lawnmower game. The universal talisman could provide him with a higher level of cultivation in an instant. Both of them were trump cards. Unfortunately, the universal talisman was too buggy and could only be purchased twice. He thought that he would never use such a game-breaking item in his life, but in the end, it was realized by another bottle. Damn woman! Jun Changshao looked at the sleeping Rose Queen and gritted his teeth. I'll let you know what true strength is. 5 days later, in the area where yellow sand danced in the air, there was a murderous aura. This was the place where Jun Changshao and Rose Queen met for the first time. The two of them were hundreds of feet apart at this moment, their eyes flashing with coldness. Woman. Go Sheng proudly cupped his hands and said, "If you kneel and beg for mercy now, you can still avoid death." Is that so? Rose Queen laughed, her beautiful eyes filled with disdain. Jun Changshao didn't waste any more words with this woman. He directly crushed the universal talisman and broke through from sword and martial sages to Einherjar great perfection. No, he was a martial emperor. This power, Jun Changshao clenched his fists and felt a power that was powerful enough to destroy heaven and earth. His eyes flashed with excitement. He looked up and shouted, "This is so F***ing awesome!" The system said, "The host doesn't even need to use hard to retract saber." Swoosh! Jun Changshao raised his hand and pointed at the Rose Queen. He hooked his finger and taunted, "Woman, bring it on!" Whoosh! Rose Queen rushed over. Although her speed was extremely fast, when she was about to get close, she felt a terrifying force pressing down on her. Oh no! Boom! Incomparably powerful energy instantly erupted in the battle area. The ground within dozens of miles collapsed by more than 100 feet. The rocks and plants further away couldn't withstand the wanton impact and instantly evaporated into nothingness. Jun Changshao withdrew his fist and spread his spiritual thoughts around. He couldn't help but exclaim, "A martial Grand Emperor is so terrifying." 1,000 hands plucking flowers. At this moment, in the sunken and dust-covered area below, slender arms appeared one after another. Then they merged together and turned into an even larger arm that swung over fiercely. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew Jun Changxiao's black hair away, but he stood still until the huge palm pressed down on him. He gently raised his index finger and forced it to stop. How is this possible? Rose Queen's beautiful eyes flashed with disbelief. Jun Changxiao casually used his finger to block the palm formed by the 1,000 hands. Like a high and mighty king, he said, "How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon?" Boom! The emperor's aura erupted wildly, tearing the sky and shattering the earth. Puff! Rose Queen was so shocked that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were full of shock. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, in the clouds high up in the sky, a huge finger came down with a sky full of divine light. The terrifying pressure caused a large area of space to collapse. Rose Queen's face was full of despair. This kind of powerful force made her completely lose the courage to fight against it. Boom! Finally, the huge finger that seemed to come from outer space came into contact with the ground. In an instant, the power rolled up like thousands of waves and rushed in all directions. The mountains and rivers could not bear the burden and collapsed one after another, as if the end of the world had come. Puff! Rose Queen, who was pressed under the finger, spurted blood. From her pale face, it was obvious that she had been severely injured. Impossible! Impossible! Thud! Jun Changxiao landed and stepped on her head with one foot. He crossed his arms and laughed wantonly. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! What are you laughing at? Suddenly, a voice came to his ear, instantly pulling Goshing back to reality. Rose Queen stood in front of him. Seeing him grinning foolishly and drooling, she said angrily, "I can't stand such a shameless smile." Boom! That night, the Fulai Inn collapsed. Chapter 1109. The next day, Jun Changxiao left the city with a big bump on his head. Queen Rose still followed him closely. "I'm injured again. Let's fight again in 10 days. He tried his best to stall for time so that he could have more time to nurture the space-time worm in the space ring. As for the space-time secret realm, it would only be effective if he took it out, so there was no chance now. Okay." Queen Rose had no objections. Anyway, she had left the invasion of the falling star continent to her subordinates. She had time to play with this kid for the time being. Of course, she was very curious if he would give her a surprise after he recovered from his injuries. After leaving this small city, Jun Changxiao went to the other nearby cities. After some observation, he learned that the overall strength of the soul race was not high in the harsh geographical environment. Sigh. I'm so unlucky. As soon as he arrived at the Soul Continent, he encountered a powerhouse who was stronger than Wu Sheng. In order to defeat her, he had spent so many contribution points in one night. I'm talking about Miss Rose. Jun Changxiao said, "Is there a bigger city nearby?" He could not accurately measure the overall strength of a plane just by looking at a small city. He needed to go to a bigger place. Queen Rose said, "I don't think I told you my name. How did you know?" Well, Jun Chang smiled and said, "You have the smell of roses on you, so I called you Rose." To be honest, in certain aspects, his brain worked really fast. I see. Queen Rose did not mind. She pointed to the east and said, 2,000 miles in this direction. There's a large city that can accommodate 5 million people. Is that so? Jun Changxiao's interest was immediately piqued, and he immediately rushed over. The woman was right. When he arrived at the large city, he looked at the towering city walls and the scene of people coming and going at the city gate. He could not help but think to himself, there should be many powerhouses here. However, Queen Rose had unknowingly put on a white veil to cover her beautiful face. Jun Changxiao didn't pry any further. He walked into the city and stood on the main street with an endless stream of people. He looked at the Soul Tribe experts, who were either martial masters or wuzong. He exclaimed, "There are quite a few experts here." In terms of scale, the city could not be compared to Jinyang City in Jinyang County. However, One could see spiritlings that were comparable to martial masters and Wuzong. They were indeed quite impressive. Rose Queen, whose face was covered by a white veil, smiled. This city was one of the key military fortresses that she had focused on nurturing after she became the empress. Although the population was large at first, the overall strength was very low. After many years of development, there was finally a significant improvement. Jun Changshao began to wander around the city. Although he seemed to be casually wandering about, he was actually frantically trying to gather information on the enemy. He even memorized the habits of the Spiritas. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Have you seen enough? I've seen enough. Hurry up and heal your wounds. The two of them chose another inn and asked for another room. The next day, the sky had just brightened when the sound of quarreling came from the street outside. Jun Changshao, who was in meditation, came back to his senses and thought to himself, making a ruckus on the street early in the morning. They have no manners at all. Rose Queen had already woken up. She stood in front of the window with her hair disheveled. She held the side of her face with her jade-like hands and stared outside with her starry eyes as if she was watching a show. Jun Changshao walked over. On the street, dozens of fully armed soldiers surrounded two girls who were about 15 or 16 years old. Rose Queen glanced sideways and said, "What's in your mouth?" "A toothbrush." Jun Changshao looked outside while brushing his teeth and said, "This group of soldiers should be the city guards. Why are they surrounding two weak girls early in the morning?" Rose Queen said, "They're thieves." Gulp, gulp. Jun Changshao raised his head and rinsed his mouth. Then he spat water into the cup and said, "How can they be thieves without cultivation?" T. Rose Queen put her hands on the window and said, "The passers-by outside who were watching the show were discussing in private just now. These two girls were targeted by the city Lord Sun, so they were given a groundless accusation." "I see." Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "There's no shortage of mischievous playboys anywhere." While they were talking, a good-looking young man on the street walked over surrounded by servants and said with a smile, "Those who are targeted by this young master can't escape to the ends of the earth." The two girls curled up together and trembled violently in fear. "Men," a general ordered, "capture these two female thieves and bring them back to the city Lord's mansion for interrogation. See if they have any accomplices." Yes, several soldiers strode forward. However, just as they were about to grab the two trembling girls, the fragrance of roses suddenly came. A graceful and elegant woman floated down from the sky. Jun Changshao was speechless. Does this woman want to meddle in other people's business? The playboy's eyes widened when he saw a beautiful woman suddenly descending from the sky. Oh my God! Was this a fairy from the 9 heavens? "General He." The playboy pointed at Rose Queen and said, "Quickly, these must be the accomplices of the two female thieves. Capture her quickly and bring her back to my room. Bah! Bring her back to the city Lord's mansion for interrogation." Plop! At this moment, General, he bent his knees and knelt down. The playboy was stunned. The soldiers were also scratching their heads in confusion. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's just a small fry. Is there a need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken and use pressure to control it?" Wait, there was no aura of pressure on the street. Strange. Jun Changshao was puzzled. Since there's no pressure, why did the general kneel down? Could it be that he was conquered by this woman's beauty? Bah, useless. There was nothing to say about Rose Queen's appearance. Not only did the playboy fall head over heels for her, but the surrounding soul race cultivators were also shocked. However, after General, he knelt down, his eyes were filled with shock. He put his forehead on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Minister, he greets Her Majesty." He said this sentence with difficulty, especially when he heard the last 4 words. The air froze and the entire street became silent. Her Majesty? Plop, plop. After a short pause, the soldiers standing in front of Rose Queen and dozens of soldiers standing behind General, he all knelt on the ground and shouted in horror, "Greetings, Her Majesty!" The sudden kneeling of the nearby soldiers directly highlighted the playboy. At this moment his eyes were dull, and then he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Plop, plop. In an instant, the cultivators and even the ordinary residents on the street knelt down in fear and trepidation. Rose Queen raised her hand, and energy whistled out, binding General He. She said, "What crime did these two girls commit?" She was still her, but the majesty of an emperor who had been in power for a long time completely broke out at this moment. Her aura was so strong that it was simply outrageous. Emperor Jinwei also had the aura of an emperor, but he was so weak in front of the fourth-generation empress who had been in power for thousands of years and led tens of thousands of soul race. The camera turned to the window of the inn. At this moment, the expression on Jun Changxiao's face was also frozen. He came to his senses a little, sat on the chair next to him, lit a cigar, and took a puff. He said bitterly, "It turns out that she is the boss of this plain, Lingping Empress. Number 1 and number 2 souls. You two bastards dare to lie to me." Chapter 11:10. When Queen Rose appeared in front of the public without a white veil, her identity was naturally exposed. Jun Changxiao was stunned. It turned out that this woman was the queen of the Soul clan. Something was wrong. Number 1 and number 2 souls once said that Queen Lingping's aptitude was limited. She lived in the barren Soul clan all year round. Unless she took elixirs, it was impossible for her to have a high cultivation. Damn it, they must be tricking him. The system said, "The 2 soul clans have invaded the Falling Star continent for 10,000 years. It's normal for the information to be wrong." Jun Changxiao naturally understood this. But when he thought of being bullied by that woman after entering the plane, he couldn't suppress his anger and said, "I don't care. It's their fault. I want Arya to torture them more crazily." For the host's childish behavior, the system could only choose to be silent. On the street, General He, who was bound by Queen Rose's terrifying power, said with a pale face, No crime." As the commander of the city guards, it was easy to give a groundless charge. But facing the queen at this moment, he had no courage to lie. Of course, it was useless to say it, because Queen Rose said lightly, "They are not guilty." "Are you guilty or—" She raised her hand and said coldly, "Death penalty." Boom! General He exploded on the spot. Because of the energy restraint, his flesh and blood didn't splash out. All the major cities in the Spiritas continent had their own city guards. This was something that Empress Rose had implemented after she succeeded the throne. The purpose was to maintain order and protect the city and its citizens. But now, he was abusing his power and casually convicting innocent citizens. This greatly disappointed her. The general was obliterated, and the dozens of soldiers kneeling on the ground trembled. The playboy on the ground was so scared that he peed his pants. After all, he instigated General He to arrest the queen. Even if he had 10,000 lives, he wouldn't be able to survive. Whoosh! At this moment, a strong energy diffused. The playboy was bound, and then, led by Queen Rose, flew to the city lord's mansion. Jun Changxiao knew that this woman must have gone to trouble the city lord. After all, she had a powerful son. Wait, wasn't this a good opportunity to slip away? Swish! Without another word, Jun Changxiao flew out of the city as fast as he could. Then he randomly chose a direction and disappeared through space. After Queen Rose dealt with the mayor and his son, she arranged for a new commander of the city guards. When she came to the inn where she had stayed before, she found that the guy had disappeared. Only a toothbrush and a toothcup were left in front of the window. She shook her head and smiled. He ran away. It wasn't just running. He had already run thousands of miles away. Damn it! after finding a place to settle down. Jun Changshao said angrily and unwillingly, "When have I ever suffered such a huge loss?" His life had always been smooth sailing on the Starfall continent. Yet, after coming to the Spiritas continent, he was bullied like an aggrieved wife. The system was very puzzled. "I still can't figure out why the host wants to run." "Nonsense." Jun Changshao said, "That woman is the queen of the Soul Tribe continent. If she finds out that I'm a human from the Falling Star continent, the consequences will be dire." "Host, don't you know why you are so handsome? Isn't being handsome meant to seduce the Empress?" "Don't hit people in the face. Don't expose people's shortcomings." The system's sharp words were simply 2F** king, satisfying. "I'm just bragging. Do you have to be so sarcastic?" Jun Changshao said helplessly, "Besides, we've been together for so long. Don't you know that in order to develop the sect, I've already cut off all feelings between men and women?" "Bah!" The system said, "You want to cut it off, but unfortunately you don't." Jun Changshao grabbed his neck and roared angrily, "I'm already very annoyed. If you keep talking, do you believe that I won't immediately perish together with you?" Come on, come on." Under the setting sun, Go Shun grabbed himself and swayed left and right. If a passerby saw this, they would definitely think that he was a big idiot. However, after messing around, the system said seriously, "Since that woman is the queen of the Soul Tribe, if the host subdues her, isn't it equivalent to subduing the entire plane?" Huh. Jun Changshao's expression froze. When he saw the opportunity, he only cared about running away and did not consider that if he subdued the boss here, wouldn't he become the boss of bosses? Now that there's a side mission, and the other party is the queen of the Soul Tribe, as long as you defeat her, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, the system said. Jun Changshao was silent. The system said again, "A high and mighty queen usually has many experts protecting her and rarely walks around outside. If the host runs away this time, it will probably be harder to find her in the future." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I just remembered." Jun Changshao sat on a rock, his eyes filled with regret. The system was right. To be able to accidentally meet the queen of the Soul Tribe, who was not accompanied by experts, was indeed the best opportunity to subdue her. Instead of fighting for it, he foolishly ran away. If he wanted to see her again in the future, he would probably have to go to the forbidden area of the palace. He, who had watched many TV dramas, naturally knew that the place where such a big boss of a plane lived would definitely be impregnable and filled with experts. If I go back now, will it be too late? Jun Changshao asked. Unlikely. Jun Changshao sighed and said, If I miss it, then so be it. When the space-time worm wakes up, I'll leave this place first and raise my cultivation level before coming back again. I bought the universal talisman for nothing. How could that be? It's not a bad idea to keep it as a trump card. Jun Changshao really could not bear to use such a talisman that could raise one's cultivation level. If he could use his strength to defeat the queen of the Soul Tribe in the future, it would definitely be for the best. Let's go. I'll find a hidden place and take out the space-time secret realm. Let's see if it can speed up and let the space-time worm wake up from its slumber. After making his choice, Jun Changshao set off. However, he had only taken a few steps when he turned around with a stiff expression. He saw a graceful figure looming in the distant area where yellow sand was flying. Xiaobai. Queen Rose walked over and said with a smile, We haven't fought yet. How can you run away? Jun Changshao looked calm on the surface, but he roared in his heart, How did she find me? The system guessed. Maybe when she came in contact with you, she secretly left a special mark on you. Jun Changshao shook his head, then sat down and gave her a side profile. He said with a melancholy expression, I'm not running away. I just came out to see the scenery. Do you need to run 100,000 miles to see the scenery? Queen Rose laughed. Don't worry. Jun Changshao said, A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Since we have a bet, after all, His expression suddenly became serious, and he said, "There will be a battle." "I'm looking forward to it." Queen Rose raised her hand and used energy to bind Gosheng. "What is the meaning of this?" "I'm afraid you'll sneak out to see the scenery again. A warrior would rather die than be humiliated." Jun Changxiao's face turned red, and he said angrily, "Fight! Fight now. Your injuries have healed." "Yes." "Are you sure you don't want to wait a few more days? Now, immediately, you and I fight." Whoosh! Queen Rose touched the rope of flowing light and said, "Few people have set foot in this area. It's suitable for battle." Chapter 11:11. He thought that he wouldn't have another chance if he missed it. He didn't expect that woman to chase after him like a dogskin plaster. Since that was the case, then don't blame June for being merciless. As for stalling for time, sorry, there was no need for that anymore. As long as he subdued this Soul Queen, not to mention any information related to the Soul Continent, controlling the entire world would not be a problem. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the desert, the wind howled. Jun Changxiao stood proudly, already wearing the Azure Yang set. Warning! Warning! This was not a drill, nor was it any fantasy. It was a real battle. Rose Queen smiled and said, "Your equipment is quite good." As the saying goes, clothes make the man. In addition, Jun Changxiao was handsome to begin with equipment similar to the Heavenly Strategy School uniform. He was so handsome that it shocked the world and made ghosts cry. "Cut the crap." Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "Show me your weapon." Rose Queen shook her head and said, "This queen has always liked to be barehanded because it feels like punching the opponent's flesh." Clang! Jun Changxiao drew his true yang sword and said, "Then let's fight." Whoosh! Using his movement technique, he turned into a stream of light and rushed over. The first and second forms of the Ling Jian divine art were used together. First, he gathered the sword momentum in the sky, then slashed out densely packed sword energy. This was definitely the most serious battle Jun Changxiao had ever fought since he broke through to Wushang. Because if he didn't fight like this, he wouldn't be able to win. Rose Queen shook her head and said, "Your combat strength after recovery seems to be no different from before you were injured." Whoosh! 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 Bang! 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 Numerous jade-like hands appeared out of thin air, easily grabbing the incoming sword chi before crushing it into pieces. Ka ka ka! Jun Changxiao still rushed over. Mechanical wings condensed behind him, and his right fist was armed with steel. In a normal battle, using the true yang set and armed wings was already considered a trump card for him. However, it would be difficult for him to defeat Rose Queen, who was above Wu Sheng in the Great Perfection stage. Therefore, he had already grasped the talisman of heaven and earth in his hand. Jun Changxiao didn't use it immediately. First, he used his current cultivation base to give the other party a false impression that his strength was only SOO. Then, when the other party wasn't paying attention, he unleashed a ferocious attack. Boom! His plan was pretty good, but as soon as he got close, he was sent flying by the opponent's punches. He then struggled to stabilize himself in the air. Rose Queen shook her head. "Is this your true strength?" Originally, he thought that after his injuries were healed, he would give him a big surprise, but in the end, he was greatly disappointed. Damn it! Jun Changxiao once again felt that he was being looked down upon, so he angrily gripped his sword with both hands. His body of holy flames erupted, and all kinds of flames gathered on his sword, forming a rainbow light. Rose Queen was surprised. "So you're fire elementalist?" This could be considered a pleasant surprise. After all, there were very few martial artists in the Spiritas continent who cultivated both sword and fire. Swoosh! Whoosh! Jun Changxiao once again displayed the linear sword technique. With the support of the fire element, the sword chi that burst out immediately carried scorching flames. Wherever it passed, scorching marks were left in the air. Rose Queen didn't dare to be careless. She used her graceful movement technique to shuttle between the sword and fire. If it were a man, the scene would definitely be unbearable. However, when performed by a peerless beauty, it was as if she was dancing under the special effects of reality and illusion. It was beautiful beyond compare. Swoosh! Swoosh! Jun Changshao didn't hold back and poured all the power of the sword and fire into the Truyong sword. He crazily displayed the Ling Jian God technique, and endless sword chi swept out like a rainstorm. Swish! Rose Queen dodged left and right. Her right hand drew an arc in the air, and a powerful psionic energy burst out across the air. Boom! Jun Changshao placed a sword in front of him in time to withstand the powerful bombardment. He immediately flew back like a cannonball. Too weak. On the way, Rose Queen appeared out of thin air. Her right hand once again condensed power and formed a palm print from top to bottom, directly slapping him to the ground. This two-hit combo was too fast. If there was a martial artist present, he would definitely be dumbfounded. Jun Changshao didn't know what level Rose Queen had reached, but he clearly understood that the gap between him and her was like a big realm. Damn it! Swish! He flew up, raised the Truyong sword high, and shouted angrily, "Scarlet sky, raging flame, slash!" Hoo-hoo! Flames rose, and a large area seemed to have turned into a sea of fire in an instant. Then it violently rolled and gathered together, forming a huge flame slash. Yi Xingqin used a weapon to perform self-slash back then, which gave him a lot of ideas. Therefore, when he was managing the sect, he often wondered if a spiritual force-type martial technique like the Scarlet Sky Raging Flame Slash could be combined with a weapon to unleash a stronger power. Later, he really figured it out. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! Under the support of the scorching flames and the cold sword, the power was indeed stronger than before. If it was Lan Jingting, he would definitely be shocked. But at this moment he was facing Rose Queen. Not only was she not scared, but she was also pleased. At least you have some ability. But she gently raised her hand and water droplets appeared in the air, and then gradually gathered in front of her, forming a weak water flow. She said, "No matter how hot the fire is, it will be extinguished when it meets water." Damn, this woman also knows water? Jun Changshao couldn't care less about water restraining fire. He raised the Truyong sword and slashed out another Scarlet Sky Raging Flame slash. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! Two huge flaming sword lights pressed forward, and the power was so strong that the space was scorched black and collapsed. Swish! Rose Queen's right hand gently waved, and the water attribute gathered in front of her splashed out and gradually condensed into the shape of two phoenixes. The flames were like dragons. The water was like phoenixes. Two forms, two powers, a battle of dragons and phoenixes. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. The space couldn't bear the burden and could only collapse to express that it was very uncomfortable and wanted to cry. Boom! Boom! In the end, the two different forces collided violently in midair, forming an extremely hot atmosphere on one side and an extremely refreshing one on the other. Jun Changxiao's face was slightly ferocious. After the collision of moves, he could clearly feel that the opponent's water power had the upper hand. Although his fire power could still compete, it would be completely suppressed sooner or later. Swish! Jun Changxiao put his sword back into the spatial ring, and then took a horse stance in midair. He clapped his hands together, and his index and middle fingers protruded out. His black hair fluttered in the wind as he roared. 7 mysterious sunglow. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo! 2 special red and orange energies instantly gathered in the sky, and instantly filled his body and gradually compressed between his 2 fingers, forming a dazzling light. Rose Queen frowned. This light was a bit familiar. Break! With a shout with an echo, red and orange light beams suddenly burst out from Jun Changxiao's fingertips. The speed was so fast that it seemed to have pierced through the space in an instant and rushed to Rose Queen in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom. It was above the divine grade, and it came from the first and second volumes of the martial arts. The impact was very strong, and it directly sent Rose Queen flying thousands of feet away before she could stabilize her body. Swish! The defense enchantment in front of her that was dented by the bombardment gradually dissipated. She raised her head and said angrily with a pink face, "The remnant scroll that I kept close to me was stolen by you." Remnant scroll? Stolen? Jun Changxiao's face was full of question marks. Swish! At this moment, the space suddenly shook, and Rose Queen appeared in front of him. She said with her phoenix eyes wide open, "Looking at you acting like a dog, it turns out that you're a thief." Boom! In an instant, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles instantly caved in by several feet, and dust rose all over the sky, covering the sun. Chapter 11:12. When Queen Rose was conquering various planes, she had accidentally obtained a remnant manual that contained a supreme aura. Her martial arts aptitude was very strong, but after decades of research, she only managed to comprehend the martial arts technique and could condense the powerful orange beam. The main thing was that the manual had detailed records. Only by cultivating the first remnant could one cultivate the second remnant. In other words, without the first remnant, Queen Rose would not be able to cultivate it even if she had monstrous aptitude. This was not a big problem, because what she cared about was not the martial arts technique, but the special energy contained in the manual itself. Very strong, with a woman's super perception. Queen Rose even guessed that if she could comprehend the energy contained in the manual, she would definitely have unimaginable gains. If Woody knew what she was thinking, he would be amazed that someone in the mortal world could detect the profound meaning hidden in the 7 profound sunglow break. Although Queen Rose could sense the secrets hidden in the remnant, she could not figure out the mystery, so she could only keep it close to her and study it when she had nothing to do. But suddenly, the remnant disappeared one day. It was the kind of mysterious disappearance that came out of nowhere. Queen Rose's first reaction was that someone had stolen the manual when she was not paying attention. When she heard Jun Changxiao shout, 7 profound sunglow, and the last word break, she was sure that not only had it been stolen, but he had stolen it. How could the possessive 4th-generation empress of the Spiritas continent tolerate someone stealing from her? Thus, she didn't care about anything else and directly appeared in front of Goshing. Her actions were as fierce as a tiger's eruption. Her palm strike caused the ground dozens of miles to collapse instantly. The scene was simply too terrifying. However, when the dust gradually dissipated, Queen Rose frowned. Ka-ka-ka, ka-ka-ka. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Jun Changxiao appeared in her field of vision with clenched fists. Although the ground around him had sunk by several feet, only the place where he was standing still remained intact and was not directly crushed by the domineering force. Queen Rose was surprised. "So you're in the return to origin realm." Swish! Jun Changxiao disappeared into thin air. When the camera followed, he had already appeared in front of Queen Rose. His iron fist gathered explosive power and punched out. Ka-ka-ka! Space was unable to withstand the pervasive energy and began to crack like a spider web. Boom! Jun Changxiao's expression was indifferent as he punched out. Although Rose Queen had arranged a defensive barrier in front of her in advance, it still shattered in an instant, and she was sent flying. Boom! When he landed on the ground, a wave of air spread out. It was as if an invisible hand was pressing down on the ground behind him, causing it to sink down by 10 zhang in an instant, forming a long and wide bowl-shaped pit. This guy, Rose Queen frowned. From the way he attacked just now, she roughly guessed that this person's cultivation was not below hers. It turned out that he wasn't lying. It turned out that after he recovered from his injuries, he was really very powerful. When did such a powerhouse appear in the Spiritas continent? Why didn't he hear his subordinates mention it? Experts who had reached the return to Origin Realm were definitely at the top of this plane. There was no way they were unknown. Shwa! Jun Changshao appeared behind Rose Queen without anyone noticing. He gently raised his hand, and a vast amount of energy gathered into a ball. He said coldly, "This is my strength." When he was suddenly bombarded just now, he directly crushed the universal talisman. Now that his cultivation had skyrocketed, he was no longer as cheap as before. It was as if he had been reborn. He was simply like a solemn, strongest king. Me, Jun Changshao. In this alternate world, it wasn't a joke. Boom! The energy gathered in the palm of his hand suddenly exploded after expanding to the limit. The huge shock wave directly collapsed the space and shattered the ground. Plop! Rose Queen landed awkwardly, but the corner of her mouth raised into a smile. This guy didn't let her down. Shwa! Her lily-white hand waved in the void. Hum! Hum! The space trembled slightly, and a crescent-shaped weapon carved with a rose pattern appeared. Rose Queen sat on it lightly with her right leg over her left leg. She smiled like a big sister playing on a swing. I take back what I said just now. Jun Changxiao's cultivation had increased, and his strength was not below hers. She took it seriously and took out her exclusive weapon, Red Lotus Demonic Moonblade. As a queen who had conquered various planes for thousands of years, she definitely had a lot of weapons and equipment. It was just that she rarely used them because the opponents she encountered were too weak. Rose Queen said, "This weapon of mine must see blood, so—" Her voice lowered. "You have to be prepared to die." Whoosh! As soon as she finished speaking, she flew away. Red Lotus Demonic Moonblade followed closely under the command of its owner. The blade flashed red as if it was eager to drink blood. Whoosh! Rose Queen waved her finger, and as if there was an invisible string connected to the weapon, the opponent suddenly spun and shot away. TSK, Jun Changshao sneered. Shwa! Shwa! In the next second, the flying Red Lotus Demonic Moonblade split into several halos and attacked from different directions. Because it was too fast, it was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. Ding! 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 Jun Changshao stepped forward and waved the True Yang sword, slashing out sword energy and knocking the halos away. Hum! Suddenly, the space behind him shook. The real Red Lotus Demonic Moon blade tore through space and swept over with a powerful force. Jun Changshao noticed it immediately, but he did not have time to dodge. He could only instinctively turn around and raise his sword to meet it. Ding! Crack! Whoosh! The Red Lotus Demonic Moon blade swept past the neck and returned to Rose Queen. Jun Changshao stood in midair with a dull expression on his face. The True Yang sword in his hand had been broken in two, and the tip of the sword was stuck in the ground. It broke? It actually broke! Jun Changshao, who had always taken pleasure in breaking weapons forged by Master Fan, had his weapon broken by someone else today, and it was even a high-quality True Yang sword made by the system. This was the first time in his life. Pain! A sharp pain came from his neck. Jun Changshao subconsciously raised his hand to touch it. It felt wet, and when he retracted his hand, it was covered in blood. It turned out that the moment the Red Lotus Demonic Moon blade flew over, it drew a thin and long wound on his neck. Rose Queen, who had taken Go Sheng's weapon and neck, said indifferently, "If your weapon was a bit worse, your head would have flown out by now." Jun Changshao casually threw away the broken True Yang sword, his eyes flashing with endless anger. Rose Queen said, "Your weapon and the equipment you are wearing should be a set. Now that one is missing, it should be useless, right?" Obediently hand over the second remnant of the 7 profound Dawnbreak scroll and become this queen's servant. Perhaps you can live. How did this woman know that I have the second remnant of the 7 profound Dawnbreak scroll? Wait, Suddenly, Jun Changshao remembered that after he bought the second remnant scroll, there was a strong rose fragrance on it. He hurriedly merged his soul into the spatial ring and sniffed the original scroll. Then he compared it with the remaining fragrance in the air and exclaimed, "This is the smell!" Chapter 11:13. The rose scent from Remnant Scroll 2 was exactly the same as the rose scent from the Rose Queen. This made Jun Changshao very confused. Why would the things I bought from the mall have her scent? The system explained awkwardly. Some of the items in the store may have been transferred from other dimensions after the host bought them. Jun Changshao's expression froze. After a while he said, "You mean Remnant Scroll 2 actually belonged to this woman at the beginning, and I took it from her after I bought it from the store. So it's a second-hand item?" "That's right," the system said. It had known about this for a long time, but it did not expect that people from two different dimensions would meet each other. One must know that on the same continent, one might not even encounter someone who stole someone else's item in their lifetime, let alone in a distant dimension with a different system. I understand. Jun Changshao suddenly understood and thought to himself, "No wonder she called me a thief. I'm innocent. It was obviously the system store that did it, and I was still unaware of it. Wait a minute." Jun Changshao hurriedly asked, 7 mysterious sunglow break belongs to that part of the goods, and Remnant Scroll 1 was also stolen from another dimension? The system said it should be. Jun Changshao broke down and said, "If the person who was stolen is very strong, won't I have to be careful when I go to other dimensions in the future to avoid being discovered?" "It shouldn't be so coincidental," the system said. If He Woody knew the truth, he would definitely roar loudly. "It's just so coincidental." Of course, he did not know that Remnant Scroll was stolen by Jun Changshao. He had been imagining that the Sect of all times was created by the 7 mysterious age, and that the Remnant Scroll copy was left behind before he ascended. So he was willing to be a closed-door disciple. "There's still Remnant Scroll 3. Jun Changshao broke down and said, "It was also stolen." The system said, "The host is fighting. Please focus on proper matters." "That's true." Jun Changshao withdrew his distracting thoughts and looked at the Rose Queen. He smiled coldly and said to himself, "If I stole from someone else, I might feel a little ashamed. But since I stole from you, I feel very good." Go Sheng's favorable impression of this woman had dropped from 0 to -999 after his neck was almost sliced open by the red lotus demonic moon blade and his head was almost separated from his body. Seeing his disdainful smile, Rose Queen said coldly, "You don't plan to hand over the scroll?" "I'm sorry." Jun Chang smiled and said, "What I obtained belongs to me. There's no reason to hand it over." This was a tacit admission that she had stolen the second part of the 7 profound Sunglow Remnant Scroll. This infuriated Rose Queen, and she immediately controlled the Red Lotus Devil Moon blade to attack. Jun Changshao raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. The 9 heavens 10 earths sky tyrant spear appeared out of thin air, instantly erupting with an unparalleled might that could only be possessed by a divine tier weapon. Comparing weapons? Sorry, Go Sheng is not weak either. A cold glint arrived first, followed by a spear like a dragon. Shwa! Shwa! Jun Changshao held the spear with both hands, and the spearhead spun at an extreme speed, carrying the power to disrupt space as it fiercely pierced out. Ding! 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 The densely packed crescent moons were all sent flying. Even their true bodies were sent flying by the tip of the spear when they emerged from the void. Xiao! Rose Queen waved her hand, and the Red Lotus Devil Moon blade returned to her like a boomerang. Looking at the weapon that was emitting 7-colored light, she said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to have an even stronger weapon." Shwa! Shwa! Jun Changshao performed a set of Yu Clan spear arts and assumed a very Chinibi stance. He said proudly, "What else can I do?" Shwa! Rose Queen tore off her cloak, revealing her voluptuous figure. Then she held the red lotus devil moon blade in front of her and said, "If you have a weapon that is not weaker than this queen's, then let's have a good fight." Does this mean that she was just warming up? Shwa! Shwa! Jun Changshao flew over, pouring his psionic energy into the spear, and began to stab around crazily. Streams of seven-colored light burst out. Because there was no special spear art, he could only use it directly. Needless to say, at his level of strength, even if there was no matching martial skill, he could still unleash a power that could shake the world. Bang! 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 Rose Queen rushed up. She did not use the red lotus devil moon blade. The latter seemed to be connected to her mind and attacked in front of her, breaking all the incoming spear lights. Ding! 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 Boom! 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 In an instant, the two of them engaged in a fierce, close-range battle in the sky. All kinds of energy whistled crazily, like a domineering hand ruthlessly breaking open the spatial barriers. Fortunately, this place was extremely remote and there were no cities. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by the aftershock. As Jun Changshao and Rose Queen fought to a standstill, all kinds of power gradually spread out, alarming the Soul Clan warriors far away. What's that? It seems like they're fighting. The warriors thousands of miles away could not see the battle clearly, but they could see seven-colored streams of light flickering at the end of the sky. This is Her Majesty's aura. Could it be that a powerful enemy has invaded and is fighting fiercely? Let's go! Let's go! In the city where the Empress lived, the Soul Clan experts flew quickly in the direction of the aura. Jun Changshao had always despised the low strength of the warriors in this plane. But in a short period of time, at least dozens of Soul Clan experts comparable to Wu Sheng rushed over. A half-saint with 3 digits, and Wu Huang with 4 digits. They set off from Empress City, and the aura they emitted inadvertently was already very terrifying. The Soul Clan warriors who acted together had all followed the Empress to fight all over the world. Not only were their cultivation levels high, but they were also very strong in combat. It could be said that this was definitely the most elite force in the Soul Clan continent. According to the game's plot, Jun Changshao entered the dungeon and started from these small ones. Finally, he fought all the way to Empress City to challenge the final boss. However, by coincidence, the first half was gone, and he directly faced the final boss at the beginning. Boom! Boom! High up in the sky, the battle entered its climax. With the support of the Universal Talisman, Jun Changshao temporarily had the strength of the Soul Clan continents returned to Origin Realm, which was on par with Rose Queen. As for weapons, the two of them were also on par. So after hundreds of moves, there was no clear winner until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn it! Jun Changshao was anxious. The Universal Talisman had a time limit. If he could not gain the upper hand and defeat her, once he entered a period of weakness, wouldn't he be finished? Other than the palm print from the upper realm. This was definitely the most difficult opponent Jun Changshao had encountered since he transmigrated. Regret. He should not have entered the Soul Clan continent so rashly. Swish! Swish! At this moment, streams of light flew over from the distant sky like a swarm of locusts. Boom! Boom! Jun Changshao fought with Rose Queen again. Seeing that the dozens of streams of light at the front were all at the level of Wu Sheng, he immediately sneered and said, "Are you afraid that you will lose, so you called your subordinates over?" Lose? No way. Rose Queen shouted coldly, "All of you, stop 10,000 feet away from me. No one is allowed to take step in." This voice, which contained the unquestionable aura of an empress, instantly shocked dozens of Soul Clan experts and made them turn around. After careful consideration, they retreated 10,000 feet away and floated in the air obediently. Jun Changshao said, as expected of the Queen Lingping who ruled the Soul Clan continent, Her words are like an imperial edict that can't be disobeyed. Queen Lingping? Rose Queen said she abdicated thousands of years ago. Jie, Jun Changshao was dumbfounded on the spot. This woman should not be Empress Lingping. Then who is she? Chapter 4. P.S. After writing this chapter, I am also stunned, because the 13 chapters that I owe are finally completed. Great joy! Ha ha ha! After laughing, I was stunned again, because many readers have rewarded me during this period, and there are a few more leaders in Qijian and Genesis. I still need to work harder. Chapter 11-14. Jun Changshao always thought that Rose Empress was Lingping Empress, but the latter had abdicated for thousands of years. This news was a bit **ket up, or number 1 and number 2 souls deliberately said that they were in a low realm in order to deceive him about a non-existent empress? Jun Changshao said, "Then you are." Rose Empress proudly looked up at him with her nostrils and said, "The 4th Empress of the Soul Clan, Rose Empress." Jun Changshao sneered and said lightly, "I don't care if you are Lingping, Rose, or Peony, or Lily." While speaking, he took back the dominating sky spear and took out the hard knife. He threw it from left hand to right hand and from right hand to left hand, saying, "Those who offend June must pay the price. Wait, where is my knife?" Swish! Rose Empress waved her sleeves valiantly and held the hard knife with her fingers. She smiled and said, "This thing is very delicate. Is it used to peel apples?" Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. "I didn't even take care of my own weapon." "Don't worry, don't panic." Jun Changshao held it with both hands and said calmly, "My weapon is very dangerous. You'd better hand it over quickly." As the first wish weapon given by the system, without the unsealed talisman, he would be backfired if he pulled it out forcibly, let alone an outsider. Pull out the knife. Maybe there was still one unsealed talisman left. Rose Empress played with the hard knife and smiled. "How dangerous is it?" This Jun Changshao thought for a while and said seriously, "To be honest, this is my natal weapon, the purple-green knife. In this world, in this universe, only I can pull it out. Moreover, I once swore that whoever can pull out my violet, green treasured saber will be my master." The system said, "You have to apologize for tampering with the classic lines." Rose Empress was interested and said, "As long as I pull out the purple-green knife, you will become my servant and obey me forever." Jun Changshao's expression was complicated. "Hurry up and pull it out. I can't wait to see you get seriously injured by the backlash." The Rose Empress held the blade between 2 fingers and said, "Watch carefully and see how this Empress pulls the blade out." "Wait," Jun Changshao said with a pained expression. "Do you really have to do this?" "Since you've made an oath, I can only pull out this azulate saber." AI. Jun Changshao seemed to have made up his mind. He raised his head and sighed. "If you can really pull it out, you will be my destined master. I will naturally listen to your orders." "Pull it out. Quickly pull it out." No, I have to hide further away." Clang! Just as Jun Changshao turned around, he heard the sound of a scabbard behind him. He hurriedly turned around to look, and the expression on his face instantly collapsed. At this moment, Rose Queen was holding the pocket-sized scabbard between 2 fingers of her left hand, and the index finger and thumb of her right hand were holding the pocket-sized hard-to-sheath blade. She actually pulled it out, and it was a clean one. Impossible! How could this be? Why was she able to pull out my unsheathed blade? Why didn't she suffer any backlash? A dream! It must be a dream. Slap! Jun Changshao slapped himself. After feeling the pain, he was sure that this was not a dream, nor was it his imagination. The system was puzzled. Hard-to-sheath blade is the first wish weapon given by the system to the host. It is equivalent to signing a contract. Outsiders should not pull it out. Perhaps it paused and said solemnly, "This saber is the same as the azulate sword. Whoever can pull it out will be the host's sweetheart." Jun Changshao roared. If this is my sweetheart, I might as well die. The queen who ruled the world must have an extreme personality. It was okay to admire beauty from afar. But if it was her sweetheart, the scene would definitely be. Go Sheng's mind instantly flashed with the scene of Arya training the soul race. He even brought himself into the role of number 1 and number 2. He hurriedly returned to reality and could not help but shudder. Rose Queen played with the wooden hard-to-sheath blade and said with a smile, I pulled out the azulite sword. What do you say? Jun Changshao said indifferently, You must have used some method. Otherwise, there is no way you can pull it out. Rose Queen said with a cold face, You want to go back on your word? That's right. Go Sheng wanted to go back on his word. His unyielding dignity would definitely not allow him to be a servant. Swoosh! Rose Queen rushed over with the hard-to-sheath blade and said, I hate people who go back on their words. Today either you kneel down and submit or die. Buzz! Suddenly a weak light flickered. Rose Queen lowered her head and found that the hard-to-sheath blade in her hand was surging with an aura. It was a very bad aura. Not good. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in mid-air. The power instantly shattered the space within more than 10 miles. Jun Changshao happened to be in the range and was inevitably affected. He immediately retreated backward. When he stabilized himself 5 miles away, he asked with a face full of question marks, What's going on? Hard-to-sheath blade exploded, the system said. Exploded? Jun Changshao almost spat out a mouthful of blood and said, Then it's gone! Although the shape of the weapon given by the first wish was a bit strange, it had always been with him all these years. Even when he encountered danger, it could always save him. If it suddenly disappeared, it would be difficult to accept. Hard-to-sheath blade, my hard-to-sheath blade, swoosh! Just as Jun Changshao's emotions were brewing, a stream of light flew out of the explosion area and then quickly fell into his hand. When the light dissipated, it was the hard-to-sheath blade that had been sheathed. It's fine. Ha ha ha. It's fine. The hard-to-sheath blade was fine, but Rose Queen was not. Because the explosion was too sudden, there was no time to dodge or throw it away. When the smoke dissipated in midair, she appeared in the field of vision with disheveled hair. Puff! Rose Queen spat out a mouthful of blood and looked very weak. The power generated by the explosion of the hard-to-sheath blade was not inferior to Jun Changshao's hundreds of punches. It was similar to a sudden sneak attack, so it was inevitable that she would be injured. Even if someone pulled out Jun Changshao's first wish weapon, it was like a time bomb that would explode unexpectedly. Sigh. The system sighed and said, After being with the host for so long, the hard-to-sheath blade has become shameless. Looking at the embarrassed woman who had been blown up, Jun Changshao happily shrugged and said, I said it was very dangerous. Do you believe me now? Rose Queen wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said angrily, Despicable! At this time, she had already understood that there was a secret hidden in the knife, and he had deliberately made her pull it out. Your Majesty! Swoosh! 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 Seeing that Rose Queen was injured and spat out blood, the experts of the 10,000 soul race immediately rushed to the battlefield, their eyes flashing with anger as if they wanted to burn Jun Changshao alive. Don't! Clang! Just as Rose Queen was about to order her subordinates to stay away, the crisp sound of a sword being pulled out rang out. She hurriedly looked at Jun Changshao and saw that this guy was holding a big sword with strange words engraved on both sides and exuding a supreme majesty. Go Sheng, who had crushed the universal talisman, was like a mighty god of war, and the unsealed hard-to-sheath blade was like a supreme god. Ugly woman. Jun Changshao raised the hard-to-sheath blade with the words engraved on it, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he said, 10,000 years ago, you invaded the falling star continent, causing the world to collapse and the spirit chi to wither. Today, I, Jun Changshao, will take all the old debts that I owe you. A terrifying binding force instantly spread out. Jie, Jie, The experts of the soul race who had rushed over first and whose strength was at Wu Sheng's level froze in midair, their eyes filled with shock. Rose Queen was also shocked because the special power that spread out had a powerful binding force. Although she could resist it, if it continued to seep into her, she would be bound and unable to move sooner or later. Is this indigo blade a divine artifact from the upper realm? Chapter 11:15. After Queen Rose was injured by the explosion, the soul race experts swarmed forward. She was the ruler of the continent, and they could not afford any mishaps. As soon as they moved, Jun Changshao unhesitatingly removed Difficult Sheath because the universal talisman had a time limit. He could not waste any more time. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. An extremely terrifying binding force spread across half of the sky. All the soul race experts at Wu Shen's level were frozen in midair, and their eyes were filled with shock. At that moment, they strongly felt that not only were their bodies out of control, but their lives could also be easily taken away. Yes, as long as Jun Changshao swung his sword, they could only stretch out their necks and wait for their heads to be chopped off. Queen Rose's bright eyes were also filled with shock because the weapon in Jun Changshao's hand emitted an aura that was even more powerful than the spear just now. There should not be such a powerful weapon in the mortal world. Then there was only one possibility. His purplish-green saber came from the upper realm. This was definitely not Queen Rose's imagination. In fact, Difficult Sheath's second form was, strictly speaking, out of the category of mortal weapons. Although Emperor Jinwei's spear was made of divine stones from the upper realm and was very powerful, it was still a little lacking. Whoosh! Queen Rose did not think too much about Difficult Sheath. She immediately flew into the distance, wanting to leave this area before she was completely bound. You think you can run? Jun Changshao suddenly chased from behind and slashed at her with Difficult Sheath. Instantly, a sword ray that cut through space appeared. Slash! Queen Rose's movements were slowed down in the binding domain. Although she managed to condense a barrier in front of her in time, it was instantly broken, and the sharp sword ray brushed past her. Sizzle! A sword mark appeared and blood splattered. Whoosh! Queen Rose's expression changed slightly. She sealed the wound on her right shoulder and continued to fly out of the binding domain. After Jun Changshao had crushed the universal talisman and released the unstoppable blade, the lofty empress had already lost her calm and collected demeanor. She had become battered and exhausted. As expected, Jun Changshao thought to himself, the second form of the hard-to-withdraw blade will have a hard time suppressing experts of a higher realm. The powerhouses of the soul race that were comparable to Wu Sheng were frozen in midair, like statues, after he glared at them. Only Queen Rose was still able to move. It was clear that she had reached the upper limit of control. Furthermore, Jun Changshao could clearly feel that under the activation of the talisman of heaven and earth, the power of the unstoppable blade had increased. If he used it normally, it would be difficult to cause trouble for the woman. The system said, so the host needs to continue the modification. Jun Changshao didn't think about this problem for the time being. He turned into a streak of light and chased after them. Shwa! Shwa! His sword flashed, and his movements were as ferocious as a tiger. Boom, boom, boom. The exploding sword chi blasted onto the ground, creating sword scars that looked like rivers that cut through mountains and rivers. Plop! Queen Rose fell from the sky with wounds all over her body. Looking at Jun Changshao, who was proudly floating in the air, her eyes flashed with anger. After fighting outside for thousands of years, she had always laughed to the end as the victor. Now, she was beaten into a sorry state by a fellow who she regarded as a servant. This was really uncomfortable. It was especially hard to accept that he actually called her an ugly woman. Shouldn't she care that Jun Changshao came from the falling star continent? She actually cared about being called ugly. Sure enough, women loved beauty. It was her nature. Boom! At this moment, dust rolled up from the ground, and the ground caved in once again. After the dust dissipated, Jun Changshao held the hard to withdraw blade in one hand and the neck of Queen Rose in the deep pit with the other. His eyes were cold as he said, "You lost." Queen Rose's face was filled with pain as she said, "Damn it! This emperor should have killed you from the beginning when you were injured." "No." Jun Changshao said, "You don't have the chance." It was true that he was suppressed by Queen Rose in terms of strength, but if he really used all his trump cards, even if it was difficult to win, it would not be a problem for him to protect himself. "You've already lost. Fulfill the bet and become my servant," Jun Changshao said coldly. As he spoke, the strength of his palm did not relax at all. Queen Rose's face gradually turned red, and her breathing became difficult. The system complained, "The host really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. She almost killed me just now." Jun Changshao coldly said, "Pity the fairer sex my ass." Even if the enemy was a peerless beauty, Go Sheng would not be merciful. Moreover, to deal with such a woman, if he did not play ruthlessly, she might think that he was joking. Of course. Jun Changshao raised the hard to withdraw blade and pointed at the group of soul powerhouses who were bound in the air. "You can refuse. As the price for breaking the bet, they will all die." His eyes and words were cold, and a strong killing intent filled the air. Queen Rose did not doubt that this guy would do as he said. "I lost," she said with difficulty. "I am willing to be your servant." She was injured, and her subordinates were controlled. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Queen Rose. Compromise was the best choice. "Hand over your soul origin," Jun Changshao said indifferently. Without absolute control, he would definitely not believe it so easily. This was because Zhang Wuji's mother had said that the more beautiful a woman was, the more likely she was to lie. However, it was strange. "I've already captured this woman and have no strength to resist. Why hasn't the side quest been completed yet?" For this reason, Jun Changshao deliberately opened the mission panel. After confirming that it was defeated and not killed, it was even more puzzling. How can I hand over my soul origin?" Queen Rose was choked to the point that she could not breathe. Jun Changshao let go. It had to be said that this guy was really heavy-handed. Queen Rose's white and tender neck was pinched until there was a 5-fingered handprint. Huff! Huff! After panting for a while, her eyes suddenly turned dark red, and she said, "I can be your servant, but it seems that the victor between us hasn't been decided yet." "Not good." Jun Changshao's expression changed. Swish! Light flickered in front of his eyes, and when Go Sheng came back to his senses, he was already in the illusory, secret realm. Huff, huff! In the sky, violent energy whistled. Jun Changshao raised his head and found that Queen Rose was suspended in midair. Her body was surrounded by a majestic green attribute, completely enveloping her. Her weak face gradually recovered its rosy color, and the sword wounds on her body quickly healed. Even more miraculous was that the attributes that enveloped his body gradually condensed into a solid, dark, green armor. Shwa! Queen Rose, who seemed to have transformed, raised her hand, and dozens of strange patterns appeared in the air in front of her. Balls of green energy shot out like cannonballs. Bang! 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 Jun Changshao broke it with his sword, but his brows were also wrinkled. This woman's combat strength was obviously stronger than before. Since this emperor ascended the throne, I have never used my absolute domain. You are the first. Queen Rose, who was wearing a green armor, regained her usual arrogance that made people look up to her. Absolute domain? Jun Changshao held his sword with both hands and said, "I'm so nervous." Shwa! The unstoppable blade suddenly slashed forward. The sword light that originally cut through everything only brought about ripples after crossing the void, but it couldn't hurt the space barrier at all. Queen Rose raised her hand, and the dark green attribute gathered into a big hand. It easily caught the sword light and said, "In the absolute domain, this emperor is the heaven, and you are just an ant." Bang! The sword light collapsed. Heaven? Jun Changshao rushed up with his sword, and the cold sword light slashed out one after another and shouted, "It is used to resist. It is used to push." Chapter 11:16. Boom! Boom! In the half-real secret realm, Jun Changshao waved his hard to retract saber with both hands and started a fierce battle with Rose Queen. God, then let's go against it. Boom! 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 Sword light burst out wantonly, and sword energy filled the space. But this absolute domain was very strong. No matter how hard Jun Changshao hit it, it still showed no signs of cracking. Rose Queen was even more valiant. She didn't use any weapons and only relied on her fully armed armor to fight against him. Even when she was cut, there wasn't a scratch left on her body. Jun Changshao didn't think that her equipment level was very high and could resist his hard to retract saber. The reason was still related to the so-called absolute domain. The system said this should be a space similar to the illusion of a formation. Inside it, she can obtain an endless stream of energy, thus increasing her combat power and defense. How do I crack it? If you ask me, who should I ask? Therefore, Jun Changshao hated this system very much. He liked the female system given to him by the portal of the plain battlefield. After all, it always provided him with corresponding help at critical moments. Boom! Boom! The two exchanged dozens of blows in the absolute domain. Outside, that was the area where Jun Changshao was just now. The binding force disappeared with his disappearance, and the Soul Clan experts were freed. As long as the hard to retract saber was unsealed, it would definitely cause a massacre. They were very lucky to survive. Where's Her Majesty? Look. An expert pointed to the area where Jun Changshao and Rose Queen disappeared. There was a fist-sized green energy ball shining there. Absolute domain. Her Majesty's strongest killing move. The last time she used it was when she fought Ling Ping Queen before she ascended the throne. These Soul Clan experts had followed Rose Queen for thousands of years, but they were lucky enough to see her use her killing move once, and it was to fight for the position of Empress. Damn it, that guy is a warrior of the falling star continent. How did he come here? Everyone began to think about Jun Changshao. After all, they just heard that this guy represented the falling star continent to settle scores. In the absolute domain, that guy is dead for sure. However, if the Empress pursues this matter, I'm afraid we'll all be implicated. Instead of entering the falling star continent, they had allowed the people from the falling star continent to enter their territory. This was no small matter. Boom! Boom! Inside the absolute domain, Jun Changshao fought Queen Rose for another 10 rounds. He fell to the ground with sweat all over his forehead. He thought to himself, the spiritual energy inside my spiritual core is being consumed faster than outside. Furthermore, even if he stood still, his spiritual energy would still be consumed. The system said, if the host continues to fight before the talisman of heaven and earth's effect ends, the host's spiritual energy will be completely exhausted. Jun Changshao was silent, floating in midair. Rose Queen looked at him with her nostrils and said, "Did you notice that your energy consumption is fast?" Of course, they didn't disappear at will. Instead, they fused into my body. Jun Changshao's expression turned ugly. No wonder the more he fought, the more tired he was, while the more energetic she was. It turned out that she had stolen his spiritual energy. This absolute domain was too strange. Xiao Bai. Rose Queen said, "Your strength has exceeded this emperor's expectations." "My name is Jun Changshao." Jun Changshao brandished his sword and said angrily, "Don't call me Xiao Bai." Boom, boom. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle in midair again. From the looks of it, although Rose Queen's defense was strong, she was still unable to do anything to June Changshao, who had a blade that was hard to retract. She was not in a hurry at all, because this kind of trump card was mainly used to consume energy. As long as she continued to defend, sooner or later, she would exhaust her opponent. Rose Queen was not in a hurry, but June Changshao was. Originally, the talisman of heaven and earth had a certain time limit. Now that he was in the absolute domain and his spiritual energy consumption was accelerated, if he could not deal with the other party, he would really be reduced to a servant. Boom! Boom! June Changshao launched a crazy bombardment. The second form of hard to retract could be said to be full of firepower. The explosive sword energy formed by the second form of hard to retract was scattered everywhere. However, when it hit the space barrier, it only left a shallow mark and could not break it. The more it was so, the more Rose Queen chose to avoid the battle. To be honest, after being abused just now, although her injuries seemed to have healed, her combat power was still greatly weakened. So, it was not wise to choose to fight with force. Huff! 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 A few minutes later, June Changshao stood on the ground, panting, with beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. Rose Queen was surprised. You are quite strong. If he had been in Yang Kai's place, he would have long since collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. June Changshao could be so strong, not because of the treasure of kidney, but because of the two spiritual cores in his body. However, after a short 10 minutes of outburst, more than half of them had been consumed. Damn it! He raised his head angrily and said, I should have killed you just now. No, Rose Queen said, you don't have the chance. In this kind of serious situation, the system really wanted to laugh out loud because this woman was saying the same thing the host said just now. The same tone and intonation, but the two people were swapped. It was too funny. Give up. Rose Queen said, be my servant and I will treat you well. Although she already knew that this guy came from the Falling Star continent, she still hoped to subdue him. After all, as long as she trained him well, he would be able to follow her everywhere. Smack! June Changshao covered his face with his hands and tilted his head backwards, laughing out loud. What are you laughing at? Rose Queen frowned and said. June Changshao threw hard to withdraw a blade on the ground and laughed sinisterly. I am laughing at your arrogance. Rose Queen said indifferently, do you still have a trump card that can break my absolute domain? Correct. June Changshao suddenly raised his hand, and the stone statue he obtained from the interdimensional battlefield appeared out of thin air and then floated in front of him. Swoosh! He put his hands together in front of his palms. Huff, huff, huff! Violent energy crazily surged from the stone statue. June Changshao, whose soft black hair was fluttering in the wind, looked up and stared at Rose Queen with a cold gaze. Ugly woman, meet the devil of hell! Don't mess around. The system roared. This thing will cause the host to lose. Transform! June Changshao shouted loudly. Huff, huff, huff! The stone statue flickered red and turned into thousands of rays of light. Red lines, like some kind of ancient restriction, appeared on June Changshao's skin, and then he turned into a gargoyle. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The violent and terrifying aura around him became stronger and stronger, shaking the absolute domain violently. Rose Queen's gaze became serious. Not good. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. Boom! In an instant, a huge hand that seemed to be condensed from stone reached over and directly blasted Rose Queen away. She crashed into the barrier, causing the barrier to tremble even more violently. Thud! Thud! June Changshao, who had turned into a stone statue, rushed over, then jumped up, raised his right fist, and smashed down on the other party. Boom! Rose Queen did not have time to dodge. She used her battle armor to withstand the heavy blow, and her entire body caved in the spatial barrier. Outside, The soul martial artists discovered that a small area of the suspended energy cluster suddenly protruded. Boom, boom, boom. In the absolute domain, Jun Changshao, who was augmented by the power of the stone statue, launched a new round of bombardment. With every attack, the spatial barrier would cave in, and the sphere that appeared in the soul martial artist's vision would protrude. It was very similar to the scene of Master Xing detoxifying the poison in the lampshade in Kung Fu. Not good. It's going to explode. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Boom! The soul martial artist had just moved when the absolute domain exploded, and the impact instantly swept them away. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blast caused by the explosion, the petrified Jun Changshao walked out of the air. His right hand was holding Rose Queen, whose green armor was cracked in many places and whose face was extremely weak. Plop! He threw her to the ground, and the unstoppable saber flew over. Swoosh! Jun Changshao placed his sword on her neck and said gloomily, "Is the battle over?" Rose Queen, who had been ruthlessly beaten up in the absolute domain, was exhausted. The dark green armor on her body gradually dissipated, and sword marks appeared on her body again. She had lost. She had really lost this time. "Your Majesty!" The soul experts stood up and rushed over, ignoring their injuries. Swoosh! Jun Changshao raised his petrified hand and restrained an expert comparable to Wu Sheng with an invisible force. Then, with a bang, he crushed him into a bloody mist on the spot. This scene shocked the other soul race martial artists so much that they paled. "Don't come over." Rose Queen gathered her last bit of strength and shouted out 3 complete words. However, at this moment, it was not a matter of whether they could come over or not, but whether Jun Changshao would let them go. Swoosh! He raised his hand again and restrained 2 soul experts with an invisible force. With 2 bangs, they turned into a bloody rain. This kind of killing experts comparable to Wu Sheng with a raise of his hand was simply too terrifying. "Jun Changshao," Rose Queen said with a pale face, "don't hurt them. I am willing to be your maid." Swoosh! Jun Changshao grabbed her with one hand and tilted his head with a sinister smile. "Stupid woman, do you still have the right to make conditions in front of me?" His eyes became redder and redder, and his body became more and more petrified. Even his voice became low and hoarse. It felt like a demon from the depths of hell was gradually awakening. "It's over, it's over." The system collapsed. This guy has lost his mind. To be precise, he had not lost his mind yet. However, killing the soul experts without hesitation meant that Jun Changshao's soul had been controlled by the power of the stone statue, and he had become cold-blooded and ruthless. In more technical terms, he was going to turn evil. Chapter 11:17. In the dimensional battlefield, Jun Changshao had used the stone statue's power once. Although he defeated the sky battlefield's ghost, he also beat up the Purple King. This thing was poisonous. It could easily erode one's mind and cause one to do irrational things. Therefore, Jun Changshao repeatedly emphasized that he should not use it unless he had no other choice. Trapped in the absolute domain, the consumption of spirit energy accelerated, and the restriction of the cosmic talisman. Jun Changshao could only use it as a last resort. Become a servant? Impossible. Even if I, Jun Changshao, have to step on this woman under my feet. Moreover, this was a dimension that had invaded the falling star continent. Enemies were everywhere. So what if he turned it upside down? The treasure from the dimensional battlefield was really awesome. With the stone statue's power, Jun Changshao not only beat up Rose Queen, but he also broke the absolute domain that she was so proud of. It was broken, especially when he easily killed a soul expert comparable to Wu Sheng. Rose Queen's mind was blown. The soul continent itself had little spirit energy. It had to invade other dimensions to cultivate experts with difficulty. Even one death was a huge loss. However, before Jun Changshao used the stone statue's power, it would not be a big problem if she admitted defeat. But now, she had no right to negotiate because the other party had turned evil. Whoosh whoosh! A violent and gloomy aura whizzed out, making the space that was healing even more solemn. Jun Changshao grabbed Rose Queen. The strange patterns on his body and his red eyes made him look like a gargoyle that walked out of hell. Wake up! Wake up! The system kept shouting in its heart, hoping that the host would stay true to his heart and not be controlled by the gloomy aura and become an emotionless, dark demon king. Needless to say, the effect was there. Jun Changshao was fighting against the power that emerged deep in his heart. His red eyes would occasionally become clear for a short while. Because of this unyielding resistance, his face gradually became ferocious. Swoosh! His mind slowly went out of control. He lifted Rose Queen, and violent spirit energy surged out and completely enveloped her. He began to squeeze her. It's over, it's over. The system broke down and said, "The host's head is filled with thoughts of killing." Ka. The pressure continued to erode, and Rose Queen's armor began to crack. Fortunately, she was wearing clothes underneath, so there was no risk of her being exposed. Boom! 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 At this time, dozens of Spirita's powerhouses had already rushed over. They gathered all sorts of martial skills and blasted Jun Changshao's back, but none of them were able to shake him in the slightest. Annoying fly, die! Hoo! Jun Changshao raised his hand and gathered his psionic energy, sending dozens of soul race experts flying. They fell to the ground, and blood splattered everywhere. Ka. The strength in his hand was still increasing, and Queen Rose's armor was completely shattered. Her body sank into the spiritual energy, and she felt excruciating pain all over her body, as if she was about to be crushed into pieces. Shwa! At this moment, Jun Changshao suddenly let go of his hand and could not help but take a few steps back. He hugged his head and screamed in pain. His eyes also rapidly switched between red and clear. There's still hope. The system said happily. The host's unyielding will was still fighting with the power that controlled the soul in his body, and he was still fighting for the control of his body. Wah! Rose Queen fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this time, she was exhausted and seriously injured. She could only lie weakly on the ground and watch that guy screaming in pain. Ah! The power that controlled the soul was still surging wildly, and the pain it brought made Jun Changshao's face extremely hideous. Boom! Boom! In order to vent the pain, he clenched his fists and bombarded the void frequently as if he had lost his mind. The poor space could not withstand the damage, and a large area suddenly collapsed. Shwa! While Jun Changshao was fighting with the power of the stone statue, the soul race experts endured the pain and desperately flew to Rose Queen's side and brought her to a relatively safe area. Retreat, Rose Queen said weakly. The Spiritkin experts didn't dare to provoke the crazed Jun Changshao, and they were just about to take the Empress away. However, they saw the Empress collapse to the ground with a thump after the attack, and she didn't stand up again. Queen, one of the experts said, that guy is down. Not only did Jun Changshao fall, but the power of the stone statue that corroded his soul also receded like the tide, and his petrified body was gradually returning to its original state. The system said he forced the power that controlled the soul to retreat. The host's willpower is really strong, but, it said pessimistically, if this tribulation is over, how will the other danger be passed? Jun Changshao, who had not completely turned black, was now in a severe coma. Although Rose Queen was injured, her subordinates were still there, and it seemed that she did not intend to retreat. Damn it! Can't you hold on a little longer? Queen, that kid seems to have fainted. The soul race experts who had planned to take Rose Queen away saw Jun Changshao lying on the ground motionless, and their faces immediately lit up with joy. This martial artist from the Falling Star continent dared to come to their territory, severely injure Rose Queen and kill his companions. Now that he was unconscious, wasn't it the same as being at the mercy of others? Not good. Rose Queen has fainted too. Rose Queen's injuries were not light either. After being rescued by her subordinates from Jun Changxiao's berserk area, she could not hold on and fainted. What should we do? What else can we do? We must kill this guy to prevent future trouble. Let's go together. The soul race experts were worried that Jun Changxiao was faking it, so they did not dare to go alone. Instead, they went together and kept a distance for the time being. It's over. The system broke down. He's going to die. Although Jun Changxiao had resisted the stone statue's power after falling into a coma, his various functions were severely reduced. Not to mention a group of experts comparable to Wu Sheng. Even an ordinary person would be finished with a brick. This guy has indeed fainted. Moreover, from the frequency of his breathing, his injuries should not be light. Everyone, let's go together. Chop him into meat paste. Swish, swish, swish. The soul race experts swarmed forward and powerful energy erupted. Don't look at how they were injured just now, and the martial skills they used were greatly weakened. However, killing a person who was severely unconscious was still a piece of cake. Huff, 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 huff. Dozens of energy pressed down from all directions. Jun Changxiao, who had been unconscious and defenseless, could be said to be in imminent danger. At this time, who could save him? No one, because he came to the soul race continent alone, without any disciples or companions. From the perspective of 10,000 years ago, any soul race on this plane could be counted as his enemy. Sigh. At this time the system sighed and said, "The situation does not allow me to hide anymore." Huff, huff. At the moment when all kinds of energy pressed down, Jun Changxiao's body surged with majestic airwaves and instantly shrouded him. Huff. As the explosive background music played, a large hand gently swept across the camera. A white cloak with the word department engraved on it appeared in front of Jun Changxiao, and a seemingly real yet illusory body appeared in front of him. Due to the angle and the lingering clouds, it was difficult to see the true appearance of Mount Lu. Swish! Hard to retract saber, which was inserted into the ground in the distance, suddenly flew over and was caught by the mysterious person. He lightly waved his sword and broke all kinds of energy attacks. That guy has a helper. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing that all kinds of moves were easily broken, the soul race experts did not think too much and hurriedly fled with the unconscious Rose Queen. The mysterious person did not chase after them. Holding hard to retract saber, he stood in place, his back view shrouding the unconscious Jun Changxiao with a sense of security. Ding! System assistance has violated the rules and will be punished. Ding! System entering shutdown state. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Host. I'm a little tired. I can't accompany you for the time being. The mysterious person turned his head and looked at Jun Changxiao, who had grown from a weak assistant to a strong one. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then gradually faded. 1. Ding. System assistance shut down. Ding. All functions of the strongest Sect system are suspended. Main and side missions are operating as usual. Jun Changxiao could not hear everything that was happening in front of him and the unfamiliar system notification that rang in his ears. This was because not only was he unconscious at this moment, but the duration of the cosmic talisman and the enhancement effect of hard to retract saber had also ended. Chapter 11:18. The battle between Jun Changxiao and Rose Queen was over. The space that had collapsed because of the power was crying silently and licking the wound slowly. Who won this battle? Without a doubt, it was Jun Changxiao, but the price was very high. Not only did he consume a universal talisman, but he also activated the power of the stone statue when he opened the seal. This incident also proved that Jun Changshao, who could practically do whatever he wanted on the Starfall continent, was still a far cry from the top experts of other realms. As for using the worm of time and space to travel to other planes, the result might be running away. After all, the Soul Clan was not a fighting clan. In the vast universe, there were stronger clans. With Jun Changxiao's current cultivation, he would be crushed if he started to travel to other planes. Of course, he didn't expect that he would meet a big boss at the beginning of the game when he sneaked in, and it was not Ling Ping Queen. Otherwise, he would definitely develop in the Falling Star continent for a while before coming here. Since it had already happened, it was useless to complain. Drip, drip. The sky that was gradually recovering was covered with dark clouds. Drops of rain splashed on Jun Changxiao's face, waking him up from a coma for a day and a night. Pain, explosion, rising from his body and head. What's going on? Jun Changxiao had no strength and could only lie on the ground and ask in his heart. The system, which liked to ridicule him, should have answered at this time, but there was no response. Playing dead? Jun Changxiao didn't take it seriously. He closed his eyes and tried to recall everything. He remembered the scene where he used the stone statue to torture Rose Queen, and then he couldn't remember anything. I should have one, but what happened after that? The pain in his head made him give up thinking. It was not until he was drenched in the rain for a few hours that he stood up with difficulty. Because of the double debuff, he only had the strength to walk without any cultivation. I'm very weak now. I need to find a place to recuperate as soon as possible. Jun Changxiao stood firm and then put the sword and the stone statue into the space ring. He dragged his weak body and walked in a direction casually. During this time, he called the system, but there was no response. So he cursed in his heart, "Are you playing dead?" A few hundred miles away, there was a mountain range that had collapsed due to the shock waves. Jun Changxiao arrived with great difficulty and found a passable cave. Who? As soon as he sat down, his entire body felt like it was falling apart. The side effects of using the universal talisman and the unstoppable blade at the same time were much better than before. Right. Have you completed the side quest? With a thought, Jun Changxiao pulled out the system panel. But the various data that appeared in his field of vision were all jumbled up. Only the main quest and side quest were still there. What's the situation? Jun Changxiao, who was from Earth and had come into contact with a lot of advanced technology, was stunned for a moment before he blurted out, "Poisoned? Dead. Malfunctioning. System. Say something. Don't tell me you're dead." No matter how much Goshing shouted in his heart, the voice that had been bickering with him for years never sounded. "It's over," Jun Changxiao said with a face full of despair. "The system must have malfunctioned. It can't operate normally for the time being." Temporarily shutting down and not operating meant the same thing. He guessed correctly. The system must have a self-detection and repair function. What I need to do now is to recover my cultivation as soon as possible. In the past, without the help of the system, Jun Changxiao might have panicked a little, but now he was the sword saint and martial saint, so he didn't feel helpless or helpless. Instead, he calmed down quickly. Swish! Using his weak will, he fused it into the spatial ring and locked it on the vortex-shaped space-time secret realm. Whether I can get out of this predicament or not, it's up to you now. After resting for a while and gathering some strength in his body, Jun Changxiao dragged himself to his feet. He took out array flags from the spatial ring and inserted them in front of the cave. Whoa! An isolation array appeared out of nowhere and sealed off the entire cave. Fortunately, setting up an array doesn't require spiritual energy. Jun Changxiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and fused his will into the spatial ring again to bring out the space-time secret realm. Huff! The entrance of the vortex was formed out of thin air. Jun Changxiao walked in and was surprised to find that there was an extremely strong heaven and earth attribute in the space-time secret realm. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Middle grade is better than low grade." Of course, what he really cared about was the time acceleration, so he quickly tested it with the time in the outside world. In the end, he got the answer that it was 100 times faster. The low grade is 50 times faster, and the mid grade is only 100 times faster. The improvement isn't too obvious. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Swish." He suddenly turned sideways and said in a displeased tone, "Host, you're really arrogant. You're not even satisfied with this." He suddenly split. What an idiot. But after Jun Changshao finished speaking, he sat down dejectedly. He wasn't used to the absence of that annoying retort. No matter if it's poison, crash, or malfunction, it should be able to solve it. Jun Changshao took a deep breath and summoned the space-time worm. He put his hands on his knees and said, "It's just 2 years of weakness. It'll only take 7 or 8 days, even if it's 100 times faster." Wait. He frowned and said, "How long can I accelerate in this mid-grade space-time secret realm?" The low-grade space-time secret realm could only accelerate 50 times for 3 days per month. This mid-grade space-time secret realm could accelerate 100 times. It couldn't be that he could only accelerate for 6 days per month, right? It's useless to think about it. Host, let's take it one step at a time. Jun Changshao suddenly said in the tone of the split system. As he spoke, he became melancholy. This kind of melancholy became stronger and stronger as the days passed. When he had nothing to do, he would always split himself into the system. It was very silly and sad to sit alone in the secret realm and talk to himself. However, what made Jun Changshao gratified was that 6 days had passed outside, and he was still able to stay in the secret realm without being expelled. It seems that it's not just 6 days. If there's no time limit, it would be great to be able to cultivate in there all year round. On the 7th day, the feeling of weakness in Jun Changshao's body was suddenly swept away, and a strong aura of a great sage emerged from his body. Pa! He stood up and covered his face with his hands as he laughed strangely. This man was back again. After the sword and martial saints recovered, Jun Changshao did not leave the space-time secret realm. This was because he needed to confirm whether the mid-grade space-time secret realm had an unlimited flow or a fixed time limit. On the 8th day, on the 9th day, on the 10th day, Jun Changshao and the space-time worm were forcefully sent back to the outside world. Sigh. He shook his head and said, "It's only 10 days. To be able to accelerate 100 times and last for 10 days, this was undoubtedly very satisfying. What else could Go Xing not be satisfied with? Looking at the sleeping and pocket-sized space-time worm, Jun Changshao was speechless. It's been at least 3 years in there, and this guy still hasn't woken up. Especially the system, that idiot. Wasn't it just poison, crash, garbled code, and malfunction? If it couldn't recover in 3 years for such a small matter, how could it have the nerve to call itself the strongest system? Or perhaps the time acceleration had no effect on this guy, so it seemed that 3 years had passed inside, but in reality only 10 days had passed like in reality? Forget it, forget it. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I'll just rely on myself." He would not become completely out of his wits just because the system did not appear. Swoosh! He reached out and removed the spell formation he had set up, got up and left the cave. However, just as he stepped out, a notification sounded in his ears. Ding! The system's auxiliary punishment has ended. Restarting. Loading 10%, 20%, 100%. Ding! The system's auxiliary punishment has been successfully loaded. Ding! All functions of the strongest Sect system have been activated. All programs are operating normally. Hearing the series of mechanical notifications, Jun Changshao's face turned black with question marks. F*CK, your grandpa. At this moment, the long-awaited voice that made people gnash their teeth in anger exploded in their ears with a deafening decibel. The next time you King use that broken stone statue, I curse you to be alone for the rest of your life. Chapter 1119. Because the system's assistants automatically appeared to help the host resolve the crisis, it was forced to shut down for violating the rules. And the result? With the acceleration of the space-time arcana realm, it was back in just 10 days. Especially when it was scolding Jun Changshao, the system's anger and agitation showed the passion that a hot-blooded person should have. Outside the cave, Jun Changshao took a few puffs of smoke and said awkwardly, "So that's how it is." He, who already understood the situation, did not expect that the system was not malfunctioning, but was suspended for a period of time because it was punished to save him. Other protagonists who lost their Goldfinger would either be very sad or work hard. He, on the other hand, was confused the whole time until the Goldfinger came back. Fortunately, the host bought the space-time arcana realm in advance, or else. The system calmed down and said, "God knows if you can return to the falling star continent alive." It was not joking. With Jun Changxiao's state 10 days ago, he would be in danger for 2 years in the Spirida's continent. And the power of the stone statue, the system said again. Once it's activated, the host will lose his mind. You must not use it again. Of course, the treasure from the upper realm could provide strong combat power, but if one's body was really controlled one day and he fell into darkness forever, he would become a living dead. Jun Changxiao took out the stone statue that was temporarily in a gray state and said, "This thing is evil, but without it, I'm afraid it would be difficult for me to defeat the Rose Queen." The system said, "So this also tells the host that a real powerhouse can't only rely on treasures, but also needs to constantly strengthen himself." Okay, Jun Changxiao nodded. This time, he came to the Spirida's continent alone. Although it had something to do with the wrong information, it also indirectly showed that he was still too weak. If he did not use cheats, he was nothing. That's it. I'll focus more on cultivation. He had used all sorts of trump cards to barely defeat Rose Queen, and in the end, he had almost made a mistake. This gave Lord Changxiao a wake-up call. He could no longer be as ferocious as before, and when he checked his battle record, he was left with 0 points. The system said the host's journey in the dimensional battlefield and the East Sea Fishery State has been too smooth recently. You should know that there are many powerful planes and experts in this vast universe. The road ahead is long and arduous. I will search from top to bottom. It was rare for Jun Changxiao and the system to have a good talk in such a gentle manner, and the relationship between them was also sublimated in their shared trials and tribulations. You can transform your body. Nonsense. Otherwise, the soul race experts would have chopped you into pieces long ago. Hurry up and come out. To be honest, I've been tolerating you for a long time. Hurry up and let me punch you a few times to vent my anger. If it weren't for the restrictions, do you think I wouldn't want to come out and kick you? After a round of bickering, Jun Changxiao opened the side mission panel and asked in confusion, "I tortured that woman until she couldn't take care of herself. Why haven't I completed it yet?" Yes, the system was also puzzled. Very strange. Defeating the Rose Queen in the side mission meant that Jun Changxiao had used all 3 of his trump cards and even broke the opponent's absolute domain. Logically speaking, he should have met the criteria. Could it be wrong? It should be killed and not defeated? Such a low-level mistake can only be made by that guy in the Jianghu. It's impossible for the system to make such a mistake. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao touched his chin and said, "There's only one possibility. I didn't torture her hard enough and didn't meet the requirements for defeating her." The system was speechless. He almost strangled her to death, and it wasn't hard enough? However, the system said that woman's absolute domain was forcibly broken by the host. Her injuries must be very serious. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to recover in 3 to 5 years. So, Jun Changshao sneered and said, "This is a good opportunity." The system was stunned. Host wants to catch her. Those soul race experts who came to help are only at the level of Wu Sheng. Now that she is seriously injured, it will be difficult for her to recover in a short time. I definitely can't miss it, Jun Changshao said seriously. To put it bluntly, he still didn't want to give up on the side quest. Not to mention the punishment for failing the mission. Because of Rose Queen, he had wasted so many contribution points and an opening talisman. If he didn't complete it within the time limit, he would definitely suffer a double loss. Jun Changshao could eat anything, but he couldn't suffer a loss. Not to mention, the space-time worm was still asleep and couldn't return to the falling star continent. Why not give it a try? What if he was lucky enough to succeed? The system considered for a moment and said, "I hope the host can be careful." It didn't object mainly because Rose Queen's injuries were very serious. As long as an expert of her level didn't appear, there wouldn't be much danger in the Soul Race continent. Let's go to the Empress City. Some time ago, when he was investigating the Soul Race continent, Jun Changshao already knew that the Empress lived in the Empress City, which was also the most sacred and supreme city in the entire plane. Of course, in order to avoid being discovered, Go Xing disguised himself as a middle-aged man with a wine gourd hanging from his waist. Do you miss the wine sword immortal? Like the evil sword immortal. F***CK. Jun Changshao wasn't in a hurry to go to the Empress City because he could freely wander around the Soul Race continent without that woman following him. So, as long as he encountered a big city, he would go in to scout for information. 2 days later, he came to one of the famous big cities of the Soul Race. However, just as he sneaked in with his stolen identity, he saw many Soul Race martial artists gathered on a public notice board on the main street, and they were whispering to each other. Jun Changshao went over and found a notice pasted on it. The content was, "Her Majesty has a chronic illness, and she's hiring experts from Chihuang with a large sum of money." Chronic illness? Jun Changshao sneered and said, "I'm afraid she's injured by me and won't be able to recover in 2 to 3 years, so she can only seek help from folk experts." I didn't expect Her Majesty to be sick too. It's a pity that I don't know medicine, or I'd definitely go to the Empress City. Her Majesty has a special imperial physician, but now she's hiring experts from Chihuang. This means that it's not simple. It's useless for ordinary doctors to go. Please make way, please make way. Just as everyone was discussing, Jun Changshao squeezed in from outside and took off the notice without hesitation. Who is this guy? He actually took off the notice so straightforwardly. Could he be a capable expert from Chihuang? Looking at Jun Changshao's departing figure, the Soul Race martial artists all thought hard. In the end, the answer they came up with was that they had never seen this person before. City, Lord's Mansion. Jun Changshao stood in the middle of the martial stage, his hands resting on the wrists of the injured man. After pretending to diagnose him, he smiled and said, "City Lord Ku, this person's injuries aren't serious. I can heal him with a single pill." Since he had changed his appearance, he definitely had an identity. He was now called Yi Xingqian. If Ania knew that the patriarch had used his name to swindle people in other planes, he would definitely be so angry that he would drink a few jars of wine. Is that so? City Lord Ku had a doubtful look. This subordinate of his had been distracted for a moment when he was cultivating, and he had gone berserk. Many doctors had already sentenced him to death. It was really unbelievable that he could be cured with a pill. Shua. Jun Changshao waved his hand and threw a beginner healing pill into the mouth of the patient. Then he put it on his wrist again. In order to prevent the other party from jumping up and down immediately, he deliberately used his spiritual energy to suppress the other party's meridians, temporarily putting him in a state of semi-shock. Half an hour later, Jun Changshao retracted his hand, and the meridians were no longer suppressed. The effect of the pill was fully unleashed. The injured person slowly opened his eyes and then jumped up with a whoosh. This, City Lord Ku's eyes widened. After confirming that his subordinate's injuries had healed, he was wild with joy and said, "Mr. Yi is really a divine doctor." Jun Changshao said, "The Empress has contracted a chronic illness. As a citizen, it can be said that my heart is in pain. If City Lord Ku has no doubts about my medical skills, please allow me to quickly go to Empress City for treatment. Now, immediately, let's go." After City Lord Ku confirmed that the person who revealed the notice was really capable, he hurriedly arranged and personally brought Jun Changshao to Empress City in the afternoon. On the way, thinking of the doctor he brought, if he could cure the Empress's chronic illness, he would definitely be promoted and have a meteoric rise in the future. Sitting in a luxurious car pulled by a special spiritual beast, Jun Changshao looked at the scenery and secretly said, "Empress Rose, I have 100 ways to sneak into your palace and then go against your heaven." A few days later, Jun Changshao followed City Lord Ku into Empress City. He didn't even have time to look at the scenery and came to the magnificent Empress Palace. The guards of the palace were all women, and they were all good-looking. Because Jun Changshao had no interest in beauty, he was too lazy to describe their appearance. City Lord Ku. In the East Courtyard's main hall, a valiant and formidable-looking female general glanced at the slovenly Jun Changshao and said, "Is this the doctor you brought?" "That's right." City Lord Ku smiled and said, "This person's medical skills are superb. He can even cure a seriously injured person who has gone mad in half an hour." "So magical?" The female general's eyes were filled with strong doubts. However, the Empress's illness couldn't be delayed. Since it had been verified by City Lord Ku, there shouldn't be any problems. Thus she said lightly, "Follow me." Swish, swish, swish. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of fully armed soldiers came over and surrounded Jun Changshao. Then they brought him out of the hall and into the Empress's palace as if they were escorting a prisoner. "Empress." The female general walked into the palace and saluted. "City Lord Ku has found a Qi Huang expert. Let him come in." Hearing the voice coming from inside, Jun Changshao was immediately sure that this was Empress Rose. Moreover, her voice was weak and her injury was serious. "Ugly woman, you can't escape from the palm of my hand." Creak! The door opened and Jun Changshao was escorted in. The female general and the soldiers retreated and guarded the palace. The room where Empress Rose lived was very big, especially the bed covered by the red gauze curtain was also very big. Jun Changshao estimated that it wouldn't be a problem to sleep with 5 or 6 people. He couldn't help but sigh secretly, "This is really luxurious." Swish! A delicate hand stretched out from the gauze curtain and said weakly, "You should know how to take pulses, right?" Wong, wong. At this moment, the array inside the palace silently appeared and isolated the outside. Swish! Jun Changshao strode over and directly grabbed the wrist and sneered, "Then it will be very troublesome." Whoosh! The gauze curtain was blown away by the explosion. Empress Rose appeared with a weak face and messy hair. Seeing the other party being so rude, she said in a deep voice, "How dare you? Presumptuous!" He he he. Jun Changshao scratched his face and laughed like a monkey. "The monk can run away, but the temple can't run with him. You should accept your loss and be the servant of this Lao Jun." System, why am I the host so cheap? Empress Rose's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, and she said in shock, "You are Jun Changshao." P.S. 3,200 plus words. Chapter 1120. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Jun Changshao, who was holding on to Rose Queen, returned to his human form from his monkey form. In fact, he could rely on his powerful cultivation to barge in, but who knew if there were any mechanisms in the palace that could allow her to escape in an instant. Thus, he snuck in as a doctor and lost a healing pill for this. Sigh. His heart ached. You, Rose Queen, who had her meridian locked, was unable to move. Her weak eyes were filled with anger and surprise. Although she had lost the battle with him 10 days ago, the other party must have paid a heavy price to win. Why was it as if nothing had happened to him? He must have cheated. After all, she was the boss of the Spiritas continent. Although the situation was very unfavorable, Rose Queen still calmed down and said, "This is my palace. Do you think you can easily enter and leave?" Shua. Jun Chang Xiao dragged her down from the bed and said with a cold gaze, "Stop playing tricks on me. Hurry up and hand over your soul origin." If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was the empress of a generation and could control the entire Spiritas, as well as the fact that the side quest hadn't been completed yet, he would have already ruthlessly destroyed the flower. Rose Queen's face was pale. "You're hurting me." This weak voice, coupled with a face that was so weak that it made one's heart ache, was truly a pitiful beauty who seemed to be injured and waiting for a hero to save her. "Aren't you the heavens? You can't even bear this little bit of pain?" Jun Chang Xiao said indifferently. Rose Queen glared at him angrily and said, "Are you a man or not?" After conquering various planes for so many years, he wasn't always fighting. Sometimes he would even use schemes, such as the common honey trap. With Rose Queen's beauty, as long as she made a few flirtatious movements, she would be able to captivate men. But facing Jun Chang Xiao, he was exceptionally powerless. Rose Queen even suspected that this guy wasn't a man. Jun Chang Xiao sneered, "Whether I'm a man or not, only my woman knows. What does it have to do with you?" Rose Queen kept staring at him, and he kept staring at her. The two of them stared at each other for a long time, and their eyes were sore. The system urged, "Stop staring. This is the forbidden area of the palace. There might be some experts. Hurry up and take her away." "That's true." Jun Chang Xiao reached out and pulled Rose Queen over. Then he hugged her and sneered, "I'll let you know if I'm a man or not." Rose Queen's face paled. Let me go." She panicked. In the past, when she used the honey trap, she would always slap the other party to death when they were about to get close to her. She had never had such intimate contact before. Jun Chang Xiao pretended not to hear her and strode towards the door of the bedroom. But just as he was about to remove the array, he heard a loud boom. The array actually exploded by itself. Shwa! Shwa! In an instant, figures rushed in from the outside. There were 20 of them in total. They instantly blocked the entrance of the bedroom. The aura of the old man in the lead was so strong that it should not be inferior to that of Wu Sheng's great perfection. F***CK. Reinforcements came so quickly? Or could it be that, even though he had set up an isolation array, that woman still had a way to contact the outside world? However, what surprised Jun Chang Xiao even more was that the Spiritas powerhouse that rushed in had a strange look in his eyes, as if he didn't understand his existence. "Brett," that old man reacted very quickly and shouted in a deep voice, "You've eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall, actually daring to hug Her Majesty." Jun Chang Xiao sneered and was about to rush out with his cultivation when he heard Rose Queen say, "He is the doctor I invited. He is treating my injuries." F***CK. What's going on? Jun Chang Xiao was a little confused. "Doctor?" The old man secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said with a faint smile, "Your Majesty, your injuries are so serious. Even if there is an expert from Chihuang, you might not be able to recover. Why don't you just abdicate?" Hearing this, Jun Chang Xiao's mind flashed with various TV series plots and blurted out, "Your subordinates are rebelling." Rose Queen, who was in his arms, was not surprised at all. She said lightly, "Abdicate? Abdicate? Abdicate. Give it to me." At this moment, a woman who was not inferior to Rose Queen walked in from outside the bedroom. There were many powerhouses behind her. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be powerful and could be regarded as civil and military officials of the Soul Clan. "It's really you." Rose Queen's tone was still not surprised. The beautiful woman said lightly, "I said that I would take back the throne sooner or later." "I should have known." Rose Queen said regretfully, "I should have killed you back then. If I knew that the general I promoted would touch my throne, I wouldn't let her live," the beautiful woman said. "Excuse me." At this moment, Jun Changshao interrupted their conversation and collapsed. "What's going on? Can you explain? I'm really confused now." Rose Queen said lightly, "She is the former queen you are looking for." "Former?" Jun Changshao said in shock. "Queen Ling Ping." Rose Queen said with a cold face, "She is the woman who was defeated by me and seized the throne when I was injured. In fact, when the old man led people to break into the bedroom, she had already understood the situation. Because the old man used to be Queen Ling Ping's confidant, he took the initiative to retire after she ascended the throne. Rose Queen, who was confident in her strength, didn't take him seriously. But now, it seemed that she was still careless. Jun Changshao was confused. "Come on. I was robbing, and you suddenly appeared to seize the throne. It was similar to the plot of a palace drama. How could I carry on?" Queen Ling Ping said lightly, "You are seriously injured and can't recover in a short time. Our Soul clan can't be without a leader. You'd better abdicate quickly." "You think so, too?" Rose Empress looked at the civil and military officials standing behind her. "Yes," everyone said in unison. Since the fourth queen took office, she had been carrying out a high-pressure policy. Anyone who opposed her would be punished. It could be said that she lived a very cowardly life. What's more, in terms of political achievements, Queen Ling Ping was not inferior to Rose Queen. She was also gentle to her subordinates. Naturally, she was more willing to support her to regain the throne. Puff! Rose Queen, who was injured, spat out a mouthful of blood. Over the years, she had conquered various planes for the Soul Clan and brought many benefits and resources. But finally, she raised a group of traitors. "Hey," Jun Changshao said sarcastically, "your subordinates seem to have betrayed you." Rose Queen glared at him fiercely. "If you hadn't beaten me like this, they wouldn't have the courage to force me to abdicate." Swish! The old man pointed at Jun Changshao and shouted angrily, "How dare you, a quack, poison Her Majesty? Come on, cut him into pieces." Go Sheng's expression suddenly became interesting. Was he going to use his identity as a quack to make the news that Rose Queen was poisoned to death, and then announce it to the public, so that Queen Ling Ping could ascend the throne smoothly? "Sorry, I won't take the blame for this." Swish! Jun Changshao held Rose Queen with one hand, took out the green dragon crescent blade, and transformed into the loyal and brave Guan Yunchang. He shouted, "Rebels, you are plotting to usurp the throne. I, Yi Xingqian, swear to protect Her Majesty today." Achoo! In the Sect of all times, Yi Xingqian, who was practicing, suddenly sneezed. Chapter 11:21. They came to kidnap Queen Rose, but her subordinates betrayed her and followed the former queen to overthrow her. This was a little interesting. Jun Changshao would definitely not mind watching the show. He might as well integrate himself into the identity of Yi Xingqian and do something meaningful. The so-called meaningful. Since you came to rebel against her, I'll save her. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to establish a revolutionary friendship and make her submit to me as a servant. Jun Changshao had already come up with a perfect script in the shortest time possible. He even thought of the ending. He would help Queen Rose regain the throne, become the regent, and control the entire soul plane from behind. Queen Rose's face turned cold. Only she knew that this guy had disguised himself. He was not Yi Xingqian, but he suddenly wanted to protect her. What kind of show was he trying to put on? "Kid," the old man said in a deep voice, "you're courting death." He was in charge of contacting the former queen and leading a group of civil and military officials to force her to abdicate. Seeing that the situation was set, the doctor who came to see the doctor suddenly jumped out to express his loyalty. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two soul experts behind him rushed over. Powerful energy gathered in their palms as if they could crush everything. Whoosh! Jun Changshao held Queen Rose in his right hand and waved the green dragon crescent blade in his left hand, slashing out an extremely powerful and domineering saber aura. Not good. The two soul experts realized that the other party's saber was very terrifying and immediately circled around to the sides. Boom! The door of the bedroom was shattered. Whoosh! Jun Changshao took the opportunity to fly out with Queen Rose in his arms. Outside, the female generals and soldiers who had been guarding the bedroom were either dead or crippled on the ground. It could be seen that only a portion of the civil and military officials betrayed Queen Rose. In fact, there were still people who would protect the current queen with their lives. Kid, where do you think you're going? Just as Jun Changshao flew out and did not have time to escape, the old man chased out of the bedroom. He waved his old hand and instantly formed a terrifying palm print. F***CK. Goshen cursed. Then he tried his best to turn his body so that Rose Queen was facing forward. He used his back to receive the palm print, but he was hit with a bang. Ka. Activating his mechanical armed wings, Jun Changshao instantly turned into a stream of light and flew out of the forbidden area of the palace. Shwa! The old man landed on the ground with a frown. He had never expected that this slovenly-looking doctor would actually be able to take his palm and run away so quickly. Old Tuo, Empress Lingping came out and said, "Why don't you chase after him?" Old Tuo shook his head. "It's already too late." Empress Lingping frowned and said, "The woman is injured now. It's a great opportunity. If she recovers, there will be endless troubles." Elder Tuo naturally understood this logic, but he really couldn't catch up with Jun Changshao. He could only sigh and say, "Her injuries are extremely serious. It will take time for her to recover. Let's discuss the matter of ascending the throne first." "All right." Empress Lingping turned around and ordered, "Inform all the governors of the major cities to come to Empress City quickly." On this day, the forbidden area of the palace was covered with dark clouds, which meant that the weather was about to change. Whoosh! In the endless sky, Jun Changshao used the power of flying and the mechanical armed wings at the same time. His speed had reached the extreme. Even Empress Rose, who was in a good state, would have to spend some effort to catch up with him, let alone a strong man who was comparable to Wu Shang at the great completeness. He flew for about thousands of miles. Jun Changshao landed in a dark forest. As soon as he stabilized his body, he spat out blood. "Damn it! That old man hit you so hard." Empress Rose, who had been caught by him, said lightly, "Can that guy hurt you? Don't pretend." "Damn it!" Jun Changshao roared. "I was seriously injured in the fight with you, and I've only just recovered, okay?" Empress Rose was silent. She was in a very complicated mood now, because she was saved by the guy who almost killed her. Swoosh! Jun Changshao placed Empress Rose on a rock, then took off his clothes with the remaining palm print on his back. He smiled evilly and said, "I'll let you see if I'm a man." "You, what do you want?" Empress Rose panicked when she saw him take off his clothes. He. Jun Changshao leaned over and said with a strange smile, "This place is deserted. What do you think I want?" Don't mess around, don't come over." Empress Rose hugged her chest. Her weak face was pale. Swoosh! At this moment, Jun Changshao grabbed her leg, then lifted it and took off her boots. His other hand, 2 chicken feathers appeared out of thin air, and he fiercely scratched the soles of her feet. The system was speechless and said, "Men, don't take the blame." The Rose Queen was no different from an ordinary person. So she couldn't stand being tickled. So she started to laugh so hard that her eyes started to fill with tears. Then she started to curse. "Jun Changshao, you despicable, shameless bastard. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." What a man hated most was to be called not a man by a woman. So, in order to prove his innocence, Jun Changshao scratched the soles of Empress Rose's feet for 2 hours, making her laugh for 2 hours. It was very cruel. Swoosh! After the punishment, he stood up. It happened to be dusk, so Go Sheng's back was very long, which showed what a real man was. The night came, and the sky was full of stars. Empress Rose leaned against the stone wall with messy hair. The fire rising from the bonfire jumped on her weak cheeks, which looked really lovely. Jun Changshao was cleaning a pheasant and said, "I just went to the nearest city. Empress Ling Ping will ascend the throne tomorrow, and you secretly eloped with a doctor." Damn it! Empress Rose gnashed her teeth angrily. It didn't matter if she lost the throne, but it was too high-sounding to say that she eloped with someone else. Jun Changshao skewered the whole pheasant and then roasted it on the bonfire, saying, "You have lost all of these rights, reputation, and wealth." Puff! Empress Rose spurted out blood. She had succeeded the throne for thousands of years and fought countless fierce battles for the Soul Clan. But in the blink of an eye, she lost everything, which was really unacceptable. "It's you." Empress Rose raised her head with difficulty and stared at Jun Changshao with strong resentment. "You made me lose everything." In theory, it was true. Without Jun Changshao, she wouldn't have been injured, and she wouldn't have given Empress Ling Ping any chance. After all, her strength was enough to crush any rebellion. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "It's your fault for pestering me." Empress Rose stopped talking. Jun Changshao said, "If I'm right, when that woman ascends the throne, she will catch you all over the world. It's my fault for being too merciful back then. I defeated her and didn't kill her. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in trouble today," Empress Rose said with hatred. "There's no medicine for regret in this world." Jun Changshao skillfully rolled the pheasant that was gradually roasted to perfection and said, "But I can help you regain the rights, reputation, and wealth you lost." "You help me?" Empress Rose laughed. Jun Changshao said, "I came to your continent this time just to take revenge for invading the Falling Star continent. If I'm right, it should be Empress Ling Ping who gave the order to invade, right?" "Yes." "So," Jun Changshao handed over the roasted pheasant and said seriously, "we have a common enemy. Why can't we cooperate sincerely?" The system complained, ding. "Your friend, Deputy Director Jun of the Strategic Deception Bureau, is online." Chapter 1122. Queen Rose fell into deep thought, and Jun Changshao said again, "With your current injury, if there is no famous doctor to treat you, it will take at least a few years or even decades to recover by yourself. Can you avoid the search of Empress Ling Ping during this period?" Queen Rose's eyes flashed with a trace of hesitation. After Tua Tai rushed into the palace with people, she realized that something was wrong. But she didn't expect that this hateful guy would save her instead of handing her to Empress Ling Ping. "Say it." After a difficult inner struggle, Queen Rose looked at Jun Changshao and said, "What's the condition for you to help me?" Jun Changshao leaned over and said with a smile, "Be my maidservant. In your dreams." If Queen Rose had not been too weak, her words would have splashed her saliva on his face. "If you don't like to be a maidservant, you can be a maidservant." Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "Anyway, I won't dislike you." Queen Rose gnashed her teeth and said, "Even if I die, I won't be a maidservant." Swish! Jun Changshao pulled her over and said coldly, "We've made a bet. You have to be willing to accept your loss." "Did I lose?" Queen Rose stared at him and said. Jun Changshao roared, "You didn't lose. Why did you fall into my hands?" They made a bet before. One of them would be a servant and the other would be a maidservant if she lost. But now it seemed that no matter what the result was, one party would break the promise. "No one can testify. It doesn't count. You. After I recover, let's fight again." "You." Jun Changshao raised his finger and pointed at her. He was so angry that he trembled. In this world, there was someone more shameless than me, and it was a woman. Okay, if it weren't for the fact that you, a laid-off empress, still had some value, I would have slapped you to death. Jun Changshao took a deep breath and suppressed his temper. He said, I help you get back the lost throne, and you give me a generous reward. Okay, Rose Queen said. However, she added, I have a condition. F***CK. This woman was taking advantage of him. Rose Queen said, you have to help me recuperate first. I'm sorry. Jun Changshao shrugged. I don't know anything about medicine. Rose Queen said faintly, if you don't know medicine, you won't sneak into the palace. Jun Changshao really didn't know anything about medicine. Even if there was a healing pill, it wouldn't be of much use to an expert at her level. Besides, even if the healing pill was effective, he would not give it to her. If this brat were to turn hostile and refuse to acknowledge him after his injuries were healed, who could he reason with? Jun Changshao said, I can help you heal, but you have to promise me one thing. Otherwise, we won't talk about it. What conditions? Hand over your soul origin, said Yi Futian. No way. Jun Changshao pointed at her and said, Ugly woman, you're just like trash now. If I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. Don't talk so much nonsense. Hurry up and hand over your soul source. The system was a little surprised. The host, who had always been successful in deceiving others, was actually unable to suppress his irritable temper because of Rose Queen. No, Rose Queen was very stubborn. Good. Jun Changshao stood up, waved his hand, and took out the modified vacuum cleaner and said with a cold gaze, Then don't blame me. If the other party could see the big picture and hand over her soul origin, he would definitely not choose to go to extremes. After all, she was a queen with status. Because the other party was in an injured state, Jun Changshao did not activate the enhanced mode. Instead, he raised the flat vacuum cleaner on his shoulder in the third gear mode. However, under the strong suction force, Rose Queen was not affected at all. Instead, she said angrily, What are you doing? Strange. Jun Changshao broke down. Why doesn't it work? Whether it was the falling star continent or the battlefield, as long as it was something dirty, the modified vacuum cleaner would always work. Why didn't it work on this woman twice? There's only one possibility. The system said her body is very clean. Impossible. Jun Changshao said, She is of the soul race and the leader of the soul race. How can she be clean? The system said, Host, have you noticed that in this plane the soul race martial artists and humans don't seem to be different? Not only was there no difference, especially in life, they were extremely similar to humans. If not for Jun Changshao repeatedly confirming that this was the soul race's continent, he would even suspect that he had entered another plane where humans lived. The system said, According to my analysis, when the soul race invades other planes, they don't go with their bodies, but with their souls. This should be a special ability of the race. You mean this woman has a body now, so her body is very clean. Once she enters other planes, her soul body will occupy other people's minds, and she will become unclean? Jun Changshao said. The system said, Yes. Jun Changshao retracted the vacuum cleaner and said, This thing won't malfunction, right? Because it was too close, it directly stuck to his head. Oh no. Jun Changshao's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly turned off the vacuum cleaner. But the head that appeared in the camera had become incomparably shiny. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The system couldn't help but laugh. My name is Jun Changshao. I'm panicking now. Because of an accident, I accidentally made myself bald. But I didn't become stronger. After spraying the wound super hair growth agent, Jun Changshao sat down cross-legged, crossed his arms, and said angrily, What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a bald man before? After saying that, he turned to the camera and roared, Director, cut this part out. Needless to say, with Jun Changxiao's appearance, even a bald man could look perfect. Rose Queen retracted her gaze, and a faint blush appeared on her pale face. She muttered to herself, "He actually looks okay. How about this?" Jun Changxiao calmed down and said, "Let's each take a step back." Suddenly, he stopped talking, hugged Rose Queen in his arms, and rushed out with a whoosh. As soon as he left, dozens of fully armed soldiers appeared in the cave, and then looked at the extinguished fire, looked at each other, and hurriedly left. "That woman hasn't ascended to the throne yet, and she's already started to capture you." Jun Changxiao, who was hiding in the dark, said, "Pa." He slapped the woman's hand away and said, "Why are you touching my head?" "It's fun." Rose Queen laughed. Jun Changxiao almost threw her down in a fit of anger. "I've seen many Buddhist cultivators in other planes, and they're all bald, and some even have scars. Why don't you dot a few on your head?" Rose Queen said with interest, "I'm not a monk." Jun Changxiao said in annoyance. Rose Queen said, "You're so handsome. You'll look quite good with a kasaya." Jun Changxiao ignored her and moved to a safe area. But along the way, Rose Queen kept staring at his bald head, so he roared, "Big sister, now that you've been kidnapped by me, what you should be most concerned about is not whether you can survive or whether you can regain the throne. What's the meaning of staring at my head? If it looks good, then look. Do you have some disgusting fetish?" Chapter 11:23. Due to a mistake, Jun Changxiao's black hair was all sucked away. It was not a big problem. After all, with the magic hair growth agent, it could even grow to his waist. But Queen Rose had developed a strong interest in baldies. Before her hair grew out, she kept staring at Jun Changxiao. Many times, she could not help but reach out to touch his smooth and shiny head. She even imagined him wearing a kasaya and cosplaying as a Buddhist cultivator. Crazy. This woman is crazy. After coming to a safer place, Jun Changxiao kept an absolute distance from Queen Rose. Fortunately, this situation only lasted for one night. The next day, under the stimulation of the hair growth agent, her black hair grew out again. It was so long that it could wrap around her waist. Ka! Ka! Jun Changxiao broke down and started cutting with scissors. He finally understood old Ding's pain back then. Queen Rose was rather disappointed. "Actually, baldies are more suitable for you." "Baldies my ass." Jun Changxiao said, "I'm not a monk." "Why do you like to call yourself I?" Queen Rose was puzzled. Jun Changxiao explained while cutting his hair, "Because I'm the patriarch of the sect of all times, the strongest sect in the Starfall continent." "The strongest sect?" Queen Rose was surprised. "So powerful?" Jun Changxiao said, "Are you interested in joining the sect of all times? With your strength, you can be a hall master." Since this woman did not want to hand over her soul origin, it was not a bad idea to trick her into joining the sect. "I'm the queen of the soul race. Why would I become a hall master of a sect?" Queen Rose said proudly. "Queen," Jun Changxiao said indifferently, "you're just a phoenix in distress who's inferior to a chicken." "You!" Queen Rose glared at him angrily. Jun Changxiao went back to the topic. "If I help you regain your position as queen, how much are you going to give me?" He could choose not to make her his servant, and he could choose not to take her soul origin. He could even choose not to force her to join the sect of all times. But there had to be benefits. "How much do you want?" Rose Queen asked. "This." Jun Changxiao considered for a moment and said, "Give me 100 million of those spirit stones that you gave me before." 100 million. Rose Queen said, "Do you think spirit stones are everywhere in the Soul Tribe?" Jun Changxiao also felt that he was asking for too much, so he took a step back and said, 50 million is fine. Rose Queen leaned weakly against the stone wall and said, "I only have 1 million. If you can help me take back the throne, I'll give it all to you." 1,000,000? Jun Changshao was obviously not satisfied with this number. After all, the difficulty of helping her regain the throne was no less than an epic quest. Rose Queen said dejectedly, "I've been fighting for many years. Although I've obtained a lot of martial arts resources, I've spent them on the construction of my race, so I'm not very rich." Speaking of this, her heart ached. In the past thousands of years, she had done her best to make her race stronger, but in the end, she was betrayed by her people. 1,000,000 is too little. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "If it's only a little reward, I won't take the risk to help you take back the throne." Rose Queen looked at him and said seriously, "I can't promise you anything now. As long as you can help me take back the throne, I'll meet all your requirements." Ling Ping, who was supported by her subordinates, was not defeated, but she was not discouraged. As long as there was a chance, she must make a comeback and then take back all the things she had lost. She would not admit defeat, and she would not admit defeat. This was very similar to Jun Changshao. "I want to be the regent and have the same rights as the empress. Can you give me that?" Jun Changshao said. Rose Queen looked at him with a stunned face. Jun Changshao said, "If you don't agree with my condition, I really can't find a reason to help you." He would not do anything without benefits, even if the other party looked pitiful and helpless at the moment. Rose Queen said, "Do you really want to be the regent?" "If I don't have enough wealth, I can only get enough power." Jun Changshao spread out his hands and said. Rose Queen looked at him and said, "Do you know that in the continent of the Soul Clan, only the husband of the Empress can be the regent and be recognized by the people?" Jun Changshao said in surprise, "Is there such a thing?" "Yes. The system said the rule of the Soul Clan has been passed down since the first Empress. As a professional system, it would habitually search in a strange world and acquire a lot of necessary historical knowledge to better assist the host." Rose Queen said, "If you want to be the regent, you must be my husband." "Forget it." Jun Changshao said, "I'd rather choose to die than be your husband. I came to the continent of the Soul Clan to gather information and rob if I can. I'm not here to find a wife." Rose Queen did not know who dog leading was, but from his words, she could tell that he despised her. Hence, she glared at him with her almond-shaped eyes and said, "You think I'm not worthy of you?" "That's right," Jun Changshao said bluntly. Rose Queen nearly exploded in anger. As the Supreme Fourth Empress, if she were to announce to the public that she was choosing a husband, all kinds of handsome men would line up thousands of miles away from Empress City. He actually thought that she was not worthy? How about this? Jun Changshao said, "You can be the Prime Minister." Rose Queen glared at him and said, "Can you guarantee that you will help me take back the throne?" Jun Changshao shrugged and said, "As long as the Soul Clan doesn't have a powerhouse like you, I can guarantee that I will help you take back everything you lost. Although I'm the Empress of the Soul Clan, my cultivation level isn't the highest," said Rose Queen. Jun Changshao said in shock, "There are people stronger than you?" Rose Queen said solemnly, "Not only are there people stronger than me, there are many." The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. To defeat this woman, he had to use all kinds of trump cards. There were many people stronger than her, so there was no way he could defeat them. Rose Queen said, "There's an ancient palace 100 miles away from Empress City. There are 9 Hall Masters living in it. They are the strongest combat forces of the Soul Clan." 9. Jun Changshao immediately made a decision. He thought to himself, "I'd better wait for the space-time worm to wake up and bring this woman back to the Falling Star continent." He would not do a losing deal, nor would he do a dangerous deal. However, Rose Queen said angrily, 10,000 years ago, Empress Ling Ping was in power and ordered the 9 Hall Masters to invade the Falling Star continent. They haven't returned to this day, leaving me without a capable assistant. I've suffered repeated setbacks when conquering other planes." Hearing this, Jun Changshao was stunned. Weren't the 9 Hall Masters? She mentioned the 9 soul clans that invaded the Falling Star continent. There are still 3 of them in my heaven origin, soul-suppressing pagoda. Thinking of the first and second soul clans, Goshung made him angry. He had almost died in the soul clan because he had given the wrong information. Do you mean that the 9 Hall Masters are not on the continent and the soul clan has no top combat forces? Jun Changshao asked. Yes, Rose Queen said. Jun Changshao said confidently, there's no pressure to help you take back the throne. If you can help me take back everything I've lost, I'll give you the right to be second only to me and above everyone else. No, I want to have the same rights as you. After a moment of silence, Rose Queen said, as long as you can do it. I can do it. All right, I'll give you the same rights as the Empress. A gentleman keeps his word, a man of his word. Just as the 2 of them were about to make another agreement, Jun Changshao heard a system notification. Ding! Side mission completed. The host has obtained 50,000 contribution points. Chapter 11, 24. Ding! Side mission completed. Host has gained 50,000 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 988-007-0000. Ding! Sect contribution points. Overflow. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the side mission and triggering the hidden reward. You have gained newly opened seal, talisman X1 and experience talisman X10. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded when he heard the beautiful notifications. Previously, he had used all kinds of trump cards to beat up Rose Queen, but he did not meet the requirements. How did he complete the mission now? Ha ha ha! After a short moment of confusion, Jun Changshao covered his face and laughed. The reward for this super elite mission was indeed generous. Just the contribution points alone were 50,000 points. And he even received 1 newly opened seal talisman and 10 experience talismans. Awesome. Too awesome. Jun Changshao, who was upset that he did not complete the mission after using all kinds of trump cards, felt that it was worth it at this moment. Is he stupid? Rose Queen's eyes were filled with surprise. Huff huff. At this moment, Jun Changshao's body suddenly emitted a strong aura of advancement, and then he smoothly broke through from 2nd grade to 3rd grade Sword Saint. Queen Rose was even more surprised by the sudden increase in her cultivation base. I understand now. Feeling that his strength had greatly increased, Jun Changshao thought to himself, at my current level, I need at least 10 experience talismans to break through 1 grade. This conclusion came from the fact that he had crushed 6 experience talismans just now. Including the 4 experience talismans he had crushed earlier, it was exactly 10 experience talismans. The system said, in other words, the host has completed the super elite mission and received 10 experience talismans, which is equivalent to giving away 1 grade. Give me 6 more missions like this. Jun Changshao said excitedly. He did not think that he could defeat Wu Sheng with just strength alone. However, if he advanced a few more grades, there would definitely be no problem. The host is very beautiful. The system complained, in your dreams. Ding. Side mission triggered. Ding. Side mission triggered. Hearing the 2 mission notifications, Jun Changshao was overjoyed. The system broke down and roared. I shouldn't have talked so much. Swoosh. Jun Changshao pulled open the side mission panel, and the 2 listed above were divided into Side Mission 1. As the saying goes, a gentleman never goes back on his word. Host, please help the Rose Queen regain her lost throne super elite mission. Side Mission 2. This mission is a continuation of Side Mission 1. If the host helps the Rose Queen obtain the throne, the host must obtain the same status as the Rose Queen, such as becoming the regent. If the host cannot complete Side Mission 1, this mission will be considered as a failure super elite mission. F*CK. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK. Seeing the second quest, Jun Changshao roared, "Is this forcing me to become her husband?" What? The system complained. The second mission is no different from hell for the host. Jun Changshao fell silent. Then he turned his head and looked at Rose Queen with a smile. Both super side quests were related to her. If they were completed successfully, not only would she receive a generous reward, she might even get more experience runes. Seeing him smile so cheekily, Rose Queen panicked and said, "What are you doing?" "Shua." Jun Changshao walked over step by step. He stopped in front of Rose Queen, took off the straw hat, and gently covered her head. His eyes were unprecedentedly serious. "I will help you take back everything you lost." The system roared. Where did the straw hat come from? Rose Queen's expression gradually became sluggish. She tried to raise her head to look at the man, and a ripple rose in her heart. She, who had been in charge of the soul race for thousands of years, had the aura of an absolute king. But now, in front of Jun Changshao, she was like a weak little woman. Night came. Flames burned in the cave, driving away the coldness and bringing warmth. Rose Queen leaned against a stone wall and looked thoughtfully at Jun Changshao, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the fire. The more she looked at him, the more manly he looked. Shaving your hair will make you look more manly. Ah. At this moment, Jun Changshao hugged his head and shouted. He had overflowed a lot of contribution points, so he decided to refresh the intermediate shop on a whim. In the end, he spent more than 20,000 points and did not get anything. The system said it's not as good as buying 2 recipes from the advanced shop. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and looked at Rose Queen. He said, "I need to know how many powerhouses there are in the palace you used to live in and what level they are at. Also, what's the level of Queen Lingping?" The simplest way to help Rose Queen regain the throne was to solve everything with violence. Void Crossing Realm, 69. Lingi Realm, 1. Rose Queen told him the overall strength of the powerhouses in the palace, and finally said, "As for that woman, she was only at the Void Crossing Realm when I fought with her back then." According to the level of the Falling Star Continent, the Void Crossing Realm was equivalent to Wu Shang, and the Lingi Realm was equivalent to Wu Shang's great perfection. Above that was the Return to Origin Realm, and the Return to Realm that could break the void. "The old man who hit me was at the Lingi Realm?" Jun Changshao asked. "Yes." Jun Changshao fell into deep thought and said, "Let's exclude Queen Lingping first. As long as we deal with that old man, we should be able to regain the throne." "Right." He asked, "What's the status of the 9 Hall Masters that you mentioned earlier in the Soul Clan?" "They are second only to 1 and above all." Rose Queen said, "They even have the right to decide the ownership of the throne." "So powerful?" Jun Changshao said in surprise. Rose Queen said, "Of course, the 9 Hall Masters must have the same opinion to have the right to make decisions. Any objection can't shake the supreme position of the Queen." In that case, Jun Changshao said, "As long as we find the 9 of them, you can regain the throne without using force at all." "No," Rose Queen said bitterly. When the 9 Hall Masters left the Soul Clan, Queen Lingping was still in power. The latter became the 3rd queen because the 9 of them recommended her. Even if they came, they wouldn't help me. To be honest, if the 9 Hall Masters hadn't attacked the Falling Star Continent and never returned, this woman couldn't become the queen even if she could defeat Queen Lingping, because the 9 Hall Masters might not approve of her. "Hey," Rose Queen said, "why don't you speak?" At this moment, Jun Changshao was sitting cross-legged and had entered the Tianyuan soul-suppressing pagoda. He was holding the soul-suppressing whip and pointing at the souls number 1 and number 2 in the corner, cursing, "You 2 bastards, you cheated me so badly!" Slap, slap. "Aha, Jun Patriarch, we have been in the Falling Star Continent for so long, but we didn't know that Queen Lingping had abdicated." "Ah, Number 1 and number 2 were beaten until they cried like ghosts and howled like wolves. Number 3, who shrank in the distance, was trembling with fear. Rose Queen probably never dreamed that the 3 Hall Masters, who represented the strongest fighting force of the Soul Clan and had the right to dismiss the Queen, would fall into such a miserable situation. After a while, Jun Changshao stopped angrily and said, "How is the training of these 2 bastards going?" "Master, they have been trained. They won't dare to go to the east." Arya said, "What about number 3? Jun Patriarch, I am willing to listen to you." The 5th Hall Master was quite manly when he came in, but after Arya's training he finally understood why the 3rd Hall Master and the 4th Hall Master were so cowardly. Jun Changshao held the whip and said with cold eyes, "Today, I will give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Whoever performs well will not be tortured again." Plop! The 5th Hall Master ran over and knelt directly on the ground, saying loudly, "For Jun Patriarch, I am willing to go through fire and water and die 1,000 times." The 3rd Hall Master and the 4th Hall Master almost vomited blood. "If we hadn't been whipped just now, you wouldn't have taken the initiative." "You 3, Jun Changshao said lightly, go out with me." "Yes." Chapter 11:25. In the outside world. When Jun Changshao was training the 1st and 2nd souls, Rose Queen noticed that he was motionless. She quietly approached him and gently reached out to touch him. Smack! Go Sheng came back to his senses and grabbed her wrist. He said coldly, "What are you doing?" Rose Queen said with a pained expression, "You're hurting me." Jun Changshao let go with a cold face. Rose Queen returned to her original position resentfully. While rubbing her wrist, she whispered, "I just want to confirm if you're wearing a wig. Why are you so fierce?" Jun Changshao pulled at his own hair and said, "This is real hair. Open your eyes wide and look at it clearly. Also, do you have a weakness for baldness?" "Really?" A look of disappointment appeared on Queen Rose's face. Jun Changshao said, "I brought you 3 of my kind." "My kind?" Rose Queen was confused. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the space trembled slightly. 3 balls of natural green attributes appeared out of thin air and gradually condensed into solid bodies. They were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Palace Masters. Because of their supernatural powers, they used the green devouring power to mix in the falling star continent. Now that they had returned to their homeland, they naturally condensed their real bodies. Don't say. The 3 of them were middle-aged men over 8 meters tall. They looked cold and dignified. At first glance, one could tell that they had been in power for a long time and had extremely high status and power. Rose Queen was so shocked that she couldn't speak. When the 9 Palace Masters went to the falling star continent, she wasn't born yet. However, after becoming the queen, she went to the ancient palace and saw the 9 portraits hanging in the main hall. "Girl," the 3rd Palace Master said lightly, "who are you?" He and the other 2 Palace Masters had already noticed that Rose Queen was their kind. The noble aura she exuded was abnormally strong. She was completely different from the grandson. She was in the Heaven Origin, soul-suppressing tower. "She's Rose Queen," Jun Changshao introduced. "The 4th generation of your soul race." "Humph." The 5th Palace Master sneered and said, "Without the consent of the 9 Palace Masters, even the 5th and 6th generations are not recognized." So, with a wave of his hand, Jun Changshao pressed him to the ground and said, "I have released the 3 of you today so that you can agree. If anyone dares to object, you will receive even more cruel torture." Boom! Boom! The 5th Palace Master's head hit the ground hard, creating a crater. "Agreed! Agreed!" The 3rd Palace Master and the 4th Palace Master hastily expressed their stance. Their souls had been completely purified by Arya. Even if they had gathered into human form, they still could not escape her control. so they naturally did not dare to disobey. Jun Changshao lifted the swollen head of the fifth hallmaster and asked, "What about you?" I agree." Rose Queen opened her mouth. They were the 3 hall masters of the ancient palace. Even when Empress Lingping was in power, she had to be polite to them. But now they were obedient servants in front of Jun Changshao. "It's done." Jun Changshao let go of the 5th palace master and said, "With the 3 of them going to Empress City, you can become the 4th palace master legitimately." Rose Queen gradually calmed down and said, "Although the 3 of them look like hall masters, they don't have strong cultivation. It's easy to think that they are imposters." "That's true." Jun Changshao looked at the 3 souls and said, "Now that you have returned to the continent of the Soul Clan as you wish, how can you recover your cultivation in the fastest time?" "The bloodline pool in the ancient palace can help us recover quickly." Although the 3 hall masters had found hosts, they were condensing their physical bodies in their own territory. If they wanted to reach the strongest state, they could only go to the bloodline pool in the palace. No wonder the 3rd hall master and the 4th hall master would instigate Dai Lu and Fongling Yu to break the seal in the northern desert state. "Let's go." Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and said, "Go to the ancient palace." That Rose Queen said awkwardly, "The ancient palace has been sealed by all kinds of tactical arrays." The 9 hall masters invaded the falling star continent and were beaten into a deep sleep by the ancient martial emperor. She was worried that they would suddenly return one day and deny her position as the empress, so she completely sealed the palace. She ordered her subordinates to open the space-time tunnel. Although she also planned to invade, her real purpose was to find the sleeping 9 hall masters and kill them when they were weak to prevent future troubles. Jun Changshao asked, "Can't we get in?" Rose Queen shook her head and said, "There are countless tactical arrays in the palace. If we break them by force, we will definitely alarm Empress Lingping and Tuoling," the 3rd hall master said. "Without the bloodline pool, it's hard for us to recover to our peak state." "It's okay." Jun Changshao said indifferently, "It's just a tactical array. I can break as many as there are." Rose Queen frowned and said, "It took hundreds of tactical array masters decades to set it up. If we break it, we will be discovered if there is a slight mistake." When she was speaking, Jun Changshao had already picked her up and said, "Ugly woman, remember, we have joined hands now. You have to trust me at all times and don't question me." Jun Changshao, Rose Queen gnashed her teeth and said, "Don't say I'm ugly again." "Ugly woman, ugly woman." "You whoosh!" Jun Changshao flew up and covered the 3 hall masters who had not recovered with his spiritual power. Then he rushed to the ancient palace. "Ugly woman, Yaya, can you not turn on the light?" The out-of-tune singing sounded in the sky. The 3 hall masters felt their blood boiling and their faces darkened. Queen Rose was so angry that she couldn't care less. She opened her mouth and bit down on Jun Chang's shoulder. 100 miles away from Empress City, there was an ancient building in the depths of the jungle. Because no one cared about it for a long time, it had been occupied by vines and moss. It was like wearing a ghillie suit and integrating with the surrounding environment. Swish! Jun Changshao flew to the outermost periphery. Sure enough, there are many tactical arrays similar to seals here. He just used his spiritual thoughts and found that there were at least dozens of tactical arrays outside the ancient palace. Judging from the pneuma, they seemed to be of high level. "Get out of the way. I'll break it." Jun Changshao said. Rose Queen reminded him, "These tactical arrays are related to Empress City. Once they are discovered, Empress Lingping will definitely send people to kill us immediately." "Discovered?" Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "No, they don't exist." "What an arrogant guy." Rose Queen rolled her eyes at him, and then followed the 3 hall masters to retreat. Swish! Jun Changshao sat down with his legs crossed. His spiritual thoughts, which were almost substantial, were divided into several strands and rushed to the tactical array barrier in the nothingness. "This guy." Rose Queen covered her forehead and said, "Can't we do it one by one?" "One by one? That would be too troublesome." Swish. At this time, Jun Changxiao's spiritual thoughts had been integrated into the nearby tactical array, and then he quickly read the intricate tactical arrays and lines arranged inside. In the sea of consciousness, a picture similar to a 3D projection was instantly outlined. Rose Queen secretly said, "Does he know tactical arrays?" Buzz. At this time, the tactical array in the nothingness appeared. Rose Queen's face changed slightly and she said, "It's troublesome. We've been discovered." Just as he was worrying, the visible formation dissipated like clouds and mist. He was instantly dumbfounded. Alas! Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It's too easy." Rose Queen's eyes were wide open. Obviously, she couldn't believe that the tactical array she ordered so many tactical array masters to arrange was broken by him in a few breaths. Swish! Swish! Several tactical arrays appeared and then gradually disappeared. An hour later, the 50 or so formations around the ancient palace had all been broken. Jun Changxiao stood up and clapped his hands and said, "You three can go in." Rose Queen, the 3 hall masters. This guy not only knew tactical arrays, but also was very terrifying. P.S. On the last day of the month, please vote. Chapter 11:26. The inside of the ancient palace was clean due to the sealing of the array formation. 9 chairs made of special materials were placed in the main hall, and 9 portraits hung on the wall behind. The portraits were of the 9 palace masters. At this moment, 3 of them were nourishing their bloodline in the bloodline pool, slowly recovering their strength. Jun Changxiao sat on the seat where the palace master used to sit. He crossed his legs, interlocked his fingers, and merged his soul into the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda. He asked, "Are you sure you can have absolute control over their cultivation after they recover?" Arya said confidently, "As long as a soul has been trained by me, even if it ascends to the upper realm and has stronger strength, it will have to listen to Master and me." "That's good." Jun Changxiao completely relaxed, and then said to himself with great expectation, "The 3 palace masters recovering their cultivation. Isn't that the same as having 3 super bodyguards?" The system said if the host had done this from the beginning, he could have saved the talisman of opening the seal and the talisman of heaven and earth. As the strongest fighting force in the soul race continent, and with noble identities, wouldn't Rose Queen be easily defeated if 3 of them came down? Wouldn't the whole world be under her control? Jun Changxiao clutched his chest and said, "My heart hurts, it hurts." Of course, the system comforted. The host met Rose Queen as soon as he came in. Even if he came here, he wouldn't have a chance. That makes sense. Jun Changxiao looked at Rose Queen sitting on the second seat and said in a commanding tone, "Hurry up and pour me a cup of tea." Rose Queen stared and said, "Are you treating me as a maid?" Jun Changxiao turned sideways and said, "You are the queen of the soul race continent, and I am a guest. As the host, shouldn't you do the honors of a host? You are obviously a thief who snuck in." Rose Queen said, "Besides, there is no one here. Where can I find water to make tea for you?" "How about this?" Jun Changxiao leaned on the chair and said, "Come massage my back and shoulders." Rose Queen's beautiful eyes turned cold. If she wasn't seriously injured and lost all her cultivation, she would have slapped him and gave him the most refreshing massage. The 3 palace masters were recuperating in the bloodline pool. It would take some time for them to completely recover from their weakened state. Jun Changxiao wasn't in a hurry. Because the 2 side quests didn't have a time limit, he temporarily stayed in the ancient palace. When he had nothing to do, he would look at the scenery and tease the Rose Queen. Creak! 5 days later, the tightly shut door of the bloodline hall was pushed open, Waves of majestic air rushed out from the inside, blowing away the leaves that were scattered all over the courtyard. With the background music blaring, the 3 hall masters walked out in an imposing and domineering manner. The thick aura around them did not pale in comparison to the Rose Queen, who was at full strength. In fact, it was even stronger. Hoo-hoo! The moment they walked out, the entire ancient palace began to tremble slightly, as if it was welcoming the return of its master. Queen Rose, who was sitting on the stairs of the palace, sensed something. She looked in the direction of the Bloodline Hall and frowned. The strongest combatant of the soul race has returned. Jun Changshao walked out and said, "He doesn't seem to be much stronger than you." Queen Rose said, "If they hadn't been sleeping in the falling star continent for tens of thousands of years, they would have already begun to spy on the return realm." Although the 3 palace masters' cultivation had recovered, they were still at the return realm. If they had succeeded in invading the falling star continent back then and obtained more martial arts knowledge and resources, they would have soared into the sky by now. However, they would never have thought that the martial emperors of the ancient times of the falling star continent also had extremely strong combat strength. Even if he and the other palace masters took action and even used their divine powers to trigger a war between the martial emperors, they still couldn't take them down. Instead, they ended up sleeping for tens of thousands of years. To be honest, from the final result, the 9 palace masters had won the expedition to the falling star continent, because not only did they end the ancient era, but they also caused the fall of all the martial emperors. Since then, the continent had been torn apart and the spiritual energy had withered. If there were no uncertainties, if they woke up from their deep sleep and repeated the same trick, occupying the entire continent would not be a problem. Unfortunately, Jun Changshao was this uncertain factor. His transmigration and arrival not only reversed the outcome of the second disaster of the falling star continent, but also turned the culprit into a lamb. He even fought back to the territory of the soul race continent and ruthlessly tortured the 4th empress. Ta! In front of the main hall, the 3rd palace master was the first to stop. The 4th palace master and the 5th palace master followed. The 3 of them stood in a row, and the aura they emitted could be said to be quite powerful. However, 3 of the 9 people who represented the strongest combat strength of the soul race continent were exceptionally obedient and cautious when facing Jun Changshao. Shua! The 3 of them cupped their hands and said, "Jun Patriarch, we have recovered our cultivation." Jun Changshao, who was sitting at the top of the stairs, placed his hands on his thighs and clasped his fingers together. His eyes were cold and stern as he said, "Kneel down and call me master." Plop, plop, plop. The 3 palace masters bent their noble knees and shouted, "Greetings, master!" Rose Empress was silent. The 3 palace masters who had the power to shake the empress were actually bowing down to a martial artist of the falling star continent. Jun Changshao leaned back slightly, looked up at the sky, and said, "To protect our homeland in the ancient times, thousands of ancestors who died in the War of the Emperors, if your souls are still." He shouted loudly, "Please clap for me. Please be proud of me." The clouds in the sky seemed to transform into human figures, as if they had turned into the great desolation martial emperor, the 5 elements martial emperor. These ancestors who had once resisted the invasion of foreign races and protected their homeland smiled at the man sitting on the stairs. Today, they had their revenge for the humiliation of 10,000 years. If the ancestors' souls were still here, they would be very gratified. Shua! Jun Changshao stood up and waved one hand. The Truyong cloak that represented the flourishing flower family's color rustled as he said with great pride, "All of you, follow me to Empress City." Yes, the 3 super bodyguards followed closely behind. Looking at the extraordinary and imposing back, Rose Empress muttered, "Sometimes this guy is actually quite manly." Empress City. The coronation ceremony had ended. but the city was still decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and it was very lively. No matter who the empress of the Soul clan was, it didn't matter to the ordinary people, so they still lived as usual. Occasionally, they would secretly discuss why the former empress eloped with someone. This Yi Xingqian is so bold that he dared to elope with our former empress. There are wanted portraits of him in all the major cities. He can't avoid being caught even if he escapes to the ends of the earth. Yi Xingqian, who was cultivating in the sect of all times, would never have thought that he would elope with the empress while he was sitting at home. In the main hall of the imperial palace, Tuoling cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I have mobilized the entire Soul clan's forces to search for Yi Xingqian and Rosa Flowers. There will be news soon." "Okay." Empress Ling Ping, who had regained the throne, nodded and said, "All the regulations set by that woman, as well as the 10 major cities that are focused on cultivation, are abolished immediately." Tuoling frowned and said, "Your Majesty, after thousands of years of development, the overall strength of the 10 major cities is extremely strong. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to abolish them." "There's nothing inappropriate," Empress Ling Ping said lightly. Yes, Tuoling was just a subordinate, and he had to obey the Empress's orders. "What's the situation in the Falling Star continent now?" Empress Ling Ping asked again. "Your Majesty," a Soul clan expert replied, "the space-time tunnel leading to the Falling Star continent is sealed. We can't enter." Empress Ling Ping said in surprise, "How can the tunnel opened by the space-time worm be sealed?" "Your Majesty," Tuoling said, "do you still have the space-time worm that you used back then?" "Yes, it is." Empress Ling Ping waved her hand and took out a creature similar to a caterpillar. She shook her head and said, "Unfortunately, after opening the space-time tunnel 10,000 years ago, it has been in a deep sleep. Otherwise, occupying the Falling Star continent would be light, but—" "Excuse me." At this moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Swish! Jun Changshao, who was wearing the Xinjiang suit, strode in. He pointed proudly at Empress Ling Ping and said sternly, "Rebels and traitors, plotting to usurp the throne. I, Yi Xingqian, am here today to clean up the Emperor's side. P.S. July 1st, Monday. Please recommend me. Please vote me." Chapter 11:27. When Jun Changshao appeared in the palace, Empress Ling Ping, Tuoling, and others were all stunned. How did he get in? How did he get in so silently? Were the masters lurking in the Forbidden Palace, and the generals and soldiers guarding day and night all blind? Plop! Plop! At this moment, several warriors of the Soul clan in the Void Crossing realm flew in and then lay in front of Jun Changshao with serious injuries. Empress Ling Ping and Tuoling released their spiritual thoughts and found that there were people lying on the ground outside. It turned out that they were directly pushed to the high ground by others. Thud, thud, thud. The 3 masters in black clothes and masks walked in and stood behind Jun Changshao. They were the most professional and powerful bodyguards. Ling Ping, Empress Rose walked in and said, "Your era ended thousands of years ago." Empress Ling Ping said angrily, "My era was taken by you." Empress Rose looked at Tuoling and said coldly, since the first empress succeeded the throne, she issued a decree that only the capable could take the throne. "What's wrong with me defeating her fair and square?" She used to be the guard of Empress Ling Ping. Later, her status and strength improved. She launched a battle for the throne according to the rules of the Soul clan and finally won. She was recognized by the civil and military officials and became the 4th empress. The procedure was right. What was wrong? "Humph," Tuoling said lightly. "Although you defeated the empress, the 9 masters are not here. You didn't get their recognition, so you are not qualified to inherit the throne." This was the reason that the 9th master was not here to deny the authority of Empress Rose. Empress Rose laughed. She got the Soul clan with her strength. She had been conscientious for thousands of years to make the clan stronger. Just because she didn't get the recognition of the ancient hall, she denied all her efforts. Ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. She just lacks the legal procedure to inherit the throne. Jun Changshao, who had been silent, snapped his fingers and said, "Today, I will give you a legal procedure." The three masters behind him took off their masks and showed their original appearances. Empress Lingping saw it and immediately said happily, "Three masters, when did you come back?" However, her smile soon froze because the three of them stood in front of Empress Rose. Didn't it mean that they were against her? Tua Ling's face also turned ugly. "Ling Ping," the third palace master said, "we already know what happened. According to the rules left behind by the first empress, since you lost, you should have accepted your loss and given the throne to her. You shouldn't have held a grudge and tried to usurp the throne." Over the years, under Queen Rose's rule, the Soul Clan's overall strength has been increasing day by day. Even if you don't have the approval of the 9 of us, having the approval of everyone is enough, the fourth palace master said calmly. "You," Empress Ling Ping said ferociously, "do you want to support her?" The 9 palace masters had once pushed her to the position of empress, and now they were going to push her down again. How painful was that? Humph! Tua Ling was still able to maintain his calm. He said, "Your Majesty, the 9 palace masters were trapped in the falling star continent. How could they suddenly appear here? In my humble opinion, these 3 must be impostors." Shua, the 5th hall master, raised his hand, and terrifying energy gathered into a handprint, grabbing his opponent before him. "If I remember correctly, you should be called Tua Ling. When this hall master went to the Spiritas continent, you were still a small guard in the imperial palace, right?" Tua Ling's eyes were filled with shock. He was a spirit union realm expert, but in front of this guy he was like an ant. The return to original realm. This was definitely the return to original realm. In other words, these 3 people were really the hall masters of the ancient palace. Thinking of the torture he suffered in the Tianyuan soul-suppressing tower, the 5th hall master was furious. He grabbed Tua Ling's head and slammed it on the ground. He roared, "When I was in charge of the palace, you were still wearing diapers. How dare you be so presumptuous?" Boom! Boom! After a few bombardments, this spirit union realm expert suddenly turned into a pile of mud. Plop! Empress Ling Ping collapsed on the throne that she had always dreamed of. Tua Ling was her helper to regain the throne, but now he was easily trampled by the 5th hall master. She was afraid that she would be forced to abdicate again. "You." Jun Changshao raised his hand and pointed over. He said, "Don't sit there." Helping Empress Rose regain the throne that she had lost was a super elite task. But with the help of the 3 hall masters, it became easier than the simple mode. It didn't matter how strong Empress Lingping was, because no matter how strong she was, she couldn't be stronger than the 3 hall masters. So after Tua Ling fell, she was forced to leave the throne that she had just sat on for a few days. Swish! Empress Rose put on the royal robe that represented supreme majesty again and sat on the throne like Dongfang Booby. "Greetings, Empress." In the hall, civil and military officials knelt down together. This group of fence-sitters submitted to Empress Rose after Empress Lingping lost power. If it weren't for the fact that she needed a large number of people to stabilize the situation when she regained the throne, Empress Rose would have killed them or locked them up. Dark clouds covered the Empress city. An old man stood in front of the window and sighed. The weather has changed again. Swish! Swish! On the street, a large number of soldiers appeared at the main street entrance, and then posted a notice that Empress Rose had regained the throne. In just a few days, the throne of the Soul Clan changed hands again and again, which confused the people. I heard that the Empress, who was abducted by Yi Xingqian, got the help of a warrior named Jun Changshao and regained the throne from Empress Ling Ping. What about Yi Xingqian? Needless to say, he must have been killed. When the notice was posted all over the Soul Clan, the warriors were all talking about Empress Rose regaining the throne, and the names of Jun Changshao and Yi Xingqian became a hot topic. In a word, An Yo took the blame for abducting the Empress. Jun Changshao got the honor of saving the Empress and helping her regain the throne. This would definitely be recorded in history, and the two names would also be widely mentioned and discussed by future generations in the future. The children all encouraged themselves to be loyal and courageous Jun Changshao and not the heartless Yi Xingqian. They even formed a unique culture and language. For example, you are Yi Xingqian and your whole family are Yi Xingqian. Alas, the system sighed. I have never seen a patriarch who cheats his disciples like this. Jun Changshao, who was sitting on the top of the palace, was puzzled. That woman regained the throne. But why hasn't the side task been completed? The system said, the second side task is related to the first side task, and the first side task should also be related to the second side task. So I guess that the host must complete it at the same time. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched, and then he jumped down and entered the bedroom with a big bed. He looked at Rose Empress, who was engrossed in her work, and said indifferently, I helped you regain everything you lost, so you must give me the same position as you. Rose Empress raised her head and said with a charming smile, the only equivalent position is the regent. Do you want me to marry you, or do you want to marry me? Please, Jun Changshao roared. Isn't it a man marrying a woman, and a woman marrying a man? The meaning is the same. What the hell is the same? Rose Empress put down the booklet in her hand and leaned lazily on the table. She held her face with her hands, blinked, and said with a smile, If you are the regent, I can consider marrying you. This seductive blink was simply too charming. Come on. Jun Changshao sat on the chair next to her and said snappily, Give me a new position equal to the Empress, such as the Great State Preceptor, Great Protector, and so on. No, Rose Empress said. Only the regent can marry me. You, I've already decided. Rose Empress said, Announce to the world tomorrow that you and I will choose a day to hold our wedding. Jun Changshao said with a cold face, Sorry, I won't marry you. The system said the host can play with her first, and after the side task is completed and you get the reward, you can leave. F***CK, Jun Changshao roared. This is too melodramatic. The system said, Those who achieve great things don't care about trifles. Besides, if you marry this woman, won't the martial arts resources of the entire soul race continent be at your fingertips? This, Jun Changshao fell into deep thought, then looked at you in the camera and said, What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. Chapter 1128. Queen Rose wanted Jun Changshao to be the regent, not because of personal feelings, but because of political reasons. Such a strong man who made the 3 palace masters bow down to him. If he could become her husband, there would only be benefits and no harm. Queen Rose had great ambitions. She hoped to make the Spiritas continent stronger. It was impossible to rely on the martial arts resources of her own plane alone. Only by conquering other planes could she achieve great feats. If Jun Changshao helped her, so what if she married him? When Queen Rose lost everything, she showed the appearance of a weak woman. But after sitting on the throne, when the high and mighty aura returned, she valued the hegemony of 1,000 years more. Feelings between a man and a woman? Compared to her dreams, it was very small. Why did she say that she was very similar to Jun Changshao? Because the latter did not consider feelings. He only hoped to develop the sect of all times to the strongest. This was the goal that he had been working hard to and had never changed after obtaining the system. Do I really have to marry you to have the same status? Jun Changshao looked at her. Queen Rose flicked her black hair and smiled. Not only do you have the same status, but you also have all kinds of martial arts resources. Of course. She gently tilted her shoulder, and her clothes slipped down. You can have me now. Her frown and smile were very enchanting. Do you think of yourself as a fickle woman? Or do you think of me as a lecher? Jun Changshao said with a straight face. Swish! He stood up and said with his back to her, I'll give you 1 day to grant me the same rights as you. Otherwise the world will change again. After saying this, he walked out of the bedroom. Jun Changshao, Queen Rose called out to him, clenching her fists and gritting her teeth. I, Rosa flowers, have always been clean. What right do you have to say that I'm fickle? 1 day. Jun Changshao left without looking back, and he even wiped the blood from his nose. Queen Rose was so angry that she pushed all the memorials out and said, Damn you! If my cultivation was still here, I would definitely tear you into pieces. Sob, sob, sob. The queen who had controlled the soul race for thousands of years was actually crying because of Jun Changshao. The next day, the Empress City, which had just calmed down, was once again decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and firecrackers were set off. The reason was that the Empress was about to get married in the magnificent palace. Jun Changshao sat in front of the dressing table and looked at the neatly arranged bridegroom's clothes. He bitterly said, I still compromised. He could ask the Rose Queen to give him a new position, such as the High Priest or the Great Guardian. But did the system mission recognize it? He had no choice. In order to complete the 2 super elite missions and obtain more rewards, he could only agree to the conditions given by the mission and agree to marry the Rose Queen and become the regent. The system said, Host, it's not too late to leave now. 2 side quests. How could I bear to part with them? Looking at his own reflection in the mirror, Jun Changshao shook his head helplessly and said, Jun Changshao, you've fallen. The system was speechless. Not to mention the status of the Rose Queen. Just her peerless beauty would be a huge gain for him if he married her. It made him feel as if he had suffered a great grievance. Creak! The door was gently pushed open. Young Master Jun, a few maids walked in and bowed. The wedding time is approaching. We have been ordered to help you put on your wedding clothes. No need. Jun Changshao said, I can do it myself. Therefore, the bronze mirror showed the image of him wearing a bright red wedding dress. Then he leaned over and examined himself, muttering to himself, Do I look like Joker now? Host, are you marrying Fairy Zixia or Bai Jingjing? The system asked. Creak. Jun Changshao opened the door and stepped out. Only primary school students do multiple choice questions. I definitely won't marry anyone because I'm not Joker. I'm me, a different kind of fireworks. Because the Rose Queen's wedding came too suddenly, there were only some civil and military officials in the palace at the wedding site. There were no city lords of the major cities. Of course, the news of the Rose Queen's wedding had been arranged last night. It wouldn't be long before the entire Soul Race continent knew about this matter, and that Jun Changshao had become the regent. In the throne room, in front of the Queen's throne, there was an extremely high, standard seat prepared for the regent. This kind of imperial wedding ceremony did not need a witness, nor did it need the high status of both the man and the woman to witness it. Shua, Jun Changshao walked into the throne room first, then sat on it and crossed his legs casually. He did not look like a groom at all, but like an unruly monkey. The queen has arrived. At this moment, a guard shouted loudly. Jun Changshao raised his head and saw the Rose Empress walk into the main hall with the help of her maidservants. Her bright red wedding dress dragged on the floor for a very long time. Rose petals slowly fell from the sky, decorating the palace, quite romantic. It was said that a woman's most beautiful day in her life was on her wedding day. This was true. The Rose Queen, who was already a beauty, was really charming and beautiful at this moment. Jun Changshao thought, she's quite beautiful. The system said, so it's a loss, it's a grievance. Greetings, your majesty. When the Rose Queen walked into the palace, the 2 rows of civil and military officials knelt down one after another. Shua, coming to the front of the seats, she raised her hands and said, Everyone, please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials stood up. Because of their previous mistakes, they did not dare to raise their heads. Young Master June is a dragon among men. Your Majesty is a phoenix among men. Today's marriage will be a beautiful story for all eternity. The third palace master, who was standing at the front of the court, said loudly. The fourth palace master and the fifth palace master cursed in their hearts. Let this guy beat us to it. The Rose Queen said, From today onwards, Jun Changshao is my husband, and he especially conferred the title of regent. If you have any important matters in the future, you can discuss it with him. Plop! The civil and military officials knelt down again and shouted, Greetings, Your Majesty! The feeling of being knelt down really made Jun Changshao feel a little smug. Bring the wine. The Rose Queen said, Schwa! A maid came up with 2 cups of wine. The Rose Queen picked up the wine cup and said, After drinking this cup of wine, you and I will be husband and wife. Jun Changshao's face changed again, and he sent a sound transmission. Didn't we agree to play around? Why are we still drinking wine with each other? The Rose Queen said in a low voice, This is a necessary procedure for marriage. Sorry. Jun Changshao refused. I can't hold my liquor. Ding. Side quest 1 completed. The host has received 50,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and triggering the hidden reward. You have received the highest grade array qualification Liquid X1, Experience Talisman X10. Ding. Side quest 2 completed. The host has received 50,000 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest and triggering the hidden reward. You have received the Hard to Keep Blade Transformation Spirit Stone X1, Experience Talisman X10. When the prompt sounded in his ears, especially when he heard about the Hard to Keep Blade Transformation Spirit Stone, Jun Changshao almost jumped up from his seat in excitement. This thing, it was a good thing. I'm rich. Ha ha ha. Jun Changshao laughed out loud, and then, unable to suppress his emotions, he directly picked up the wine and said boldly, Come cheers! Gulp. After drinking a cup of cold wine, it was difficult to cool down the hot blood in his heart. The Rose Queen was stunned. Didn't you say you don't drink? Jun Changshao said seriously, At this moment, it's hard to find a confidant.